Chapter 1. Shooting Stars. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on a wooden door. No answer came. Creak. The door opened slowly, and an immaculately dressed person stepped in. It was a man with white hair, but it was a bit difficult to discern his age. Even though he had white hair, which obviously came from old age, there were no wrinkles on his face. If one only looked at his face, one might believe that he was rather young. However, appearances often deceived. If someone heard of this person's age, they wouldn't be able to believe whoever told them. The man looked around the room with professional eyes. It was a small study filled with all kinds of books, scriptures, tomes, and papers. An unbelievably soft, violet carpet was strewn across the ground, and a cozy fire crackled in the fireplace. The man's eyes looked at the back of the room. Another man was sitting on a chair behind a mahogany desk. Several papers were strewn across the desk, and the man practically lay in his chair, his head looking upward. The man at the door slightly shook his head and walked over. Bang! He slightly kicked the table. Oh, waha! Oh, good morning, Wester, the man who had just been sleeping said after recovering from the shock. He was an old man with gentle facial features, and everyone that saw him would believe him to be a nice grandpa. It's evening, Sir Wester, the butler said to the old man. Oh, already? The old man asked in confusion as he looked around his room. I was working on this year's reward for the clan tournament. Guess I lost track of time, he said. Wester uttered, deciding not to comment on how he had found his master napping. What? You don't believe me? The old man asked with an offended expression. Look, it's over there, he said. A tome started to float from the desk and stopped in front of Wester. Wester took the tome, opened it, and scanned through it. An element, neutral king rank spell, Wester commented. You didn't read the dossiers about the candidates, did you? Wester asked. The old man felt like he had been found out. Bang! Wester put his hands on the stacked dossiers on the table, making it impossible for the old man to peek at them. The old man groaned. Fine, fine. He groaned, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Element neutral spells are worth more than elements specific spells anyway. Sir, if you keep creating element neutral spells for every tournament, the other clans will start believing that we don't care about the tournament, Wester commented. The old man groaned again. Fine. I'll just create one for every element, and you can choose whichever you want to hand out in the future tournaments. Wester put the element neutral king rank spell under his arm, but didn't comment on the old man's words. Silence. The old man felt a bit awkward as his butler only stood before him, not saying anything. Do you need something else? The old man asked. Silence. The child of calamity has vanished, Wester said. The old man was a bit taken aback as he looked at Wester with skepticism. Vanished? Did he flee? Why would he? He had money, freedom, status, a family, everything. What happened? We don't know, Wester said. When our people arrived at his home for their monthly visit, he was simply gone. Did you search for him? The old man asked. Of course, sir, Wester answered. I sent the 7th Legion to search through every particle of the surrounding 50,000 kilometers. As a mere apprentice, he couldn't possibly have traveled further, and we would have noticed any spatial fluctuations. However, we still couldn't find him. The old man scratched his chin and thought. Not even the other clans could have hidden something like that. Additionally, they would only be shooting a fireball in their own faces by taking him away. I'm certain that he hadn't had any help. That only means that his affinity has claimed his own life. That would also explain why you can't find a trace of him, the old man muttered. Wester nodded. That is also our assumption. The old man also nodded. I presume you need the seal? He asked. Yes, sir. The old man gestured with his hand for Wester to give him something, and a piece of paper appeared in the air, which then floated to the desk. The old man looked at the paper and read it. Then, he put his finger at the bottom of the piece of paper, and his finger shone with purple lightning for an instant. As always, the old man commented as the paper flew back to Wester. As always, Wester said. Wester turned around, left the study, and wished the old man a good evening. After Wester left, the old man looked with furrowed brows at the middle of the room. The old man waved his fingers. Some water gathered in the air, and a clear pool formed. The old man looked into the pool, and the pool reflected a seemingly infinite world. The old man's eyes moved with rapid speeds as he scanned through every hidden corner of the world in the pool. 10 seconds later, the pool vanished, and the old man lay back on the chair. Sure enough, he's gone. No trace of him. That's a new one, the old man mumbled to himself. I mean, affinities can eat up their owners, so it's not really unbelievable. It just hasn't happened with the child of calamity before in the past 100,000 years. This smells fishy. Something's different this time. The old man scratched his chin for a while longer, but then he put his head back in a sleeping position. Well, doesn't matter. The legions will find the new child of calamity anyway, he commented to himself as he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Wester was walking through a dimly lit hallway made of stone. Every step he took seemingly pulled him forward for hundreds of meters. It was difficult to discern what was more surprising, the fact that Wester was moving this quickly or the fact that the hallway was so long. After some seconds, Wester arrived in front of a wooden door, which he quickly opened and walked out of. Wester arrived in a grand hall. The hall was 2 kilometers long and 300 meters high. Powerful weapons and adornments were on the walls, as imposing, violet flags hung down from every column. The flags had white lightning bolts imprinted on them, and a gigantic table was in the middle of the hall with some chairs surrounding it. Right now, the hall was empty. Wester went through another door and down another hallway, this hallway being far bigger and grander than the previous one. Wester walked through another door. This room had several tables and chairs. Many different kinds of magical equipment could be found in the room. Several papers and different objects were on the desks. "Good evening, sir. Do you require something?" A blonde woman with ostentatious purple robes stood up politely. Electricity sparked around her as space seemed to bend around her. She exuded incredible power. "Oh, Sarah, perfect. I was searching for you." "Everything going well?" Wester asked politely. "Yes, sir. Thank you for asking, sir," the woman spoke politely. "Sarah, I need you to do something for me," Wester said politely as he took out the paper the old man had signed earlier. The paper floated over, and the woman looked at the paper. Her eyes widened more and more as she continued reading. "Yes, sir," she said. Then, she took the paper and walked over to a wall. She spoke complex and unfamiliar words that warped her surroundings. 10 seconds later, an outcropping in the shape of a piece of paper appeared on the wall. Sarah put the paper in the outcropping, and the paper burned away. Ding! 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 3 bells rang throughout an unfathomable distance, their sounds ignoring the upper limit of the speed of sound. "Have a good hunt," Wester commented politely as he left the room. "Thank you, sir," Sarah said with a bow. Shing! Sarah was engulfed by a bright light, but the bright light vanished just as quickly as it had arrived. However, Sarah had undergone a shaking transformation. Her purple robes were replaced by a shining silver armor, covered with different runes. Golden wing bones were on the back of her armor, which were quickly filled out by bolts of lightning, resembling the feathers. A 2-meter-long spear appeared in her hands, also crackling with lightning. Shing! Then, Sarah seemingly vanished. She had teleported away. Shing! Sarah reappeared in the grand hall, through which Wester had gone. However, the hall was no longer empty. 10,000 people in golden armor with golden staves filled the hall in an orderly manner. "We greet the general." The 10 people at the front of the army spoke in unison. Sarah exuded irresistible power as she looked at the gathered army. This was the 6th Legion, which was responsible for reconnaissance. "Men and women of the 6th Legion," Sarah said, her voice echoing throughout the grand hall. "The ancestor has given an order." Silence. "The child of calamity has vanished, and a new child of calamity must have appeared in the world. The 6th Legion will comb the world. Every child in the world below the age of 1 must have their affinity tested with a blood test. If any child tests positive for an unknown affinity, the child will be brought to me personally. I expect you all to finish by the morning." "Yes, General." All the soldiers echoed. "Go." Shing! 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 All 10,000 people teleported out of the hall and reappeared in the air outside the building. Below them was a magnificent purple castle, built on top of several mountains of unfathomable height. The castle itself was several kilometers wide. Lightning crackled violently on the storm clouds below the mountains where the castle was built on. Nothing aside from an endless sea of clouds filled with lightning could be seen. The 10,000 people in the air crackled with lightning as their bodies shone in golden light. Bang! Then, with an explosion, all soldiers transformed into lightning as they shot into the horizon. Their speed was impossible to follow with one's eyes. On this night, many humans would notice golden shooting stars in the sky. On this night, all babies below the age of 1 would gain a tiny red dot on the fingertip of their index finger. This was where the blood was drawn from for the test. No one but the peak powers would notice that this had even happened. The entire world had been combed in but a single night, and no one had noticed. Yet, the child of calamity had not been found. Chapter 2, Alex. 1 month earlier on Earth. "Thank you for your loyal support, and please visit us again." A superficially cheerful voice shouted this phrase from a medium-sized grocery store. The phrase was targeted at a middle-aged man that was just leaving the store. The middle-aged man slightly waved one of his hands to show that he had heard, but he couldn't be bothered to answer. As soon as the man left, the grocery store cashier sighed and went back to the cash register. The cashier was a young man with blonde hair, and he looked like he had just hit his 20s. A slight muscular frame was still visible when one looked at him from the back, but when looking at him from the front, one could only see a rather sizable beer belly. Clack, thump, clack, thump. As the cashier walked back to the cash register, the sound of his cane could be heard on the floor of the grocery store. "Hello, welcome to Stevie's." The cashier greeted with superficial politeness as he handled the next customer. "Hard day at work, huh?" the young customer asked the cashier. "It's all right," the cashier answered with a slight chuckle. Everyone has to make a living. However, these words didn't reflect the cashier's real feelings. "This fucking grocery store is killing me, I swear," he thought as he happily bagged the groceries. "Every day with the same shit. Alex, do this. Alex, do that. I swear when I've saved up enough money for college, I'm going to burn this place to the ground. Of course, these were only thoughts created in a stressful situation. Alex knew that he wouldn't really do it. This cashier was Alexander Hoffman. Alex for short. Alex's life hadn't always been like this. He had had a bright future ahead of him in the past. Sadly, life didn't go his way. On the urging of his father, Alex started doing sports when he was 12. After all, doing sports while growing was very beneficial to the development of a teenager. Alex's father was a huge fan of the MNFA, the Multinational Fighting Association. The MNFA let fighters from nearly all disciplines of martial arts fight each other with the least rules possible. So, in short, it was an organization that handled mixed martial arts fights, MMA for short. Alex had also grown to like watching these fights, and when his father urged him to do some sports, Alex decided that he wanted to do MMA. His parents' feelings were mixed on that subject. On one hand, it was great that their child was finally doing some sports, but MMA could get pretty dangerous if something wasn't handled correctly. However, since it was not professional MMA, and since there were several coaches around in the local gym, they agreed. Sometime later, when Alex had had his first practice fight against another kid in the gym, he got his ass handed to him. Yet, this experience awakened a certain kind of stubbornness in him, and urge to win. Sadly, he lost the next couple of practice matches too. Well, one couldn't really consider these matches a loss since they weren't real matches. They were simply some sparring between two students. Yet when Alex didn't clearly win a fight, he saw it as a loss. Alex had already planned to change sports and join another one since it felt frustrating to see how everyone was better than himself. Yet, he wanted to win at least one time. So, he continued training, and eventually he won. When Alex won, he felt something that he had never felt before. It was a kind of indescribable high. He felt like he was floating on clouds, and he felt like he was the greatest in the world. The feeling of fighting, which had always annoyed him since his body hurt after it, transformed into the polar opposite. This feeling of fighting others wasn't annoying. It was simply a clash between men. They were showcasing their power in a very primal fashion. Alex wanted to feel this feeling again. Alex stayed in the gym and even came more often. MMA had transformed from a chore into a hobby. The pain of sore muscles became a familiar pain that Alex even started to enjoy. It sounded cheesy, but the common phrase of every single sports coach in the world resonated with Alex. Pain is simply weakness leaving your body. As the years passed, Alex completely focused on MMA. Even his grades started to drop, which had already been average to begin with. Alex wasn't stupid, but he never paid attention in school and didn't learn anything. Stuff like math and physics was still okay since he could often deduce the correct answers logically, which was why those grades didn't suffer much. However, subjects like history and foreign languages had it far worse since one had to actually learn for these things. Alex had a ton of arguments with his parents over this, but Alex always said that his future was MMA. He would join the MNFA, and he would earn a ton of money. Alex barely passed high school, but decided against going to college. MMA was his future. Alex trained as hard as he could. His entire life depended on his success. If he didn't manage to get into the MNFA, he would lose. And one day, just after Alex's 20th birthday, he got accepted. This was the greatest day of his life. His dream was about to become a reality. Alex won his first match pretty easily since his first opponent was pretty weak. His horrible win-loss record proved that. Alex also won his second match, but it was a close one. Yet, tragedy struck at Alex's third match. The fight had been going fine. There was some back and forth, and he and his opponent were pretty evenly matched. And then the accident happened. Alex and his opponent had been fighting from a distance since no one managed to find a good opening to tackle the other one to the ground. Alex saw an opening in his opponent's defense and performed a roundhouse kick. Crack! His opponent barely recovered before the kick struck, and he managed to block it haphazardly. His opponent's elbow hit Alex's ankle. Alex's ankle immediately broke, and the medics jumped into the ring. A day later, Alex got the news that his bones had damaged the nerves and muscles in his leg. They could only fix it to the point that would allow him to walk somewhat normally with the support of a cane. But that was it. There was nothing more they could do. Alex's career was over. From the highest high of his life, Alex fell to the lowest low. Alex had earned quite a sum of money from his 3 fights, but he basically wasted all of it in a drunken haze of destruction over the next year. His life was over. There was nothing anymore. After a year, his family held an intervention for him, and Alex finally realized that he had to stop being such a pussy. 1 year was more than enough to wallow in self-pity. So, Alex planned to save up some money for college. Right now, Alex was 22 years old, and he was working in a grocery store precisely for this reason. Even though his past was filled with incredible highs, and even though he fell into the lowest low, Alex was still young, and he knew that he could still make something of his life. He only had to work his ass off for the foreseeable future. Then, he would go to college and everything would turn for the better. Time passed in the grocery store, and after helping close up the place, Alex left at around 10 p.m. It was already dark out, but the streets were well lit. After all, Alex lived and worked in a less savory part of a big city. As Alex stepped out of the grocery store, his nose wrinkled. No matter how long he had lived here, he simply couldn't get used to the disgusting stench of the dirty streets. This part of the city was for low-income families, and the state of the streets reflected that very well. Garbage, cigarette butts, old newspapers, old furniture. This was a common sight on these streets. Alex tried to ignore the stench and walked home. His home was barely a kilometer away, a distance where people argued if they should drive or walk. Alex was walking since he wanted to keep his living costs as low as possible. Additionally, Alex somewhat enjoyed the walk since he was used to doing a lot of physical exercise. After some minutes, Alex stopped as he looked at a couple of cigarette butts on the street, and the cigarette bin right beside them. "Oh, come on," he thought. "The bin is right there." Alex used his cane to push the cigarette butts to the side of the closest building. He hated these people that treated the streets as their own toilet, but he didn't hate them enough to pick up the cigarette butts to throw them away. After some minutes, Alex heard the sound of a whining dog, and he stopped. This wasn't the usual sound of a whining dog. The dog's whining was very loud, high-pitched, painful, and desperate. Obviously, the dog was in a ton of pain. The sound of dogs was normal in this city, but that sound definitely wasn't normal. Alex searched around for the dog and found it in a dark alleyway between two buildings. The dog could barely be seen at the edge of the street lamp's lights. Blood. Bone. A concerned look appeared on Alex's face as he saw the dog. Both of its hind legs were severely broken. He could see blood coming out of its legs, and he could even see its bones poking out. No wonder it was in so much pain. Alex thought about if he should help it or not. He didn't have a pet, but he also didn't hate animals. It was nice to look at and interact with them, but he didn't want to bear the responsibility of owning a pet of his own. On top of that, pets were expensive. Yet when Alex saw the broken legs, he got reminded of his own injury. A slight pain came from his ankle as the scene of being rushed into the hospital returned to Alex's mind. In the end, Alex sighed. "Fine, I'll bring you to a vet, but I won't pay much for your care." Alex slowly walked into the alleyway and closed in on the dog. The dog didn't move and only continued crying in pain as Alex came closer. "Don't move!" Alex stopped as the familiar feeling of adrenaline rushing through his veins assaulted him. There was a knife at his throat. Alex didn't dare to move as panic took hold of him, but he calmed down somewhat when he felt a hand hurriedly searching through his pockets. A robbery, Alex thought. Alex had only been in panic for 2 seconds, but his old fighting instincts kicked in. Yet, Alex didn't attack. It was essential to analyze the opponent first. Otherwise, mistakes were bound to happen. As the hand of the robber searched through Alex's pocket, Alex slightly glanced at the robber. He wore a black hoodie and black sweatpants. It was hard to make out his facial features in the darkness while looking at him from such an awkward angle. Alex glanced at the arm that held the knife. He's gripping the knife with so much force that his arm is shaking, and the knife is also not directly touching my neck. He's probably new at this. Additionally, his arm is basically touching my shoulder. Alex also noted the appearance and condition of the dog. They injured the dog to lure me into this alleyway. A clever but cruel trick. However, a slight smirk appeared on Alex's face. "Sadly, you chose the wrong target." Bang! Alex's head shot backward and hit the lowered head of the robber. At the same time, Alex violently shoved his shoulder upward, pushing the knife away from him. The robber became disoriented. It was never a good feeling to butt heads with another person. Alex was in just as much pain, but as a former fighter, he could still make rational decisions under pain. Without hesitation, Alex lifted his cane. Bang! And hit the side of the robber's head with full force. The robber immediately lost his consciousness under the attack. Alex hadn't fought in over a year, but his muscles were still more powerful than average. The robber fell over as Alex smirked. Crack! Alex's smirk froze as it slowly transformed into terror. "No, I didn't want to do that." Since the robber had lost consciousness, his body simply fell over to the side, and his head violently hit the hard pavement. A pool of dark blood was quickly forming below the robber's cracked skull. Alex's world stopped. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Did he just kill someone? Alex began hyperventilating in panic as his mind tried to comprehend the magnitude of what he had just done. Crack! And then, Alex's mind vanished. Alex's body landed beside the robber's. A huge crack could be seen at the back of his head. Behind Alex's body stood another man dressed in black, fury on his face. In his hand, he carried a blood-smeared crowbar. This was the robber's friend, who had been hiding behind some trash in case something went wrong. When he saw the corpse of his friend, fury took hold of him, and he hit Alex on the back of the head with his crowbar full force. Alex died instantly. He didn't even know how he had died. Fuck! Fuck! The second robber shouted as he didn't know what he should do now. He had 2 corpses on his hands now. While the robber was panicking, 2 invisible, azure wisps left the corpses. The azure wisps traveled into the sky and seemingly left the realm of Earth. Alex didn't feel alive nor dead. He was awake, but also not awake. One could liken the state of his mind to dreaming. His mind didn't work properly, but there were still some rudimentary thoughts that appeared. The azure wisps entered an empty void, and they stopped. Many other wisps were there already, and new ones joined every second. After a minute, a bright, white light suddenly appeared in the nothingness, and all the wisps flew to it. They were inherently drawn to it. This was where they were supposed to go. These were the souls of the dead, and Alex was just one insignificant soul among many. Suddenly, the void shook. It was like reality was being torn apart. However, the wisps only continued to travel to the light. They didn't even notice what was happening. Reality seemingly broke like glass as an even darker hole appeared. Then, a gigantic hand shot out of the hole. It was the hand of a young, adult man. With unreal speeds, the hand shot at one particular wisp, Alex's soul. The hand used its thumb and index finger to clamp down on Alex's soul, and Alex felt clarity return to his mind. Wait, what happened? Yet, before Alex could look at his surroundings, he felt himself being pulled into the distance. Before the hand vanished into the closing rift of reality, Alex could hear a voice, and that voice only spoke one word: yoink. Chapter 3, Dream. What? What happened? Where am I? Alex's mind was confused beyond belief. He knew that something had happened to him. He felt like he had been dreaming, and just now woke up. However, he had no idea where he was. Alex only knew that he was currently standing in the most imposing hall he had ever seen in his entire life. Just the sheer size of this place struck him dumb. Alex suspected that this hall was over 1 kilometer wide. It was probably even 100 meters tall. Who would build such a thing? The entire place was colored in black and red, evoking a kind of evil feeling. Did they hire some teenager to design this place? Who colors such a grand hall in black and red? Alex thought as his brows furrowed. Even more, why is everything empty? Sure, there are some things at the walls, but there is nothing in between them except for this big dark carpet. Alex looked at the carpet and noticed that something was embroidered on it. It was a white jester's mask. Basically, it was a white mask with the face of a laughing person. Creepy. Alex looked to the front, and his eyes widened. About 100 meters to Alex's front was a vast and tall throne. The throne was probably over 10 meters wide and reached the ceiling of this gigantic hall. Alex also noticed that someone was sitting on the throne. It was a young man, probably in his early 20s, just like Alex. He had long black and red hair, but Alex couldn't see how long his hair was exactly since this man was currently facing Alex, looking at him with a smirk. Another interesting aspect of the man's appearance was his red eyes, but Alex didn't notice them from such a distance. Although, he also looked a bit ridiculous since he was far too small for such a wide throne. Had a goth kid? Alex thought. Wait, as far as I know, goths are more black and gray. I think Moes are more black and red. Did he design this place? Probably, judging by his get-up. Alex continued staring at the young man while the young man only smirked back. Seconds passed. Alex was looking awkwardly from side to side. The other party wasn't initiating a conversation and only stared at him. Should he initiate a conversation? Well, he had enough questions, so why not? Excuse me, Alex shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the vast, empty hall. After all, the man was around 100 meters away from him. No reaction. Maybe he didn't hear me? Alex thought, unsure. Alex took a step forward. Thump. Alex fell forward and barely caught himself with his hands. What? Where's my cane? Alex thought in panic as he searched around for his cane. Sadly, he couldn't find it. I mean, I can kind of walk without a cane, but it's awkward as fuck, Alex thought as he stood up. His balance was rather stable, which surprised him. Usually, due to the nerve damage in his ankle, his right foot always awkwardly flopped around. Alex could only stand on that foot by perfectly balancing his body weight along his entire leg. Alex took one step forward, and he took a deep breath in shock as he realized that he could use his right foot. How? Alex balanced on his left leg as he moved his right foot in the air. Full mobility. No awkwardness. Whoosh! Alex performed a roundhouse kick, and his mind was going wild. This was just like back when he had been fighting. What the hell? Alex tried out his right leg some more as he jumped and kicked a couple of times. However, after some seconds, Alex deflated with a sigh. There's no way my foot is actually healed. Even if it had been healed, there should be some minor awkwardness in my movement, and some of the muscles in my foot should have atrophied. This is obviously a dream. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang throughout the hall, coming from Alex's front. The sound was so loud that Alex's ears started ringing as he was thrown back by a shockwave. Luckily, the shockwave didn't injure him. Every damn time, an angry voice shouted. Alex shook his head to regain his calm. Every damn time, the voice repeated, obviously working itself into a rage. Every time I get a soul from your world, they always think that it's a dream. Alex lifted his head and looked towards the throne. Was the young man speaking? It was hard to see from such a distance. Wait, then how can I hear him? It sounds like he's just beside me. This is getting boring, the voice said with annoyance. How about one time one of you guys just walks forward? How about one time one of you guys just walks up to me? Alex looked around as he tried to find the origin of the voice, but there was nothing around him. On top of that, the voice was coming from the front. Was it really that young man? Every damn time I watch you guys and every damn time you do the same fucking thing, the man shouted. Alex saw that the man's body was slightly moving from side to side, but it was hard to judge from such a distance. Oh, what's this hall? Oh, what happened to my body? The man shouted with a sarcastic tone. I think he lifted his right arm to imitate someone speaking, Alex thought as he concentrated on the throne in the distance. Bang! Another explosion, but this time, Alex managed to barely remain upright. However, this explosion was even more shocking than the first one. Why? Because Alex had seen what had caused the explosion. The young man had lifted his right arm, and then slammed down. And then something shocking happened. The armrest of the throne moved inward and stopped below the young man's fist. A 10-meter-wide throne had shrunk into just a bit more than 5 meters. And the explosion? That was the young man's fist. Just the mere act of slamming one's fist down on an armrest had thrown Alex to the ground from a distance of over 100 meters. That was insane. All of this took some time to describe, but barely any time had passed in reality. The young man was still ranting. And then you always say the same fucking words. You always say excuse me. Can't you say something else for a change? Can't at least one of you guys say hello or good morning or fuck you or just anything else? Alex still couldn't deal with the situation. Okay, that's impossible. This must be a dream, he thought. Whoop! Suddenly, the distance between Alex and the man shrank. In less than a second, Alex stood barely half a meter in front of the man. What did you just fucking think? The young man growled with narrowed eyes. I dare you. Think that one more time. See what happens. For some reason, Alex felt terrified right now. Usually, he wouldn't be afraid of a young man sitting on a throne, but for some reason, Alex felt like he had to be very careful right now. Otherwise, he might make a mistake he would regret. Alex looked nervously into the eyes of the young man while the young man glared back. Then how about I say it instead? Alex asked. The young man blinked a couple of times in surprise. Oh, that's a new one, he said, all his rage gone. Do go on ahead. I want to see how this plays out. Alex gulped. This is obviously a dream, Alex said. What makes you think so? The young man asked as he leaned back. The distant back of the throne moved forward of its own volition. That, Alex said as he pointed at the back of the throne. Thrones don't do that. Mine does, the man said with a smirk. How? Alex asked. He wanted to know how the guy could rationalize something like that. Like this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Suddenly, the entire hall became wavy. Walls were shooting at Alex, and then going far into the distance. The throne was even waving around like one of these wacky inflatable arm tube men on the streets. Surprisingly, Alex stayed calm. See? Alex said calmly. Obviously a dream. The hall stopped, and the young man wrinkled his nose. All right, this is getting boring. Shing! And Alex's right foot was cut off at his ankle, just like that. The young man didn't even move. Alex fell to the ground in surprise and looked at his bleeding stump of a foot. His face turned into horror, but after 2 seconds, it surprisingly went back to a calm expression. See? I don't feel any pain, Alex said. Therefore this is a dream. The young man chuckled. You're under shock. Give it some seconds, the young man said with a smirk. Alex only looked with skepticism at the young man and then back at his right foot. He moved his right leg around a bit in morbid curiosity. Some seconds passed. Alex's face turned into a slight grimace. Okay, maybe it stings a little. Give it time, the young man said. Alex started sweating as his breathing quickened. Okay, maybe it stings a lot. Give it time, the young man repeated with a smirk. Maybe arg. Alex's voice stopped as his hand went to his right leg. His entire body was straining itself as it became harder for him to breathe. And then, Alex lost it. However, he couldn't be blamed for his poor reaction. Take a normal person from a street and cut their leg off. See how they react. There we go, the young man said with a smirk. Now, do you ugh? The young man's brows furrowed. Okay, now do ugh. Shut up. Whoop. Suddenly, all the pain disappeared. Alex's mind was shocked. Wait, what? Alex looked down and saw that his right foot was back. What? You done? The young man asked with an annoyed tone. You got that out of your system, yes, or do you want to shout some more? Alex couldn't comprehend the situation as he tried to make sense of everything. All right, this is taking too long, the young man said as he stood up. Bang! And then he kicked Alex into the side, throwing him 2 meters into the distance. All right, so the man began as he continued walking to Alex. You died. You are dead. This is not a dream. Bang! Another kick. Alex coughed several times. These kicks were no joke. The man continued walking to Alex. You were just on your way to the afterlife, and that's when I grabbed your soul. Alex started to get up, but before he could straighten himself, he got hit by another kick that threw him into the distance. I've transported you to my realm, the young man said with a smirk as his hands gestured to the hall around him. This is my personal palace. Alex quickly got up as the young man reached him again. Whoosh! The young man's kick missed as Alex turned his upper body sideways. Bang! And then, Alex punched the young man in the face. Chapter 4. Death. Time seemingly froze as Alex's fist hit the young man's nose. Arg fuck! Alex suddenly shouted as he shook his fist. He looked at it and saw that his index and middle finger were broken. Alex had just punched the nose of the young man, but it felt like he had punched a nail made of steel. The young man only smirked viciously. And that's exactly why I chose you, he said. By now his voice sounded calm but arrogant. Alex looked with shock at the young man. What the hell was going on? Any normal person, the young man said as he gestured grandly to his hall, who saw what you have seen would cower before me in fear. Everything I have shown up to now, my power over space, my ability to cut off your leg in an instant, even this very hall would have sent awe, fear, terror, and respect into anyone's heart. However, the man shouted, his voice sounding pleased. You are not like a normal person. No, you are different. The man took a step forward as Alex began sweating. His fight or flight instincts kicked in. Usually, he always chose fight, but in this instant, he felt like flight was a better alternative. Everyone else would have thrown themselves at my knees, begging me to not play with their lives any longer. Another step. That's so boring, the man said with a neutral expression. I want excitement, fighting someone that doesn't take shit from anyone. I want chaos, the man said with a smirk as he looked deeply into Alex's eyes. Alex gulped. Chosen for what? Alex asked, trying to hide the panic in his voice. Chosen to change the world, the man said with a smirk. Then he chuckled a bit, turned around, and walked back to his throne, which had just appeared behind him. He sat down and looked at Alex again with a smirk, just like back when Alex had first arrived here. Alex remained silent for a couple of seconds as he calmed down, trying to analyze the situation. Obviously, this isn't a dream. The pain is too real, and now that I take the possibility that this is real into account, I also notice that my thoughts are too orderly. Usually, in a dream, I never notice that it's a dream since a big part of my brain is asleep. I have to throw these preconceived notions of what counts as reality out of my mind and learn to accept that this is all real. Alex looked at the man sitting in front of him. And that means that he's also real. What is he? He can't be a normal human. Finally, you are actually thinking about your current situation, the man said. Took you long enough. Now that Alex was calming down, he also noticed that this man had reacted to his thoughts several times. Does this mean that he can read my mind? Yes, I can, the man said. A mortal human life might be beyond complex for you, but for me, it's not very complicated. Your mind and soul follow rules, and when something follows rules, you can extrapolate what this something does at any given time, assuming you have the processing power to take everything into account. Alex took a deep breath. Too many strange things had happened in these past minutes, and he couldn't be sure about anything except that his life was probably about to change severely. What happened? Alex asked, calmer than before. By now, he had realized that this young man didn't want to kill or torture him. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have spent so much time trying to demonstrate that Alex was actually here, in reality. Look at you, the young man said with a smirk. You know that this is reality, and you know that my power far eclipses your own. You know that I could kill you like a fly, if I so wanted to. Yet, you are not bowing down or licking my boots, the young man said with a chuckle. Instead, you are still talking to me like we are equals. The smirk of the young man widened. I really made a good catch today. Alex furrowed his brows. Okay, but what happened? Alex asked again. The young man chuckled and leaned back on his throne. Death, he said. Whoom. Suddenly, the hall vanished as Alex appeared in a dark alleyway. For a second, Alex thought that he had just dreamed all of this, but that thought quickly died when he noticed the gigantic throne in the alleyway with the man sitting on it. This is where you died, the man said as he gestured to the ground. Alex took a deep breath and looked down. What he saw made his inside shudder. In front of him in the dark alleyway were two corpses. All of Alex's memories of his death immediately returned. One corpse was of the man he had accidentally killed, while the other corpse belonged to Alex. Currently, only these two corpses lay in the alleyway. The injured dog had either fallen asleep, had died, or had lost consciousness. Alex wasn't sure. How did I die? Alex asked. He couldn't remember what had killed him, but judging by the appearance of the back of his own head, he could make a guess. Your victim had a friend for insurance in case something went wrong, the young man explained. When he saw you kill his friend, he charged over with a crowbar and well, you can imagine the rest. Alex looked at the two corpses with a complex expression. Ironic, isn't it? The young man asked. Your opponent died from a hit to the head, while you also died from a hit to the head. You died the same way as the person you've killed. I didn't want this, Alex said slowly. I didn't want to kill him. I only wanted to incapacitate him. The young man chuckled. And that's exactly why this situation is so entertaining. There are so many people willing to kill someone, and such a thing is simple. However, when you accidentally kill someone, the entire situation has a different taste. Now there is complexity. Now there is no one you can truly blame. A tragedy has happened, but no one is at fault, no one to get angry at. What will the family of this young man do? Will they blame you? However, you have also died, and you also were in a dangerous situation. They can't blame you. Will they blame the young man for his actions? A little, but does something like this warrant an immediate death? The young man chuckled again. There's no easy way out of this situation. That's what makes this so interesting. What will happen now? Alex asked. Well, your corpses will remain there for the entire night since not many people pass through here during the night, the young man explained. A middle-aged woman on the phone will notice your corpses in the morning and will call the police. At that point, the young man furrowed his brows and moved his fingers a little bit. This gesture reminded Alex of someone that was calculating something in their head. Your killer will flee into a different city relatively far from here, the young man said absent-mindedly. However, he will be caught in about 4 weeks. Then, he will stand trial for first-degree murder, but he will only be convicted of second-degree murder since he killed you out of revenge. He will get a sentence of 25 years. At that point, the young man's speech became slower as he concentrated more. After he finished his sentence, he will get back to the street, and will eventually die of an overdose. The young man relaxed again as he leaned back. Meanwhile, Alex took a deep breath. Obviously, the young man didn't know the future. Otherwise, he could have said everything in an instant. If one were able to see the future, one wouldn't have to think so hard. This meant that the young man had simply calculated everything. However, that was even more terrifying. Whoop! Reality changed again as they returned to the grand hall. Anyway, back to the topic, the young man said. While you were busy killing and getting killed, I was searching for a suitable candidate. I found about 2,000 fitting people on Earth, and I chose you because you were simply the first one that would kick the bucket. If you had died just a couple days later, you wouldn't have arrived here. Isn't that lucky? The young man asked with a smirk. Alex took another deep breath. He had to adapt to his new situation. Yes, he had died, and he was supposed to enter the afterlife. However, this person had brought him here. Alex had to look forward now instead of backward. Candidate for what? Alex asked. As I've said, changing the world, the young man repeated. Alex's eyes narrowed. Which world? He asked. The smirk of the young man widened. Aren't you a smart one? He asked. I'm a bit surprised that you caught on this quickly. Don't you have the ability to calculate everything? Alex asked. Why would you be surprised about my actions then? The young man chuckled. Yes, I do have that ability, but I slightly bent the rules for you, he said. I put a small layer of protection on you that makes it impossible for me to calculate your future. I can still see what you are currently thinking, but I can't see what you will think or do next. The young man leaned back again. Of course, I can destroy that layer of protection whenever I want, but where's the fun in that? I don't want to immediately know what you will do. I want to see it and get surprised, the young man said. Alex nodded. I can understand that, he said. So, which world? My world, the young man said. My main world, I mean, not Earth. Alex looked at the young man for some seconds. Your world? He asked. I assume that means that you are some sort of god, right? Exactly, the young man said as he leaned his head on his right hand. I created a world where everyone can reach supreme power. I added a peculiar type of energy into the makeup of the world that can be absorbed by living beings, severely increasing their power. In theory, you could even reach my level in that world, the young man said. Alex immediately made several connections in his head. Sounds like some kind of fantasy world, like in an anime or a game, he thought. The young man chuckled. Yes, you could look at it like that, he said. And how am I supposed to change this world? Alex asked. I'm only a normal man, not a god like you. Now we're getting to the interesting part, the young man said. Chapter 5, Mages. Alex looked with a complex expression at the young man. Changing a world filled with people that could become as powerful as this god right before him? How? He was only a mortal. Now, don't be hasty, the young man said with a smirk as he read Alex's mind again. Right now, you are like a child hearing that they have to lead their father's company in the future. Of course everything will appear like it's too much. In fact, you don't have to do much at all. You only have to become stronger. That's it. Alex furrowed his brows. That's it. But you said I'm supposed to change the world. Correct, the young man said as he leaned back again. However, you becoming powerful is exactly what will change the world. Could you stop talking in riddles, and just directly tell me what you want me to do? Alex asked. The young man snickered. Sure. I already told you a little bit about my main world, the young man said. To repeat, my world allows someone to reach supreme power by increasing the power of your body and mind. There are innumerable ways to supreme power. You can use the inherent energy in the air to increase the power of your mind. This strengthens your soul, and the more powerful your soul gets, the more powerful your mental abilities become. You can crush elephants with just your mind, or move the energy of the world in such a way that it creates powerful destructive forces. However, you can also focus on strengthening your body. By absorbing the energy in the atmosphere and fusing it with your body, you can become so fast and so powerful that the other person that trains their mind wouldn't even be able to react to an attack of yours. You can also fuse with some ethereal concepts and summon them. You can also concentrate on weapons, which allows you to sunder reality with a move of your weapon. You can also comprehend the concepts of how the world works and manipulate the energy in such a way that it imitates these concepts. You would gain control over fire, gravity, time, space, water, metal, life, and so on. You can even just purely absorb energy without end, becoming a walking bomb that could unleash many years of accumulated power in a single strike. Alex listened intently. All of this sounded too magical. In fact, it sounded more like a game with different classes. All the classes could become about equally powerful near the end of a game via their own ways. The young man laughed. Yes, you could also view it as a game. However, remember, this is reality, not a game. Alex nodded. So, in short, there are innumerable ways to power, the young man said. Then, he paused. Alex looked at the young man as his brows furrowed. After that, his nose wrinkled in disgust. Anyway, the young man said as he looked at Alex again, not as chipper as before. I have implemented all these different paths to power. Over time, humanity slowly began to discover all these different paths, and the peak powers of humanity became more and more powerful. Everything was going well, and I had a hell of a time watching the different paths of power fight each other. Then, the young man gritted his teeth. And that's when he showed up, the young man said with disgust. Who? Alex asked. Ching! Thump! A bright light shone for a short moment in front of Alex, and he heard the sound of something hitting the floor. Alex looked over, and he took a deep breath. It was the naked corpse of a young man. This guy, the young man repeated with hatred. The so-called Mage Emperor. Mage Emperor? Alex thought as he looked at the naked corpse. One of the paths to power I created was the path of magic, the young man explained. This was also the first example I gave you when I described some paths to power in my world. Alex felt a bit awkward talking with the young man while a naked corpse was lying beside them. You mean the ones that use the energy to increase the power of their mind and soul? Alex asked as he looked at the corpse with discomfort. Yes, the young man answered neutrally. Just like everyone else, the mages sought supremacy over everyone, but they weren't really any more powerful than the others. That was until the Mage Emperor appeared. The young man spat in disgust while giving the corpse a sigh. Die. He became the most powerful person in the world, but instead of furthering his own power even more, he concentrated on making the path of magic supreme. So, he killed all the most powerful people of the other paths of power, the young man said with some anger. Even more, after he killed the most powerful people, he ordered the other mages to kill everyone else that has reached a sufficient standard of power without practicing magic. In just some few short years, this fucking guy ruined thousands of years of progress. The young man shouted as he glared at the corpse of burning eyes. The young man stood up as he paced around in anger. Alex kept to himself, not saying or thinking anything. By now, Alex had realized that this god was very easy to anger. Do you know how fucking boring the world has been ever since then? The young man shouted as he glared at Alex. Alex quickly shook his head. Only mages are left, and the path of magic is the only known path to true power, the young man said with frustration. If anyone wants power, they simply join the mages. Path of least resistance, you know. Why try anything new when you already know of a way to get what you want? The young man parroted with anger and annoyance. Why go through that hassle, huh? Even people that try to make the other paths to power work will eventually give up and join the mages after realizing that their progress isn't fast enough. No shit, your progress isn't fast. You are blazing a brand new path on your own. And the worst thing is that the mages aren't even suppressing the other paths to power. The young man shouted. They don't even need to. Everyone joins them eventually. Well, no shit. You have thousands of years of refined spells, techniques, and crafts while everyone else says fuck, all due to your purge in the past. Of course they're running towards you in droves. My entire fucking world is filled with nothing but mages, and battles amongst mages are one of the most boring ones in existence. The young man shouted. You ever seen people just flinging stuff at each other from a distance for hours on end? Shit's boring as fuck. The young man's pacing accelerated. I'm bored as shit watching my own fucking world when it's supposed to bring me entertainment. And it's all this asshole's fault. Bang! Boom! The young man kicked the corpse in rage, and the corpse flew with insane speeds at the wall, which promptly exploded. Alex took a deep breath. After kicking the corpse, the young man seemed to feel better, and an evil smirk appeared on his face. You should have seen him when he came into my palace like he owned the place, the young man said. Back then, I was looking rather favorably upon him since he managed to become quite powerful. I assumed that the other paths to power would recover with time. Yet, that idiot just had to act like he owned the place and told me to make space for him. Shing! The naked corpse appeared in front of the young man again, uninjured. Bang! Another kick, another explosion at the wall. Just like right now, I kicked him around the room until he eventually died, the young man said with a genuinely malicious grin. It took hours, but he still eventually succumbed to his ever-increasing count and severity of injuries. Alex remained completely silent. This guy was dangerous. The young man took a deep breath and looked at Alex again. Anyway, that's where you come into play, he said. Someone that has the guts and drive to become truly powerful. I will send you into my world with a body that is unable to practice magic. However, you are a person that wants to become more powerful, someone that chases power. If magic doesn't work for you, you will find another way. And that's your entire job, the young man said with a smirk as he sat down on his throne again. Simply be yourself in my world. Do whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter because, in the end, you will chase power no matter what, and you will have to do it with something that isn't magic. That's all you have to do. Alex thought about the young man's words as he furrowed his brows. Becoming as powerful as this god in front of him? That didn't sound bad. A world where people actually truly fought each other. That didn't sound bad. Being able to feel himself becoming more powerful, and being able to push himself to his limits yet again, with a new body. That didn't sound bad. However, Alex still sighed. I want to actually go through with this, but it somehow feels weird since it feels like I didn't have a choice in the matter. FFT. The young man spat with a short laugh. No choice? That's your issue? Alright, then let me give you a choice. Go back to your world and join the afterlife or come to my world. You can decide for yourself. Alex thought about his old world and his family that he had left behind. He missed them. However, he had already died. There was no way that this god would resurrect him. He had lost them anyway. Alex sighed again. The god had given him a choice, but it wasn't truly a choice, since Alex's decision had already been made before the choice had even existed. Finally done with those useless thoughts, the young man asked with a smirk. Alex looked at the naked corpse for a second. Then, he turned to the young man and nodded. A new life was about to begin for him. Not so fast. The young man shouted. Don't get ahead of yourself. Before you join my world, I need to give you a helping hand. Alex's right eyebrow rose. A helping hand? Yes, the young man said with a satisfied smirk as he leaned back. I have 3 presents for you that will make your journey to power far easier. Chapter 6, Shang. 3 presents? Alex asked with a raised brow. Yes, 3 presents, the young man answered as he leaned back on his throne with a smirk. The strongest person that isn't following the path of magic has only barely reached the 4th realm, while there are many more realms to go. You don't have any inheritance for techniques, or any other person that can help you when you reach the 3rd realm. The first couple of realms are still fine, but you will have to blaze your own path starting at the 3rd realm. So, you'll need some help. Otherwise, it would become impossible for you to reach any significant level of power. Alex sighed. No help, huh? Alex thought. I have to create my very own path to power. Alex looked at the young man for a couple of seconds, as the young man only smirked back. Alex's body shook slightly. Nothing to rely on. No person I can ask for pointers. Everything's all on me. That actually sounds exciting. Yes, Alex's body was not shaking out of fear or anxiety, but out of excitement. Alex hadn't played many games in the past, but just like many other people, Alex also wanted his life to be filled with a bit more excitement. The mundane grayness and sterile systems in his old world were too boring. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. This was an old phrase that Alex had heard from one of his coaches in the past. It meant that numbers always beat individual strength. A top-tier fighter might be able to win against 2, 3, or maybe even 4 people at once in a battle, but 10, 100, 1,000? Impossible. Just by piling onto the fighter with their body weight would allow the massive enemies to make the fighter helpless, since there was only so much muscle a man could have. One man couldn't resist hundreds of kilograms of weight pressing down on their body. Alex looked at the young man. However, is that still true for him? Alex thought. Would the numbers of normal humans even matter when they can't even get through his skin? Would the numbers matter when he can just kill everyone with a casual wave of his hand? Fighting has always been a lifestyle of mine, but as long as I'm not in top form, and as long as I'm not in the top 1% of fighters, I can't make a living out of it. Even more, a single slight injury might make it impossible for me to fight again in the future. However, in this world, I can break these known conventions. I can achieve true power. Tell me, Alex said with a seemingly calm voice. However, even he could hear the slight tremble in his own voice. The young man only snickered a bit. However, he didn't comment on Alex's thoughts. After all, he had told Alex more than once that he was perfectly suited for his world. Shing! A white light shone briefly, and a black cube appeared in front of Alex, floating in the air. This is your weapon, the young man explained. Alex took a hold of the cube, and his body nearly fell over. This cube was heavy. It doesn't look like a weapon, Alex said with furrowed brows. That's because it doesn't know what path you're choosing yet, the young man said. Whenever you decide on your own path to power, tell the cube what it should become, and it will assume that form. Keep in mind that this form is permanent, and that it can't be easily altered in the future. Why weapon? Alex asked as he looked at the cube. Because there are no smiths in the world, that know how to make powerful weapons that are not mage weapons. At some point, you would need to create your own weapon if you follow a path that requires one. If you had to do that, you would need to blaze 2 new paths instead of 1. We can't make things too hard on you now, can we? The young man explained with a grin. Alex immediately noticed a problem. So, I either can't use this weapon now, or it will also become useless in the future. After all, weapons are not created equal. The young man chuckled a bit. This one is, he said. Alex blinked twice in confusion. It can grow by absorbing powerful metal, he explained. In the beginning, it won't be much better than a regular sword or regular spear, but as long as you give it great materials, it will become more powerful. In short, this weapon will accompany you for the rest of your life, no matter how powerful you will become. Alex looked at the cube with newfound appreciation. That really sounds magical. However, that's expected since I'm entering a world filled with mages. The young man frowned when he read Alex's thoughts. The fact that his world was filled with nothing but mages was a sore spot for him. Your next present is a separate space, he said. This space acts as a world of its own, but a far smaller one. Don't bother looking for it since you can't use it yet. Wait until you reach the second realm. Everything about this space will be explained to you then. Alex nodded. Having some kind of extra dimension or something sounded quite useful. Additionally, Alex was sure that this separate space was not so simple. There were probably more things it could do. And as for your third and last present, the young man said as he leaned back on his throne again with a smirk. You get to ask me 9 questions in total, and I will answer them honestly, he said. Alex looked at the young man with surprise. He could ask a god 9 questions in total? Did this mean that he could ask about the origins of the world? Could he ask about some secret techniques only the god knew? Yes, you can, the young man answered. However, he shouted, you don't get to remember your questions and answers immediately. Alex frowned. What do you mean? The young man only grinned. 1 question and 1 answer per major break. Through, the young man said. You get to ask 9 questions, since my world has 9 realms of power. You get to ask all these questions now, but the memories of them will only be unlocked as your strength increases. Alex took a deep breath. This revelation changed the entire meaning of these questions. Initially, Alex had been interested in how the world worked to satiate his curiosity, but now, these questions could help his future self. Alex knew that becoming truly powerful was nearly impossible. After all, how many supremely powerful people existed in that world? Alex wasn't so arrogant that he believed that he could easily achieve something that millions of people couldn't. Alex remained silent for several minutes as he thought about what he should ask. The young man didn't move during all of this time. All right, Alex said after some minutes. For my first question, what would be the optimal way to start my journey to power? The question had been asked and Alex had sacrificed this question for his future. That's a smart question, the young man said, pleased. First of all, you need the basics. You need sufficient physical strength, sufficient mental strength, sufficient mana, and sufficient combat experience. In order to get sufficient physical strength, you need to follow a specific routine. Train your physical body until it's completely destroyed. After that, relax, close your eyes, and absorb the energy in the atmosphere. Due to your special constitution that makes practicing magic impossible, the energy won't enter your soul but your body. Your body will be strengthened, and it will regenerate. This routine will also help you in achieving sufficient mana and sufficient mental strength. By absorbing the energy in the atmosphere, the stuff that people in my world call mana, your mana storage will increase. At the same time, breaking your body more and more will increase your willpower, while the absorption of mana will have a nourishing effect on your mind. In order to gain sufficient combat experience, I would advise you to live in the wilderness close to the village I'm sending you. Try to survive there without any human help. If you feel like you are not in danger anymore, go further into the wild and survive there. Power is gained amongst danger. Follow these things for the next 2 years, and you should be ready to join human society again. When you've done all that, search for an academy in the nearby towns. Don't worry, there will be an academy that's just perfect for someone like you. And that's all, the young man said with a grin. That should give you the optimal start in your journey. Alex took all of this in. All right, then for my second question. Whap! Alex's body suddenly jerked, and he felt like his mind had been hit with a hammer. He looked around, and he saw that he was still standing in the hall. The young man was also in front of him. However, the young man was laughing hysterically. What happened? Alex asked in confusion. The young man calmed down, but his face was filled with amusement. You've just asked your last question, and man, your last question was a doozy, he said with a snicker. For a second, Alex wanted to ask what he was talking about, but then he remembered that he would lose part of his memories. Apparently that had already happened. Because of your last question, I've changed a couple of things, the young man said as his grin widened in excitement. Originally, I didn't want to give you an elemental affinity. After all, it would be a bit pointless since you can't practice magic. However, your last question threw all of these plans out of the window, the young man shouted with excitement. Now, I'm giving you a special affinity, and you might even be able to use it if you train hard enough. Who knows? Alex was still confused since he felt like he had been transported into the future. Additionally, the young man shouted as he grinned widely, "You will get a new name." Alex blinked a couple of times. "New name? Why?" "Because I say so," the young man shouted with a laugh. "Parents have the right to give their children a name, and you will receive a brand new body that I have given life to. In essence, I am somewhat your father. Therefore, I get to choose a new name for you." Alex really didn't like hearing that. He had gone his entire life by Alex. Suddenly changing it sounded weird. "I don't care," the young man shouted. However, he didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he actually appeared madly excited. It was like he was about to see the greatest show of his life. "You will use this name. You will be forced to use this name. Whenever you use your old name, you will feel pain." Alex really didn't want that. Yet, the god didn't care. "From today onward, your name is Shang. Remember your name, Shang." "Shang?" Alex thought. "That's a weird Na Shang." And Alex was gone. He had been teleported to his new world. The young man leaned back with a snicker. "Oh, this is going to be great," he said to himself with a smirk. Chapter 7. New Body and New Surroundings. Thunk. Alex's mind was thrown into disarray suddenly. It was like he had just received a punch to the head. Alex's hand went to his butt out of reflex since he felt some pain coming from it. That's when he felt grass. Grass? Alex thought. Alex opened his eyes and looked around. Forest. This was the only word that appeared in his mind when he saw his new surroundings. Thick pine trees were all around Alex. Alex could hear some birds chirping, and he heard the buzzing of insects. The smell of nature also immediately assaulted him. "Sure enough, I have been sent somewhere, probably that God's main world or something," Alex thought as he looked around. Alex stood up, and while doing so, immediately noticed something peculiar. Standing up is easier than before, Alex thought. Alex looked down at his body, and his brows furrowed. "My big belly is gone," Alex thought. As Alex looked at his own body, he noticed that he had a slim build. On top of that, he wore different clothes now. Right now, Alex wore black cloth pants and a black shirt. Surprisingly, the fabric felt rather nice. However, Alex noticed something else that he didn't like one bit. "I'm smaller," Alex thought with narrowed eyes. Previously, Alex had been 187 centimeters tall, but now, he barely reached 160 centimeters, according to his estimations. Alex touched his face and noticed that it was also rather slim. "I'm smaller, my unnecessary fat is gone, but my muscles are also gone," Alex thought. "This is either the body of someone that only does cardio, or I'm in the body of a teenager. I don't think that this god would send me into a grown body that's only 160 centimeters tall. After all, he wants me to become powerful, and height is an insane advantage in physical combat. So, I'm probably in the body of a teenager. Assuming that I will reach a height of above 180 centimeters in my adulthood, my current height of 160 centimeters means that I still have quite some growing to do. This means that I'm probably in the body of a 14-year-old, Alex thought. Something on Alex's head tickled him, and he moved it to the side. It was hair, and when Alex noticed some strands of his hair, he also noticed a different change. "Well, seems like my blonde hair is gone," Alex lamented as he saw his new black hair. After getting familiar with his new body, Alex looked around himself and noticed two things. One was a bulging sack, and the other was the black cube the god had given him. Alex opened the bag and looked inside. These were probably some basic things that the god had prepared for him. Clothes, 3 red flasks, a survival knife, shoes, and some meat jerky, Alex thought as he looked at the sack. Basically, the bare necessities to survive in the wilderness. Alex took out one of the 3 red flasks and looked at it. The color of the liquid in the flask was a vibrant red, and the liquid was rather viscous. Could these be health potions? I mean, I kind of am in a fantasy world. Alex wasn't sure, but he assumed that he was right. After checking his inventory, Alex picked up the black cube and put it in the bag. However, his hand halted as he realized something else. Did the black cube become lighter? He thought as he moved the black cube around a bit. Probably not, but it does feel lighter. Alex frowned as his mind tried to find the reason. My old body was out of shape, but I still had quite some muscle. Yet, this untrained teenage body can easily carry the cube. Alex scratched his chin and thought, is this normal? Is this the effect of being in a world that's bathed in this mysterious energy that's all around me in the air? The guy said that most people call it mana, so I should probably also get used to calling it mana. I don't want to appear out of place. Possible, Alex thought. I should test that. The guy said that I can't push mana into my soul, which means that something in my body is different from a normal human body. The inability to do something that everyone else can do basically means that I'm disabled in a certain sense. However, the god wouldn't send me into a body that can't become more powerful. He also said that most of my mana will end up in my body. Alex quickly shook his head. Now's not the time to think about these things, Alex. First you need. Alex stopped thinking as his head was suddenly droning. It felt like he had gotten a migraine. What's going on now? Kid, you give me a break? However, the headache only increased and Alex fell to his knees as he breathed heavily. His mind was going through everything that the god had told him, and Alex quickly found the answer. Really? Alex thought with frustration and anger. You won't even allow me to think of my true name? No answer. Fine, fine. I'm Shang. And just like that, the headache had vanished. So, it really is like this, Alex thought with a bitter expression. Fuck, this is so annoying. Can't even retain my own name. However, there was nothing that Alex or Shang could do. Anyway, I should first look around for a safe spot. I don't know where I am, and if I start training now, unwelcome visitors might suddenly appear. Alex looked around. There are no leaf trees, and only pine trees. Does this mean that I'm in a colder climate? Now that I think about it, the sun is high in the sky, but it's a bit chilly. I can still deal with this temperature, but it will probably drop significantly in the evening and night. I have food for about a day in my sack, and I can use my spare clothes for bedding and a blanket. However, I should still find a safe place where I can sleep. Let's check from above, Alex thought as he looked at a tall tree beside him. With this body, I should be able to climb this tree. Alex put his sack down and went to the tree, but he quickly stopped. Then, he slung the sack over his back. Animals might smell the jerky in there, he thought. After that, Alex went to the tree and slung his arms and legs around it. Sure enough, I can easily support my own weight. This body is quite powerful and still pretty light. I don't want to admit it, but this body is probably even better suited for survival and combat than my old one. The first couple of meters were a bit difficult, but after Alex reached the height of the branches, it became far easier. The needles of the pine tree were a bit annoying, but they didn't injure him. Around 2 minutes later, Alex was relatively high up and could see around him. Fuck, Alex thought with gritted teeth. Forests everywhere. Alex was on top of a sea of green. Well, at least I can somewhat make out the terrain. Alex noticed several mountains on the horizon, probably 20 kilometers away or so. According to his estimations, the mountains were probably about a kilometer tall on average. Alex turned his head and noticed that the mountains were encircling him from quite a distance. Is this a basin? Alex thought. I can't see anything higher behind the mountains, which probably means that I'm probably not below sea level. I'm probably just surrounded by mountains. Quite an interesting starting location. Alex got an idea, and a skeptical expression appeared on his face. Is this supposed to be some kind of tutorial area, or starter location? Alex thought. Alex scratched the back of his head awkwardly when he had that thought. This wasn't a game, but the god sure as hell structured it like one. Alex even got 3 healing potions. I mean, at least this makes things easier, Alex thought. He told me that I should try surviving in the wilderness, and when I no longer feel any danger, I should go further in. I guess he meant this basin. Then Alex noticed something. Smoke. There was smoke coming from behind one of the mountains. It was hard to notice, but if one looked hard enough, one would see it. That's probably a village, and they're living just beyond that mountain. This did a lot for calming Alex's anxiety. At least he knew where he could find humans. Rustle, rustle. Alex heard the sound of rustling coming from a distance, and he looked over. Alex blinked a couple of times in confusion as he tried to process what he was seeing. Were these trees moving? Yes, sure enough, about 100 meters away, about 20 pine trees were moving from left to right. One peculiar thing was that these trees were all very close to each other, even closer than the other trees. On top of that, some of them were slanted at an angle. Alex squinted his eyes as he tried to see what was going on over there. Trees couldn't just move like that. Wait, are these actually trees? Alex thought. After a closer inspection, Alex noticed that these trees only resembled trees. They weren't actually trees. They looked more like green spires with some green spikes coming out from their side. This picture reminded him of something. If these spires were straight, had no spikes and were black. Alex took a deep breath in shock. Is that a green hedgehog? Sure enough, the moving mass of green looked like the back of a hedgehog. However, just how big was this thing? If that's a hedgehog, it means that it's so big that its needles are nearly as tall as pine trees. Alex remained quiet as he watched the mass of green spires moving past the trees. Sometimes, they were caught on a tree and bent backward, but after a while, they simply bounced back to their original location. If this was a hedgehog, it was probably just as big as an elephant without its needles. Bang! Suddenly, Alex heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, and it sounded like it came from a long distance away. Alex looked towards the direction the sound came from and noticed a dust cloud at the bottom of one of the mountains in the distance. There, Alex noticed a brown lizard biting down on some large, brown animal. Alex wasn't sure since it was too far away to see it clearly. However, Alex did notice one thing. I can see that lizard from here, he thought with a deep breath. Then, how big is that lizard? For a while, Alex only remained silent as he tried to come to terms with the things he had witnessed. Are you sure this is a tutorial area? Chapter 8, Watching. Alex remained on top of the pine tree for quite a while as he simply looked at his surroundings in shock. These beasts are gigantic, Alex thought. How am I supposed to survive here? If I accidentally get close to any of them, I won't even have a fighting chance. Although the god said nothing about killing everything, he simply said that I should remain here until I can survive without feeling much danger. Is this what he meant with sufficient combat experience? I mean, I guess being able to survive in the wilderness could have its own perks. For example, if I ever get chased by anything or anyone, I would be able to survive. These aren't the orchestrated fights I'm used to. These are real life and death battles, which means that fleeing is a viable strategy. I guess being able to flee is a valuable skill. Alex released a sigh. So, should I search for a cave for the night? Alex asked himself. However, these mountains are around 20 kilometers away from here. If it's a straight and safe street, I could probably get there in half a day with the current fitness of my body. However, my journey there won't be safe, and I definitely need to make several turns. Yeah, that doesn't work. So, I need an alternative. Digging is a no-go. After all, I only have a knife. Additionally, the climate is rather cold, which makes the ground harder. On top of that, the ground should be filled with roots. Alex scratched the back of his head. I think that only leaves two things. I either need to find some humongous tree that has a big hole inside it, or I need to sleep on top of trees. Camping outside should be the last option. Alex sighed. Anyway, if I have to sleep on a tree anyway, I don't really have to look for one. These trees are all pretty big and basically any one of them would do. I only need to cut off the needles and annoying branches. Alex looked up. It should be early afternoon, which means I still have some hours to kill. I should keep watch over my surroundings to see what kind of wildlife I can find. Knowing your enemy is already half the battle. Alex started climbing down the tree, but didn't leave it completely. Instead, Alex waited about 5 meters above the ground on a thick branch. He shaved off some of the needles of the tree to make himself comfortable. But wait, didn't Alex say that he would look at the wildlife? Yes, he did. But only an idiot would blindly walk through an unknown forest. This was not Earth. Dangerous animals existed on Earth, but they were not everywhere. Additionally, even if one were in an area known to have dangerous animals, these animals wouldn't be everywhere at once. These powerful animals had territories, and they needed a ton of food. However, here, things could be different. Alex wasn't certain how many dangerous animals there were in this basin, but there probably were a few. So, Alex simply remained on the tree as he looked down. At the same time, Alex tried to be as silent as possible. Half an hour passed, and Alex's ass had already started hurting from sitting like this. However, waiting like this had paid off. Right now, Alex was so relieved that he hadn't left the tree. Why? Wolf pack. There were 4 light gray wolves walking around the tree Alex was currently on. They had obviously smelled him, and they very quickly found Alex as his scent led them to the tree. The wolves looked up at Alex, who was looking down nervously. These wolves are normal-sized, but still, they're massive, Alex thought. These wolves weren't really bigger than their counterparts from Earth, but even the wolves on Earth could weigh up to 90 to 100 kilograms. In comparison, a German Shepherd was only around 30 to 40 kilograms. The wolves started circling the tree, and some of them started clawing at the tree with their paws, but the tree was just too massive. Surprisingly, the wolves didn't bark, growl, or howl. Except for the scraping sound of their claws on the tree, they made no other sound. Alex's heart was beating quickly, but his head remained calm. He knew that they couldn't get him up here. Light gray, what an interesting color, Alex thought. Wolves are normally brown or dark gray. I think wolves with these lighter colors are mainly in colder environments, since their color makes it easier to go unnoticed in the snow. This confirms it. This is probably a colder region. After some minutes, the wolves left again. There was no point in remaining here. It was easier to find a different prey. Alex watched the wolves leave with interest. They were suspiciously quiet. If they were the rulers of this place, they wouldn't need to be so quiet. This means that there are probably more terrifying beasts lurking around. Alex got reminded of the gigantic green hedgehog and the brown lizard. Obviously, he added in his thoughts. Alex remained on the tree. Half an hour later, Alex saw another animal, and he certainly didn't like seeing that one. A hog. Alex could only describe the hog's appearance with the word fat. It was nearly as tall as Alex, and it seemed just as wide. Great, a hog, Alex thought sarcastically with an uncomfortable expression. Hogs are fiercely territorial, and make a ton of noise when they get angry. The hog also smelled something when it arrived below Alex's tree, but instead of looking up, it was rummaging through the dirt. Surprisingly and contrary to expectation, the hog was quite silent while digging. Luckily, the hog didn't notice Alex and quickly left after a bit of searching around. 10 minutes later, the next animal arrived, and this was an animal that Alex hadn't seen before. It was a sizable green lizard. It was probably nearly a meter high, and it had quite some long legs. Additionally, there were long claws coming out of its long legs. Why are there so many animals here? Alex thought. Isn't it normal to only see one big animal every couple of hours? Yet I'm seeing one every 10 minutes. The green lizard seemingly smelled something of interest, and Alex became more nervous. This thing looked like it could climb trees. The lizard smelled the ground with interest, and after a couple seconds, it walked over to a tree and climbed it. Luckily, it wasn't Alex's tree. When Alex saw that, he silently released a sigh of relief. It probably didn't smell me. Otherwise, it would have climbed my tree. It probably smelled the hog. Alex looked at the tree where the lizard was with interest. While climbing it, Alex could still hear it, but after some rustling, everything became silent again. Its legs don't fit an arboreal animal, Alex thought. It probably walks on the ground normally. Alex had a complex expression on his face. So, it's probably on the tree to hunt, right? Alex thought. The tree was still silent, but Alex couldn't see the lizard through all the green needles blocking his sight. I'm so happy that I didn't walk around aimlessly. Even if I managed to evade all the animals on the ground, I might walk by a tree with exactly such a lizard in it, Alex thought. Alex looked over at the tree as he lay down on the branch. He wanted to remain as hidden as possible. Usually Alex might try to kill it. After all, he was supposed to grow stronger and gain combat experience. This was a perfect opponent. It wasn't too big and it was alone. However, Alex decided against it. Why? Because, after smelling the hog, the lizard waited here in an ambush instead of going someplace else. That hog had been huge. It probably weighed over 300 kilograms. How was a lizard that barely weighed maybe 50 kilograms supposed to kill that thing alone? Alex decided that the risk was too high. Alex continued waiting, but waiting was much more stressful than before. After all, the lizard was still there. Even worse, Alex had heard nothing from the tree for the past 20 minutes. It was almost like the lizard wasn't there anymore. Another 20 minutes later, something walked past Alex's tree again. Alex glanced down and his heart sank. It wasn't the hog. 4 wolves were back. Chapter 9. First kill. Alex became nervous when he saw that the wolves had come back. These wolves knew where Alex was, and if that weird lizard saw how these wolves acted up, it might decide to also attack Alex. The wolves walked around, sniffing the ground. Then, they turned their attention to the tree Alex was on and walked over. Alex's heart beat ferociously as he tried to think of something. He wasn't scared of the wolves. After all, these wolves couldn't climb trees. However, he was scared of the lizard. Alex still tried to hide as well as possible. Doing something stupid now might spell his doom. Bang! Alex's eyes widened in horror. What had he just seen? The wolves immediately released short shouts as they jumped away. However, only 3 wolves were left. Why? A fireball had flown over to one of the wolves and had exploded. The wolf's body was partially torn apart, and the explosion of the fireball had thrown it against the tree. Where had the fireball come from? It came from the tree where the lizard was supposed to be. The remaining 3 wolves immediately scattered into all directions, fearful of whatever it was that had killed one of their companions. The last wolf was barely clinging to life, but to no avail. Even if nothing else attacked it anymore, it would still die. Alex still could barely believe what he had just seen. Had the lizard fired a fireball? Was that why it was so confident in taking on the hog? Then, Alex saw the lizard slithering down from its tree as it walked over to the half-dead wolf with its long legs. Snap! The lizard bit down on the wolf's neck, suffocating it slowly. Silence. Alex saw how the lizard was dealing with the wolf just beside his tree, and Alex became a bit agitated. If he jumped down now, he could take out the lizard and claim both corpses for himself. Alex had enough food for a day, but he would need to survive for longer. Food was a pressing issue for him right now. Alex readied his survival knife as he debated if he should jump down or not. By now, the wolf was no longer moving, but the lizard wanted to make sure that the wolf was dead. Because of that, the lizard continued strangling the wolf. Alex continued hesitating. Alex readied his knife, and then, he put it away. The lizard was too dangerous. If the lizard had the ability to shoot fireballs, it might have different abilities as well. Maybe its scales were incredibly powerful? Maybe its body was far more powerful than it appeared? There were too many unknowns about this lizard. Crash! Suddenly, Alex heard something crash through a bush and he looked over. One of the wolves was back, and it was charging directly at the lizard. Alex also quickly noticed that the 2 other wolves were also charging at the lizard from different sides. They've assessed the danger from a distance and decided that they should try to kill the lizard, Alex thought with narrowed eyes. This might be my chance to get some food. The first wolf directly charged at the lizard with its full speed, which was quite impressive. The lizard suddenly hissed loudly as it showed its fangs to the approaching wolf. Alex noticed this and quickly made several deductions in his head. If the lizard could quickly kill the approaching wolf, there would be no point in threatening it. This meant that the lizard might have been weakened by the attack it had unleashed previously. Maybe the lizard's fireball was similar to a snake's bite? Snakes use their venom only sparingly since it took a lot of energy to create more of it. Bang! However, the wolf received another fireball to the face. This time, Alex had seen the fireball clearly. The fireball had only been about 5 centimeters across, but it had shot at the wolf with quite some speed. When the fireball hit the wolf, it exploded ferociously. Half of the wolf's head was destroyed, making it fall to the ground, convulsing. However, something surprising happened. The other 2 wolves didn't let up. This shocked Alex. 2 of their comrades had already died. So, why were they so adamant about taking down the lizard? This wasn't how normal wild animals behaved. The other 2 wolves reached the lizard, and it sprang back with a violent and shrill hiss. Then, chaos broke out. The 2 wolves violently attacked the lizard as it tried to defend itself with its long claws, tail, and teeth. It can't unleash fireballs anymore, Alex noticed. The lizard was quite powerful. Every single bite from it echoed throughout the clearing. Its scales also gave it a considerable defense against any attacks. Whenever a wolf bit it, their teeth only barely managed to penetrate the scales. Yet, the 2 wolves were faster and more agile. They simply placed themselves at opposite sides of the lizard. Whenever the lizard turned to one wolf, the other one would bite its tail. Alex readied himself. Alex's heartbeat climbed to ferocious heights. Alex had been in a ton of fights in his life, but no fight had been a genuine life and death battle until the very last moment of his previous life. Alex knew that he was about to risk his life to take another. Creak! The branch Alex was currently on creaked as Alex stood up. Yet, the sound of the branch went unheard due to the commotion going on below him. Then Alex jumped. Time seemingly stopped for Alex as he fell down. Nothing below him moved anymore. Seconds seemed to take forever to pass. Crack! Alex landed on top of the wolf with his knees, and he immediately heard and felt a brutal crack. Luckily, this crack didn't come from his own body. The wolf quickly fell to the side due to the force of Alex's fall, and Alex's knee traveled to the wolf's ribcage due to the new angle. Crack! The ribcage gave way beneath Alex's knee, and Alex felt the force of the fall hit his own body. Luckily, his body was fit enough to resist a fall from just a couple meters. Alex's body was filled with adrenaline, and he immediately grabbed his survival knife and rammed it into the wolf's neck. The knife went into the wolf's neck like it didn't even exist. Obviously, the knife was not of inferior quality. CRSH! Alex immediately pulled the knife out from the side, severing the front of the wolf's neck. While all of this was happening, Alex was keeping tabs on the other 2 living beings in the area. The other wolf had immediately run away as soon as it saw that it was alone. The lizard chased it for a couple of meters, hissing the entire time. While Alex was still dealing with the wolf under him, the lizard turned back and looked at him, hissing. Alex looked into the lizard's eyes as the wolf died beneath his feet. Then, they only stared at each other for 5 seconds. By now, the wolf's body only convulsed weakly, not being able to do anything else. Alex slowly stood up and grabbed the wolf's legs. CRRRR. The sound of something scraping across the ground was heard as Alex pulled the wolf towards his tree. The lizard continued hissing at Alex while he was doing that. Then the lizard charged at Alex. Thunk! Alex dropped the wolf and charged at the lizard. CRK! Hiss! The lizard suddenly stopped its charge as it resumed its hissing. When Alex saw that the lizard had stopped its charge, Alex also stopped. They stared at each other for several more seconds. The lizard had tried to frighten Alex into running away, and Alex had called that bluff. Alex slowly walked back to his prey, looking at the lizard. The lizard continued hissing, but after a couple of seconds, it seemed to calm down. It slowly walked over to its most recent kill and bit down on one of the corpse's legs, looking at Alex the entire time. Then, the lizard pulled the corpse away. Alex only continued looking at the lizard. A couple seconds later, the lizard suddenly changed its hold, bit on the wolf's neck, heaved it up in one motion, and ran away with impressive speed. Sure enough, this lizard isn't simple, Alex thought with narrowed eyes. It should only weigh about 50 kilograms, but it straight up lifted the about 80 kilograms wolf and ran off with it. Surprisingly, it left behind the other corpse. Silence returned to the clearing. Alex was slowly calming down as the thick scent of blood appeared in his nose, making him wrinkle his nose. Then, Alex started feeling pain coming from his right knee. He moved his leg around a bit, and it felt like his knee was burning. Luckily, no bones were loose and Alex could still move it without problems. It simply hurt a lot. This means my knee isn't broken. Lucky. Alex looked at the darkening sky with narrowed eyes. No time to think about my first kill. I need to bring the corpse to a safe place. Alex looked at his tree. Up the tree would be best. Then, Alex looked at the bleeding corpse. Yet how do I get it up there? Chapter 10. Mana. Alex glanced at the horizon, and noted that the sun was barely visible. It's already sundown. I'm not sure what manner of creatures travel around at night in this forest, but I don't want to be on the ground while night's out. Alex grabbed the wolf's corpse and lifted it. It was really heavy, but he barely managed to lift it up to his chest. However, it was very exhausting. Then, Alex looked at the branches above him. The lowest branch that could support the weight of the wolf was a full meter above him. I might be able to lift the corpse over my head, but I sure as hell can't throw it up there. Jumping is also out of the question. It's simply too heavy. I need an alternative, Alex thought as he put the corpse down again. Alex paced around as he tried to think of a solution. The forest darkened more as time passed, and Alex became more nervous. By now, the birds had become silent, making the forest appear deathly silent. Even the constant buzzing of the insects became quieter until it eventually stopped. Right now, the only noise in the forest was Alex's footsteps. Then, Alex looked up at the bag in his tree. I have to try it. I can't waste this corpse. Alex quickly climbed up the tree and got his bag. After opening it, Alex took out all his spare clothes and tied them together. Luckily, he had enough clothes to make quite a long line. If old-timey prisoners can use something like this to escape from prisons, I can use it to pull up a corpse. Alex tied his makeshift rope to the chest of the wolf. Then Alex climbed up to the first branch of the tree and let himself fall down at the other side, holding the rope. The rope became taut, and Alex feared that it might snap. The wolf corpse slightly moved upward but stopped. I'm not heavy enough. Alex climbed up the rope, happy that his body was fit enough to do something like that. Then, Alex tugged the rope under his arm and put his feet on the branch. After that, Alex pushed himself off the branch. Thunk. The corpse moved upwards, but one of the knots loosened. The wolf hit the ground, and Alex also fell down. Luckily, he managed to protect his head with his arms. He only received a couple of bruises. The falling corpse echoed throughout the forest, making Alex even more nervous. With the current silence of the forest, that sound should have traveled for over 100 meters. However, Alex didn't want to give up on the corpse. Food was a necessity. Alex repaired the rope and tried again, and this time, no knots loosened. Alex made sure of that. After the corpse was lifted to a good height, Alex climbed up the branch and pulled up the remaining part. His arms hurt and burned, but he didn't have to pull much since the corpse was already pretty high up. Just when he thought that he had to drop the corpse, he managed to grab it with his arms and finish the last pull upward. The branch was creaking under the combined weight of Alex and the corpse, and Alex decided to quickly switch branches. If that branch broke, all his work would have been for nothing. Then, Alex sat down at a different branch and breathed heavily as he moved his cramped fingers. Parts of the skin on his fingers had been nearly shorn off, making them bleed a little bit. However, such an injury would heal very quickly. I hope this was worth it, Alex thought. As Alex relaxed, he felt his body starting to shiver. It's cold, he thought. It might even reach below freezing later in the night. Alex narrowed his eyes as he looked at the corpse and the makeshift rope. Then, he climbed to the other branch, being careful to not break it. After getting the rope, Alex released the knots and put parts of his clothes on a higher branch, making a makeshift mattress. Alex put the other half of the clothes to the side for now. He would make them into a blanket later. When everything was done, Alex simply sat on his branch, thinking. The issue of food has been solved for now. The issue of warmth should be solved until the weather becomes even colder, which it surely will. What about water? Alex looked at the corpse of the wolf that was bleeding onto the ground. Alex's body shivered. I'm not so desperate yet. I can think about drinking blood when I'm about to die of thirst. Then, Alex released a sigh. This should be enough for the day, he thought. I should start my expedition tomorrow. Right now, I only need to rest. Alex grabbed the remainder of his now dirty clothes and wrapped them around himself as he lay down on the branch. It certainly wasn't comfortable. I need to sleep, he thought, closing his eyes. Minutes passed as the events of the day shot through his head. In just a single day, he had died, met a god, went to a new world with a new body, and killed an animal. For the first time, the reality that he would never see his family again hit home. Have you already heard of my death, Mom, Dad? Alex thought with pain. Do you think I'm in some kind of paradise now? Time passed as Alex's thoughts wandered. An hour later, no light of the sun reached this place anymore. However, it wasn't as dark as one thought. Why? Because the moon was close to becoming a full moon. The moon cycle wasn't completely there yet, but it was close. The moon illuminated the dark forest, creating foreboding shadows. When a cold wind blew, these shadows moved in an ominous dance in accordance with the cold whistle of the wind. Drip, drip, drip. The only sounds besides the rustling of the leaves and the whistle of the wind were the drops of blood from the corpse hitting the ground. Then, another sound joined in. It was Alex, sitting up on the branch with furrowed brows. I'm not tired, he thought. So much stuff has happened that my mind just can't calm down. I need to do something to distract myself. Alex sat on his makeshift mattress while his body was wrapped in clothing, looking at the ground. The grass had a silver sheen to it as it was illuminated by the moonlight. Alex just sat there. Drip, drip, drip. The conversation with the god rang through Alex's mind. Then, he narrowed his eyes. He said that absorbing the mana in the air can strengthen me and heal my injuries. I can't train my body right now, but I should be able to do that at least. Then, Alex closed his eyes as he sat on the branch. There has to be some way to feel the mana in the air, and there also has to be a way to absorb it. As Alex sat on the branch with closed eyes, he concentrated on the wind. Was there something in the atmosphere? If there was, Alex should be able to feel it in the wind. Drip, drip, drip. The sounds of dripping blood, the whistling wind, and rustling leaves were the only things that could be heard in the forest. Other than that, there was no sound. The rhythmic sounds slowly put Alex in some kind of trance as he felt his mind drifting. He felt like he was touching something fundamental. After a while, his skin started tickling as Alex felt some of his hairs stand up. Yes, there was something else in the air. It was hard to describe, but there was something new in the air. Earth didn't have anything like this, which made this force that much more pronounced. As Alex connected with the force, he felt it slowly enter his body. It felt warm. It was like Alex was taking a relaxing bath. Alex slowly touched his skin, but it was still cold. The feeling of warmth was apparently only spiritual, not physical. Slowly, Alex's mind started to vanish as he fell into a kind of half-sleep. However, the mana in the air still entered his body. Drip, 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 drrrr. Alex woke up with a start as an unknown sound joined the sounds of the forest. Alex looked over at the origin of the sound and realized that his backpack was shaking slightly. He moved over and opened the backpack as silently as possible to investigate the sound. After some seconds, he found it. It was the black cube, the thing that was supposed to be his future weapon. Drip, drip, drip. Alex looked at the slightly vibrating cube with interest. Why is it shaking? Drrrr, drrrr. Alex furrowed his eyebrows. The shaking kind of sounded urgent. Drip, drip, splat. Alex's eyes widened, and he looked towards the ground. The forest grew darker, as it seemingly transformed into a land of death. The moonlight vanished from Alex's eyes as he beheld the thing standing below the corpse of the wolf. It was a being that looked like some sort of panther. However, it had incredibly long forelegs that ended in long claws. This build made it appear more like the thing was pulling itself forward with its forelegs instead of pushing itself with its hind legs. It was black as the night, and it had white eyes. The most recent drop of blood from the wolf's corpse hadn't hit the ground, but the creature's head. All of these things were already terrifying. But there were three more aspects about it that were even more terrifying. One aspect was its sheer size. It was nearly 2 meters high and probably over 4 meters long. It was bigger than a tiger. Another aspect was that it had appeared down there without a sound. If it hadn't been hit by the last drop of blood, Alex wouldn't have noticed this gigantic thing below his tree. It was as silent as the night. And the last aspect was the most terrifying of all. The last aspect was that the creature was facing Alex, looking into his eyes. Chapter 11. Sword. Time froze for Alex. He only looked into the blank, white eyes of the creature. Yes, this was a creature, not an animal. Just looking at it filled Alex with terror. This thing differed greatly from a normal animal. Alex wasn't sure what exactly it was, but he felt a definite difference. The green lizard had also felt different from normal animals, and this creature evoked a similar feeling as the lizard. However, this creature felt far more powerful and far deadlier. It was like the lizard and the creature were not on the same level. An eternity seemed to pass as the two beings only looked at each other. Sage! Time resumed as the creature suddenly jumped at Alex with ferocious speed. The jump made no sound. One could only hear something fast parting the air, nothing more. Alex's body reacted instinctively, and Alex let himself fall away from the branch, putting the branch between him and the creature. Bang! The creature's left foreleg completely destroyed the thick branch that had been powerful enough to support Alex's full weight for hours. CRSH! Alex felt a burning pain assault the back of his thighs as muscles and blood were ripped out. The creature had torn off a huge part of Alex's thigh. If the branch hadn't been between them, his legs would have been completely destroyed. Bang! Alex's back hit the ground, pressuring his lungs, making it impossible to breathe. CRSH! The silent sound of wood being crushed could be heard as the creature used its long claws to stick to the tree. Right now Alex lay on the ground, not being able to breathe. His right thigh had a gigantic gash in it. Meanwhile, the creature stopped in the tree and looked at Alex. Then, it jumped again. Alex's mind fell into chaos. For a seemingly long time, his mind couldn't conjure up any rational thoughts as he tried to find a way out of this situation. The distance between Alex and the creature reduced rapidly as the creature opened its mouth, filled with long, terrifying teeth. When Alex saw the teeth, only two thoughts appeared in his head. The first thought was, protect. Alex's hand stretched towards the creature in a futile effort to defend himself. The second thought was, weapon. The image of many weapons shot through Alex's mind, but his mind subconsciously fixated on the image of a sword. The creature reached Alex and bit down. Ching! Time stopped again. Alex looked with terror at his front, right into the creature's white eyes. He was still alive. Alex quickly noticed why he was still alive. A black sword had materialized in Alex's right hand, and the black sword had impaled the creature's head. The creature was already dead. The sword had gone through its brain. The creature had already stopped its own fall before it had tried to bite Alex. Because of that, its weight hadn't pushed Alex away. Several seconds of silence passed. Herg. Alex was finally able to breathe again as his lung recovered from the fall. Alex only looked with shock at the creature, trying to come to terms with the fact that he had survived. Several seconds later, Alex pulled himself away and pulled the sword out of the creature's head. Shing! Then, Alex only looked at the sword. In Alex's desperation, his mind had subconsciously conjured a long and sharp weapon that could be used in one hand. The black cube transformed into a weapon fitting the criteria. Under the moonlight, Alex saw the weapon that would follow him for the rest of his life. The first thought that came to Alex was, long. The sword was a bit over a meter long, putting it among the longer swords. The second thought was, thin. The sword was straight as a nail and thin. Yet, it had two symmetrical edges, separating it from Eastern longswords, like katanas. In short, Alex's sword looked like a longer, straight rapier with two edges. One could also say that it looked like a thinner European longsword, but with the same width all the way through. However, its guard was nearly non-existent, comprising of just a tiny rectangle. Alex inspected his weapon as he slowly calmed down. It looks fragile, Alex thought as he furrowed his brows. Such a thin sword would break apart after only a single clash with an actual one. Alex's hands started to shake. However, it's heavy. It's even hard to just hold it in my right hand like this. Alex put the sword down, and its tip slightly cut into the earth. Under the shining moonlight, Alex continued to look at the sword. However, the more he looked at it, the better it seemed. Actually, I shouldn't impose the logic of my own world into this new world, Alex thought. The guy said that this sword can grow more powerful by absorbing ore. Additionally, I'm not sure if there even exists a material in my old world that can become this heavy with only this bit of volume. Alex's narrowed eyes suddenly had a glint of excitement in them. Actually, if swordsmiths had access to such powerful materials, they might not have made all their swords that thick to begin with. It's already hard enough to wield this sword, even though it's that thin. I should test it. Then, Alex stood up. Arg! However, he failed as he sat down again. Alex had forgotten that the backside of his right thigh was ravaged. As soon as he had tried to stand up, burning pain shot throughout his whole body. Under immense pain, Alex moved his body as he inspected his thigh. When Alex saw the injury, he took a deep breath through gritted teeth. The gash was massive. He could even see his own bone. I need to drink the healing potions in my bag. Alex looked up at the tree, but remembered that his branch had been completely obliterated. After looking around the area for a bit, Alex finally spotted his bag under the dim moonlight. Alex crawled over, constantly being assaulted by pain. A minute later, he arrived beside his back and rummaged through it. However, when he looked into the bag, a shiver went through his body. The bag was wet, and some red liquid was swimming in the bag. The glass bottles holding the 3 healing potions had shattered. Thunk! Alex pulled everything solid out of the bag, including the glass splinters. Then, he put the bag to his mouth, and tried to drink the red liquid in the bottle through his gritted teeth. He did this, so that no glass splinters entered his body. It was disgusting. The dirt and dust of the bag mixed with the red liquid, nearly forcing Alex to puke. However, he forced himself through it. Heck! When he was done, Alex threw the bag to the side with disgust. Suddenly, Alex felt a burning pain shooting throughout his body, as the sound of something burning appeared. 10 seconds later, the sensation disappeared, and Alex took a deep breath. Then, Alex inspected his thigh, and his eyes widened when he saw it. The wound was gone. It was completely gone. It was like it had never been there to begin with. Alex had expected the red liquid to be some kind of healing potion, but he hadn't expected it to be this effective. Sure enough, anything that a god bestows upon someone can't be simple. Alex tried to stand up, and it went without a hitch. It was like he had never been injured. However, Alex looked at his bag one last time with regret. I had 3 of those, but now, all of them are gone, he thought with lament. Sadly, there was nothing that Alex could do. So, he gathered all his belongings, including his new sword, and climbed up the tree again. He would test out his new sword tomorrow. As soon as he got to a new branch, Alex sat down, and his eyelids started to fall. Now, Alex was truly tired. Alex threw one last glance at the massive corpse on the ground, still in disbelief that he had killed such a monster. That thing has to weigh at least 200 kilograms. No matter how hard I'll try, I'll never pull it up the tree. Sadly, this means that it has to remain on the ground. Alex readied his makeshift bed and laid down. He put his sword over his body to keep himself from turning, and subsequently falling to the ground. The weight of the sword put a lot of pressure on him. Additionally, having such a sharp object near him made him nervous about moving. However, safety was more important than comfort. Surprisingly, even under such uncomfortable bedding, sleep came quickly. Alex only hoped that there wouldn't appear another surprise this night. And thus, Alex slept in the new world for the first time. Chapter 12. Moment of Peace. Alex slowly opened his eyes after an undefined amount of time. At first, Alex shot up in confusion as he saw his unfamiliar surroundings. However, Alex quickly calmed down as he remembered the last day. Right, I'm not on Earth anymore, Alex thought with a sigh. I thought all of this had only been a dream, but apparently it wasn't. A wave of melancholy washed over Alex. He would never see his home again. He would never see his family again. However, Alex's thoughts were stopped as his stomach told him that he should eat something. Should I eat some of the jerky? Alex thought. No, I don't think so. Jerky stays fresh for longer than raw meat. I should keep it for times when I'm actually lacking food. Alex slowly sat up on his branch, and an uncomfortable, stiff pain assaulted him. Oh God, Alex thought as he touched his back and shoulders. Everything's stiff. Alex moved his muscles around while looking at the surroundings. It was already pretty bright. Alex guessed that it was probably around 10 a.m. After loosening up for a couple of minutes, Alex jumped down and walked over to the corpse of the creature from the past night. When Alex saw its corpse, he had to take a deep breath again. Did I really kill that? He thought. Even in death, the creature appeared fearsome and imposing. Anyway, I should make use of its corpse. Who knows, such powerful beasts might have some kind of benefit to the body. I'm not on Earth anymore, so it's possible. Alex moved towards the creature while dragging his heavy, but thin sword behind him. Alex inspected the corpse for a couple of minutes, trying to think of as many ways to use it as possible. Meat for food, hide for warm clothing, maybe bones for tools. Alex nodded. Anyways, I should be patient first. I don't know when the next animal will appear in the clearing. Alex postponed the butchering of the corpse and went back to the tree. Then he simply waited. It was important to see how many beasts approached this area. Yet, surprisingly, the next 3 hours, not a single animal appeared. Alex furrowed his brows. It's nearly afternoon, but I haven't seen a single animal. I saw plenty of animals yesterday, but not a single one appeared. I don't think that they only hunt in the evening. Alex had a guess as to why no beasts arrived, but he had to make sure. Alex left his tree and walked to a different one about 200 meters away. Then, Alex climbed on top of that tree and kept watch again. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, Alex saw a stag. The stag carefully moved forward, watching its surroundings with great care. It was on its way to the corpse of the creature. Yet, it suddenly stopped as its nose took several deep whiffs. Then, the stag turned around and walked in a different direction, silently but with more hurry. Alex smirked. Knew it! The herbivores can probably smell the terrifying odor of the creature, and their instincts tell them to avoid this area. Alex looked in the direction of the corpse. Does this also work for carnivores? If we were on Earth, I would doubt that. A dead animal is a dead animal. But who knows, maybe it's different here. Alex decided to wait longer, and a little more than an hour later, a lone tiger appeared. Alex took a deep breath when he saw the tiger. What are tigers doing here? He thought. Aren't tigers normally in warmer climates? Although I've heard of snow leopards. So, maybe there are also big cats in cold climates? However, Alex's eyes quickly widened with a gleam when he saw that the tiger also avoided walking towards the corpse. Interesting, Alex thought as he scratched his chin in thought. A tiger should be an apex predator on Earth. There's nothing on Earth that can make a tiger avoid a part of its forest, except for maybe human settlements. Alex thought back about his encounter with the creature last night. He could understand why the tiger avoided this place. Tigers were powerful, and they could jump for several meters with some preparation. However, that thing yesterday had immediately jumped nearly 5 meters straight into the air. On top of that, the power of its forelegs had been so great that it tore apart the branch Alex had been sitting on like it had been nothing. Tigers were powerful, but not that powerful. Well, if there are infinite ways to reach supreme power as a human, animals can probably become just as powerful. After the tiger left, Alex came down from the tree and walked back to his old location. The corpse was still there, and no other animal had arrived. This time, Alex looked at the corpse more closely. It should weigh about 200 kilograms. I think a tiger is also about that heavy, maybe even heavier. Yet, the physical power of this creature far outweighs the physical power of a tiger. Alex scratched his chin with furrowed brows. Is this the difference between the normal animals and this creature? Normal animals are just like normal humans. In comparison, this creature had already stepped onto the path of power. Alex also remembered the green lizard, which had the uncanny ability to shoot a fireball. I think the lizard had also already stepped onto the path to power. Otherwise, I can't find an explanation for the ability to straight up shoot a fireball. Even if it had some kind of chemical mixture in its body that allowed it to create fire, just spitting the fire would completely burn its mouth every time. So, either the lizard's body has some kind of illogical heightened fire resistance, or it created fire a different way. Alex remembered his conversation with the god of this world. The guy said that this world is filled with mages. Apparently, mages can manipulate the mana in the air to harness the destructive forces of nature. Fire should be part of these forces. Alex nodded. I can imagine the lizard doing something similar. Alex's eyes shone with a mixture of curiosity, excitement, and wonder. I also want to do that. However, that has to wait for now, Alex thought as he straightened his body. Survival comes first. First I need water, food, and warmth. I can get a fire going and cook some meat. While the meat is cooking, I can also try to make some kind of long coat out of the creature's fur for warmth. The animals are currently avoiding this area, and I should use the chance. Alex looked towards the distance. I only hope that no beast walks over here that is interested in the corpse of the creature. I only managed to kill the creature due to luck. If I meet it again, it might tear me apart. After all, yesterday, it hadn't seen my sword since it hadn't actually existed yet. However, now, the creature would be able to see my sword. Avoiding it isn't probably very hard for such a creature. Alex gathered some dried twigs and some leaves. Then, he tried to start a fire. It definitely wasn't as easy as it appeared on TV, but Alex managed to get a fire going after about an hour of trying. When he saw the twigs catch fire, Alex felt so incredibly relieved. Then, Alex took out his sword and carefully cut off the gigantic pelt of the creature. It was an extremely bloody affair, and the corpse stank to high heaven. Luckily, Alex's sword was insanely sharp, making the task far easier. After that, Alex cut off several chunks of the creature's right foreleg and hung them close to the fire on some sticks. While the meat was being cooked, Alex scraped the remaining blood and meat off his pelt. I think the difference between a hide and actual leather is drying, right? Alex thought. Alex scratched the back of his neck, uncertain if that was true. In the end, he made some small holes in the hide and hung it close by the fire with several branches. It took nearly an hour, and a lot of branches broke, but Alex managed it in the end. Alex checked on the meat and rotated it. That should still take about an hour. For a while, Alex only sat beside the fire, listening to its relaxing crackling. I could try training my body, Alex thought. However, I don't have anything to drink. I'm already quite thirsty, and training will dry me out even faster. Alex scratched his chin for a bit. Then, he went to a tree and climbed up. When he reached the crown, Alex scanned the horizon. It smells a bit like rain, and I see some dark clouds on the horizon. I don't think water will be an issue in like an hour or so. Alex smirked as he quickly descended the tree. Well, time to do some training. Chapter 13, Training. Alex descended the tree, and mentally prepared himself for his first training session in this new world. The god had told Alex that he should destroy his body as thoroughly as possible with training, and then use meditation to enhance his body with mana. Nothing out of the ordinary would happen if someone told something like this to a newbie regarding sports. Why? Because if someone didn't have enough experience in physical exercise, their willpower and resistance to physical pain wouldn't be strong enough to really damage their muscles. When a newbie regarding sports trained until they couldn't anymore, their muscles wouldn't receive too much damage since the body's self-preservation instinct kicked in. The person would feel like they couldn't continue, but someone that had trained themselves for longer could go further. Alex was a bit apprehensive about the god's words. Alex had trained his body to such a degree that he had even managed to join the biggest MMA organization in the world. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that Alex had once had a body that was normally only seen on TV, and well, it made sense. After all, Alex's fights had also been broadcast on TV. Because of that, if Alex decided to go all out with his training, he had the willpower to actually train his body until even his tendons snapped. Of course, he had never done something like that before since it was stupid beyond belief to do that. But this world is different, Alex thought as he scratched his chin. If the mana in the atmosphere has some kind of healing and strengthening effect on even tendons, training until my tendons snap might actually have an even greater effect. Alex looked at the forest with a conflicted expression. Yet, what if mana actually doesn't help in healing such injuries? What if it helps, but it takes several days for it to heal something like that? I would be helpless during that time. I mean, I could try it in a village where I'm safe, but here, not sure. Alex sighed. I should start slowly. Let's first get an above average workout in. Let's go until I would be wrecked with soreness for the next couple of days. Alex mentally prepared himself for training, something he hadn't done in a long time. Alex felt himself become more energetic and powerful as his brain sent signals to his body to prepare itself for a stressful time. Then, Alex did something surprising. He took off all his clothes. I will be plenty warm when I train, and I don't want my clothes to reek of sweat. Alex made several of his joints crack as he jumped up and down a bit. Alright, let's go. And thus, Alex's first training session began. He took about 10 minutes to warm up by running, jumping, falling to the ground, standing up, pulling himself up on branches, and doing lots of other things. Alex hadn't trained in a long time, but as soon as his training actually began, he felt like no time had passed since his last session. Usually, I would only do some muscle groups, but today, I'm doing all of them. Alex grabbed his sword and used it as a makeshift weight. After all, it was quite heavy. He put it on his shoulders, stood on the tip of his toes, went back to standing normally, went back to the tip of his toes, and so on. This trained the calves. Then he did squats with the sword. This trained the thighs. Alex was experienced enough to know what kind of movement would train what kind of muscles. Since this was an intense training session, Alex planned to make it a really long one. About 1 hour after Alex started training, the rain had arrived. Alex ignored the fire and the food. If the fire went out, it went out, and the meat could still be eaten when it was cold. It should be cooked by now anyway. However, Alex grabbed his bag and cleaned it. After that, he dug a small hole in the form of a bucket and put the bag inside it. He had remembered that when his healing potions broke, they had made the bag wet, but most of the liquid had still remained inside. This meant that the bag could hold water to some degree. Alex's clothes had been put at a relatively dry place on his tree. It took an entire 90 minutes until Alex had finished training his legs, and he already felt quite a bit of soreness. This was the point where he would normally stop training his legs when he had been on Earth. For safety's sake, Alex also stopped training his legs at this point. He had to check the usage of the mana first. Next, Alex trained his arms and shoulders. As Alex continued training, he felt some kind of primal feeling. He hadn't been sure where that feeling had come from initially, but he quickly found out. He was training in the wilderness, away from any kind of responsibility, family, public image, work, and so on. Only the rain drenching his body, and the rough wilderness surrounded him. He had to do nothing but train. Training was his only responsibility. Nothing else mattered. There was no job he had to go back to. There was no money he had to worry about. He didn't have to wake up and go to work. He just had to grow more powerful. In Alex's mind, the training seemingly transformed from an exercise into some form of spiritual cultivation. Alex felt like this was the most primal and most fundamental truth of the world. Just power, nothing else. After 90 minutes, Alex was done with his arms and shoulders. Lastly, Alex focused on his abdomen, chest, and back. This took 60 minutes. Then, Alex was finally done. He had trained for 4 full hours, and he felt as alive as never before. These new surroundings had given Alex an incredible boost in energy, and training under the rain had been a bit weird at the beginning, but Alex had grown to love training in the rain. It kept him cool, and the sensations of the raindrops had been almost hypnotic. Alex took one more deep breath as he slowly cooled down from his training. A couple minutes later, Alex realized that his mind wasn't as focused anymore. He hadn't eaten much since yesterday, and he was severely dehydrated. Alex checked on the bag and saw that it was full of water. Sadly, the water wasn't pure at all. It had a brownish tint to it. I can't be choosy now. Alex drank the brownish water. It definitely wasn't tasting good, but the cool sensation of the water running down his dry throat was great nonetheless. Then, Alex went over to the fireplace. The fire had long been extinguished, and the meat was dripping with water from the rain. However, Alex still grabbed the meat and consumed it. It was missing a lot of seasoning, and it wasn't cooked well, but eating it like this awakened a special, primal feeling in Alex. Surprisingly, the meat tasted rather good. It was quite tough, but it had a really strong taste, similar to game. Alex could have finished all of it, but he stopped himself. It was important to not overfeed himself, or his concentration would wane while meditating. After Alex was finished eating and drinking some more, he sat down near his tree and put the sword beside him. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the surroundings. Surprisingly, the sound of the rain wasn't distracting. In actuality, it was helping Alex in getting in tune with his surroundings. After some minutes passed, Alex felt a kind of mysterious force in the air, and he was sure that he had never felt anything like this on Earth. This was new. This had to be mana. Alex concentrated on the mana and tried to pull at it with his mind. It took some getting used to, but after around half an hour, Alex had become quite good at pulling the mana into himself. Alex imagined himself as a black hole that pulled everything in its surroundings into itself. He had to absorb everything that touched him. The earth, wood, air, and other forms of matter didn't move, obviously, but since Alex's mind was able to manipulate the mana to some degree, the mana flowed into Alex's body. As soon as the force entered Alex's body, he felt his muscles become warm, but not hot. It felt nice and relaxing. It was like Alex was taking a bath. Like this, 3 more hours passed. The sun went over the horizon, and by now, night had arrived. Alex opened his eyes. He had to be careful now. Chapter 14. Power. Alex slowly stood up, and as soon as he did, his eyes widened. Alex looked down at his body with wonder. My muscles, they feel fine, Alex thought with shock. Alex moved his body around and did some light, basic exercises to test his body. Sure enough, he felt completely fine. It was like he hadn't just trained for 4 hours. As Alex looked at his body with shock, the realization that this world was nothing like this previous one really set in for the first time. Alex had done enough sports on Earth to know exactly how he should be feeling right now. Yet, not even the slightest feeling of weakness was present. The feeling of weakness while doing the workout comes from the built-up lactic acid, but after such a long resting period, the lactic acid has already vanished. The feeling of weakness after that comes from the small, torn muscle fibers. So, since this feeling isn't present, does it mean that my muscle fibers have already healed? Alex thought with surprise. Have I already gone through the recovery phase? Alex tried to comprehend his current situation. He was even more shocked by this revelation than when he had seen the giant hedgehog. Why? Because Alex knew exactly how insane this was. Alex remembered a gaming term from his past life. This was broken. So I can literally give my entire body several workouts each day? However, Alex's feeling of shock and exhilaration quickly vanished. Why? Because Alex's mind was going to a dangerous place. Theoretically, the more damaged the muscle, the stronger it will become. The problem on Earth is that the recovery period for such damage would be so long that it wouldn't be nearly as efficient as training normally. But here, I'm not even sure if the power increase comes from the workout or the absorbed mana. It could be that I only need to damage my muscles to make them absorb more mana. I might not need to do actual, traditional training. Alex's eyes focused on his left arm, and he felt a complex mix of feelings. Anticipation, nervousness, fear, curiosity, greed. Was Alex a normal human? When living in a normal environment, sure, he could be called normal. However, if he would remain normal while being flung into a new world, the god wouldn't have chosen him to enter his world. After all, that would have been boring. The entire reason why Alex was supposed to grow powerful in a non-traditional way was entertainment. The god wanted to be entertained. So, obviously, the god wouldn't have chosen a boring person. Alex glanced at his left arm several times with a complex expression. His heart rate increased as he became more nervous. I need to try it, Alex thought with gritted teeth. With that, the decision had been made. Alex would damage the muscles in his left arm to such a degree that it would be considered an injury on Earth. This is going to hurt like hell, Alex thought with narrowed eyes. Splash! Alex left his tree and let himself fall onto the wet floor. Then, he just stayed there for half a minute motionless. After half a minute, he turned to a different spot. This weird procedure continued for nearly half an hour. Half an hour later, Alex felt incredibly cold. His teeth were chattering as the sensations of his body became numb. Alex slowly turned over, and then, he violently pushed with his left arm using all his strength. Alex had decided to lower the temperature of his body and go all out without warming up. He would train his left arm with all his power immediately. No sane person would do this on Earth. Why? Because it was way harder for muscles to stay flexible while they were cold. If the muscle fibers weren't flexible, they would tear way quicker and in greater quantity. It didn't even take a full minute for Alex's technique to show results. A burning sting of pain shot through Alex's left biceps as it violently cramped up. However, Alex was used to cramps, and he managed to continue pushing his left arm far past its limits. Just a minute later, Alex had to stop as he held his left arm in severe pain. He had probably torn a huge part of his left biceps. Yet, Alex wasn't done. A mad glint appeared in Alex's eyes as he wanted to go even further. Bang! 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 Alex balled his right hand into a fist and violently beat up his left biceps. 10 seconds later, Alex stopped as he only gasped for air. Alex knew exactly how long something like this would take to heal on Earth. Something like this would probably take 4 to 6 weeks to heal on Earth. I hope it doesn't take that long to heal here because the pain is driving me crazy. Alex held his left biceps as he walked over to his tree. Then, he sat down and tried to meditate. It was far harder to enter meditation since he was in severe pain, but after an hour he managed to connect with the mana again. Alex felt his left biceps cool down from the hot pain, and the pain also slowly receded into the background. However, the pain was still there. Alex concentrated on the mana in the air until he no longer felt the warm sensation on his left biceps. Then, he opened his eyes and moved his left arm. As Alex saw the result, another complex mix of emotions appeared in his mind. Disbelief, exhilaration, fear. Why disbelief? Because his biceps had fully healed. Why exhilaration? Because this meant that Alex could gain power at a terrifying rate. Why fear? Because this meant that Alex had to go through an insane amount of pain. Alex knew exactly what this meant. Training would transform from an enjoyable exercise into pure torture. There would be no more fun in training. Training would be full of pain, nothing else. Alex knew that he could still continue training normally. Like this, he would still enjoy the process while growing more powerful. Yet, Alex also knew that this choice wasn't really a choice. Now that Alex had been in this world for over a day, an urge had appeared inside of him. Alex had seen several creatures that could kill him easily. Alex didn't want to die. Additionally, the god had said that Alex could reach insane amounts of power. On Earth, physical power was useful for staying healthy and earning money. But here, everything revolved around it. Intelligence wasn't the most important thing. Connections weren't the most important thing. Money wasn't the most important thing. Influence wasn't the most important thing. Power was. Alex had seen the god's power when he had summoned the previous mage emperor, and when he had changed the very reality in his hall. It didn't matter how many people attacked him. It didn't matter what weapons everyone used. In front of this god, all of these things became useless. Alex knew that there was a possibility that he could become just as powerful as the god. What would that mean? Freedom. Power. Everything that he wanted. Nothing in the entire world would be able to stop him. He'd do whatever he wanted without any repercussions, and without any worries. Today, Alex had truly awakened his undying thirst for power. He had to become powerful. Nothing was more important than power. Nothing. After steeling his resolve, Alex climbed up his tree. After he reached a height of a couple of meters, Alex gritted his teeth. Then, he jumped down. As long as his bones didn't break, everything would be fine. Bang. Chapter 15. Small Expedition. It has been 3 days since Alex had started training his body, and he had made quite a lot of progress. The masochistic training had been hard to handle in the beginning, but Alex slowly got used to it after literally jumping over his shadow multiple times. After the first couple of jumps, Alex didn't want to feel any more pain. It was just too much. However, after he saw a visible improvement in his strength, he forced himself to continue. The taste of power was just too enticing. However, on this day, he would have to abort his training. Alex had run out of water, and the beast he had killed had started to get infested by insects. Due to the cold climate, the meat was still edible, but the insects inside the corpse were simply too disgusting. On top of that, the smell of the beast was slowly vanishing, and Alex had already seen a deer coming into his visual range before it fled after seeing him. 3 days ago, no animals had appeared close to this place. This meant that Alex was no longer safe. Thunk, thunk. Alex jumped to the tree and shot himself upward again with his legs, grabbing the lowest branch. 3 days ago, Alex wouldn't have been able to do something like this. The growth of his physical power was terrifying. Right now, Alex's body was even more powerful than his old body had been at its peak. Mana made a huge difference in the speed of Alex's improvement. Alex quickly climbed the tree and looked around. There were so many animals in this forest, so there had to be some kind of water source. However, due to the trees, Alex couldn't see the ground from up here, making it difficult to spot any water source. Alex could only check for spots with fewer trees. Alex found a couple of them and decided to investigate. At the same time, Alex would also search for more food. Bang! Alex climbed down from the tree and jumped the last bit, not receiving an injury. Well, I guess it's time to investigate, Alex thought with a frown. This would be the first time he would truly leave this place, and he didn't know what would wait for him. He only hoped that similarly powerful creatures like that monster he had killed by luck were rare. Otherwise, he might die. Alex grabbed his dirty clothes, his backpack, and his sword. Lastly, he put a gigantic, black coat around his body, hiding his sword. This coat was made of the creature's fur, and it had been dried multiple times by now. The coat was basically made of the entire hide of the creature, making it rather sizable. Alex grabbed some grass from the ground and put it through some holes at the edge of the coat, creating a seam. After doing that a couple of times, the coat completely enveloped Alex's body, keeping him warm. Additionally, the coat did quite a good job at hiding his sword. At the front, the coat was a bit shorter to allow Alex to sprint without getting in the way. Alex tied his sword to his back with some makeshift rope made out of grass, hiding it behind his back and coat. Sadly, Alex wasn't good enough at sewing to create a permanent holding for his sword. If Alex wanted to use his sword, he would need to cut through the entire rope, which would require him to make a new one after that. Alex also put the holder of his backpack around his torso, making it rest to the left side of his thigh. Luckily, the strap was long enough. Alex had put the bag to his left because, when he grabbed his sword, he would swing it to the right. The bag would only be in the way if it were on the right. In the end, Alex stood there, completely cloaked in black. His unkempt and dirty black hair seemed to perfectly fit the coat he was wearing, making him appear like a mysterious wild man. If one saw him like this, one wouldn't think that he was technically still a minor. Then, Alex quickly stepped forward into the forest, his hands empty. Why didn't Alex carry his sword in his hands? 2 reasons. First of all, he wanted to hide it. Animals weren't stupid. If they saw a long black object in his hand, they would become wary of it. Second of all, if anyone attacked him from behind, his sword would be between them. However, since the sword was hidden, the attacker wouldn't know. If Alex got attacked from behind, the attacker might die very quickly since the sword would already be between their teeth. At that point, Alex would only need to move his sword in the attacker's mouth. Alex's sword was terrifyingly sharp, and he wouldn't need to use much power to kill his attacker. Alex had thought of everything while suiting up. He had to be careful in this forest. Alex jogged out of his area with quite some speed. Why? Because, if he walked slowly, an ambusher would have more time to plan their ambush. Sure, Alex might be able to get by without being noticed if he walked slower, but an ambush would be that more devastating. Alex didn't bet on not being ambushed. Alex didn't see any other animals after silently jogging for nearly 10 minutes. However, he found some food. Chestnuts. Alex quickly stopped as he saw the chestnut tree and climbed it. For the next 30 minutes, Alex gathered chestnuts and ate a ton of them. Hope that's not the poisonous kind, Alex thought as he crunched down. It definitely didn't taste good. However, they, at least, tasted edible as far as he could tell. Well, worst case scenario, I'd just get a case of the runs, he thought. Grunt grunt. Alex heard some grunting and looked at the origin of the sound. Some meters away from the tree was a sizable hog. It wasn't as big as the other one Alex saw, but it was still quite a bit heavier than a wolf. When Alex saw the hog, his eyes narrowed. I didn't attack the last hog since I didn't have a good weapon, but things have changed now, he thought. The hog was eyeing the tree warily. It had seen and heard Alex, since he hadn't been very stealthy. However, it didn't leave. This was its chestnut tree, and it had munched on the chestnuts quite a bit. Alex looked quite a bit bigger than he actually was, thanks to his black coat, which intimidated the hog a bit. Seeing a big black creature in a tree was quite terrifying. The black creature, Alex, slowly and silently moved around the branches on the tree with practiced ease, vanishing as he moved upwards. Crack, crack. A lot of the chestnuts got shaken off by his movement, dropping to the floor. Then, some branches behind the chestnut tree moved. After that, some more rustling could be heard, but even further away. Had the creature left? The hog was uncertain. After some minutes of hesitating, the hog moved around the tree from a distance, trying to find the black creature. After several minutes of searching for the creature, the hog quickly took one of the chestnuts and retreated again. It quickly ate the chestnut and looked at its surroundings. This process repeated a couple of times until the hog was finally no longer nervous. The creature had left. Sage. Some silent rustling was heard from the tree above the hog, and it looked upward. Alex was falling down, his sword in both of his hands. His right hand held the handle while his left hand held the edge of the sword. Alex already knew that his sword couldn't injure himself for some reason. This meant that he could grab the sword like a staff. Alex fell down on the hog's neck like a guillotine. Bang! The sword was so insanely sharp that it cut through the entire neck of the fat hog with ease, creating the sound of an explosion as it hit the ground below the hog. The hog had died in an instant. Alex was sprayed with blood as his abdomen hit the severed head of the hog. Alex grimaced in disgust as he saw all the blood. I either need to wash this off, or I'm going to get crusty and stinky quite quickly, he thought. The image of a decapitated pig sent some shivers down Alex's spine, but he knew that he had to get used to something like this. He would have to kill way more animals in the near future, and he might even need to kill humans when he rejoined their society. Alex wasn't so naive that he believed that a human society based on power would be a kind place. Alex looked at his kill for quite some time, just trying to take the scene in. The decapitated body of the pig bled like crazy, and it was still twitching. Meanwhile, the empty eyes of the decapitated pig head seemingly looked at Alex, asking him why he had killed it. Alex took a deep breath, instantly being assaulted by the rancid stench of fresh pig blood. However, Alex gnashed his teeth. The issue of food and water has been solved for now, Alex thought as he looked at the corpse. My sword is quite sharp, which should allow me to carve some tools out of wood, stuff like buckets and bowls. For now, I could drink distilled water made out of pig blood. It will be a bit disgusting and not super healthy, but that's not high up on my list of priorities. Let's get a fire going. Chapter 16, Fruit. Crackle. A fire was burning as several pieces of meat hung around it. In the middle above the fire hung a bucket. Alex had felled an entire tree with his sword, and had hollowed out a big part of its trunk, creating his bucket. Then, Alex had felled an even bigger tree, creating 2 round bowls. The sharpness of Alex's sword was what allowed him to achieve this feat. Alex had filled the bucket with pig blood and hung it above the fire. Alex put one of the bowls over the bucket and put a long branch on it, which led to the side. The bowl would catch the evaporating water, and when enough water gathered, it would trickle down to the lowest edge of the bowl, where the branch was. The branch led the trickling water to the side, to a different bowl. This was how Alex would solve the issue of water. Sadly, this would be distilled water, and he also couldn't wash his tools since he didn't have any water to begin with. The water in the other bucket didn't look refreshing or delicious, but it was water. Strewn around the clearing were the remaining parts of the hog. Alex couldn't finish the entire thing on his own, even if he ate for several days, and the meat would go bad anyway. So, Alex decided to cut the pig apart and scattered the pieces around the clearing. Why? To ward off predators. Sure, the smell of blood would gather many of them, but predators were also just animals. If they could get food for free, they wouldn't want to fight. If a predator came to the clearing, they would see a black creature of unknown size, thanks to the coat, sitting beside a hot fire. Every normal predator would grab one of the pieces of the hog, and would run away, leaving Alex alone. While Alex's food and water were being prepared, Alex decided to get some more training in. Alex put his coat away and climbed the tree. Boom! As Alex hit the ground, a loud slam echoed throughout the forest. This sound would also deter any animal from coming to this spot. After all, only something big and powerful could make such loud sounds. After 3 jumps, Alex heard some rustling. His entire body hurt, but all of the pain was forgotten as he realized something else was close. In the light of the fire, Alex could see 2 eyes in the dark. They weren't very high up, and the animal was looking at Alex warily. However, it didn't look at Alex with fear. It was more like an evaluating expression. Alex looked back. After a bit, Alex could see the owner of the eyes. It was the green lizard that had killed 2 of the 4 wolves. After a bit, the lizard bit down on one of the pieces of meat and fled. When Alex saw the lizard retreating, he amended his plans. Alex grabbed his coat and put it around himself before he continued training. Why? Because the lizard had the ability to shoot fireballs. If one beast could shoot fireballs, it was possible that other beasts could do the same. However, the coat of the creature should offer some protection. Even if it caught fire, Alex could always ditch it. Alex's masochistic training continued, and after a couple of jumps, Alex concentrated on healing himself with mana. Alex always looked forward to this part of his training since this was the part that increased his power. On top of that, it wasn't as painful as the other part. Thunk, thunk. Alex heard rhythmic, loud sounds. Alex looked in the direction of the sounds but couldn't see anything. They came from too far away. What's making that sound? Alex thought. Thunk, thunk. The sounds continued and Alex only looked in that direction. Spring, spring. The sound of something elastic being stretched and snapping back into place could also be heard. Yay! Creak, creak, snap, snap. The sounds of bending and cracking wood joined in the cacophony of sounds, and the sounds were getting louder. Alex's eyes widened. Something big was coming. Alex immediately abandoned everything and climbed the closest tree. When he found a good spot, he stopped moving and grew silent. The sounds continued and grew even louder. Snap! Eventually, Alex saw what created these weird sounds, and his eyes widened. It was an absolutely humongous beast. It was probably 4 meters high, excluding its needles. Needles? Yes, this was the green hedgehog Alex had seen when he had arrived in this world. The loud thumping sounds were its footsteps. The creaking sounds of wood were its flexible needles getting hung up on the trees. The snapping sounds were its flexible needles jumping back into place after passing a tree. The forest and trees seemingly moved with the hedgehog as it bent all of the trees while passing. It was moving slowly and in a relaxed manner towards the place Alex had stayed. Then, it slowly bent down as it consumed a huge part of the hog. I totally forgot. Even though hedgehogs are cute, they are also technically omnivores. They eat a ton of insects. A hedgehog of that size obviously also eats meat. Alex thought as he remained completely silent. This monster was far above his ability. The creature Alex had killed by luck was nothing in comparison to this hedgehog. As the hedgehog came closer, it ate all the pieces of the pig, including the ones that were being cooked. After it reached the fire, it stopped above it. Alex was confused for a second, but he realized what the hedgehog was doing. It was warming its belly. The sizzling fire, directly below its belly, didn't even bother the hedgehog. This was an absolute monster. Alex kept his breath as he watched the hedgehog warm itself. Thunk. Apparently, the fire wasn't warm enough, so it lowered its belly and lied down. Sadly, this suffocated the fire. After some seconds, the hedgehog stood up again, displeased. It scratched the fire with his hind leg in displeasure, but continued eating. Well, there goes food, Alex thought. After the hedgehog was done, it turned its head slowly, and it directly looked into Alex's eyes. Alex's entire body shivered as he realized that the hedgehog had known where he was the entire time. Otherwise, its gaze wouldn't have homed in on him with such accuracy. Alex didn't dare to move. Creak, creak, creak. The humongous body of the hedgehog slowly shook as its needles swayed back and forth. Plonk, plonk, plonk. Some things fell off the hedgehog's needles. Alex still didn't dare to move. After the hedgehog shook itself a little bit, it continued walking. After the hedgehog was a couple meters away, Alex jumped down from the tree and looked at his campsite. The hedgehog already knew that he was there, so it made no sense to keep hiding. Everything was destroyed. All the meat was gone, the fire was out, and the water was spilled. Nothing had been spared. Alex had to sigh when he saw that. However, Alex's eyes spied something new in the clearing. It was a round object, but Alex couldn't see it clearly in the dark. Alex walked closer and inspected it. Is that a fruit? Alex thought with surprise. Where did that come from? Alex remembered how the hedgehog had shaken itself, and that he had heard several sounds of things falling to the ground. Did these things come from the hedgehog's needles? Since when do hedgehogs grow fruit? Alex thought. Alex looked at the hedgehog in the distance, and sure enough, after looking closer, Alex saw some round objects on the hedgehog's needles. They shone a bit under the moonlight. Alex remembered how the hedgehog had eaten everything, had looked at him, and had then shaken its body. Is this a kind of trade? Alex thought with surprise. Is it familiar with humans? Could it be possible that it gives humans fruits in exchange for meat? I mean, the hedgehog is big and cumbersome. Everything probably flees from it, making it surprisingly hard for it to hunt. Alex gathered the fruits, but before he got to the last one, something happened. The loud sound of hissing came from Alex's front, and he jumped back out of reflex. Snap! The animal quickly grabbed the fruit, turned around and fled into the distance. It was that lizard again. It had intimidated Alex and took that opportunity to run with one of the fruits. However, Alex's eyebrows furrowed as he scratched his chin and thought, "It could have launched a fireball at me, but it didn't. Instead, it hissed at me, grabbed the fruit and ran. It's probably wary of my power, but the fruit was enticing enough for it to take the risk," Alex thought. Alex looked at the fruits with more interest. Anything coming from such a fearsome beast couldn't be simple. "It's a risk, but I think it's worth trying to eat the fruits." Alex climbed the tree and ate one of the fruits. As soon as he swallowed the first bite, something happened. The burning pain shot throughout Alex's body. Chapter 17. Going further. Alex's entire body seemingly started burning, but this was only an illusion created by the fruit. As soon as Alex swallowed the first bite, he felt like his muscles started to catch on fire. Yet for some reason, this sensation wasn't exactly painful. It had some painful aspects to it, but a certain feeling of excitement, restlessness, and energy came with it. Alex had never tried steroids in his past life since that would ruin his career, but he imagined that steroids felt similar, minus the slight pain. After some seconds, Alex noticed something. "This feels very similar to absorbing mana, just way more intense," he thought with excitement. Due to the intensity of the experience, Alex also noticed something else. Alex looked at his body and touched his head. "I haven't noticed it before since the mana always felt gentle, but my head actually doesn't feel any of the mana. My entire body feels like it's heating up, but my head remains cool. It's almost like my head isn't affected by the mana." Alex frowned. The god told me that I would be unable to practice magic. Is that what he meant? Logically, mages should get their abilities to cast spells by increasing the power of their soul and mind. At least, that's how it always worked in RPGs. I guess it works similarly here. After all, these kinds of people are called mages, and they harness the power of the environment to create powerful attacks. The god said that mana is the main reason how people could become so powerful in his world, which means that all the power of people hinges on the usage of mana. There should be something in my body that allows me to absorb and control mana. I guess mages probably absorb the mana with their souls and minds, leaving their bodies weak. There has to be some drawback to an advantage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be entertaining. I mean, wasn't this the entire reason why the god made his world like this, and why I'm here? So, in essence, mages probably don't absorb mana with their bodies, but with their mind. If a mage ate this fruit, they would probably feel this sensation only in their head, while I feel it across my body. The thing that stores and distributes the mana across my body probably has no connection to my head, making it impossible for mana to reach it. That's probably also why all the mana gets dumped into my body, since it has nowhere else to go. What am I doing? Alex thought as he gritted his teeth. I'm currently filled to the brim with mana, but I'm thinking about such stuff that's so far in the future. Igribelarg Chang. Alex immediately shot up and climbed higher on the tree. Then he jumped with all his power and readied himself for a huge impact. Bang! Alex felt pain shoot throughout his arms and knees as he hit the ground. Then, he quickly stood up and ran to the tree again. As Alex climbed up the tree again, he noticed something else, which made him narrow his eyes with a gleam. My legs and arms don't hurt anymore. This means that I don't need to rest. I have to use this opportunity. Alex climbed higher than usual and looked down. It was so high. However, the burning sensation pushed him over the edge, and he jumped. Alex never had had a good opportunity to see if the mana's regenerating properties also worked on his bones. Logically it should, but Alex wasn't sure of the extent. Alex felt like time stopped as he fell towards the ground. Crack! And Alex got his wish. Alex didn't want to experiment with his legs since they were more important than his arms. Because of that, Alex had initially landed on his feet, but had then fallen forward to transmit the force of the fall onto his right arm. Alex's right forearm broke apart. Alex gritted his teeth violently as an incredible pain shot throughout his arm. Breaking a bone was never easy. Alex touched his right forearm with his left hand and felt the bone sticking out. Great, an open fracture, he thought. Alex quickly felt a change in his body. The hot sensation seemingly got weaker all over his body and focused on his right forearm. CRK! CRK! Creaking sounds could be heard as the bone in Alex's right forearm seemingly moved back into place. Splotch! The sound of moving flesh and blood had a unique feeling to it, but Alex only focused on his arm. The bone had been buried back into his arm, and the broken skin and flesh above it started to heal with speed visible to the naked eye. 2 minutes later, the hot sensation completely left Alex's body. Alex touched his right arm and felt a stinging pain. Not fully healed yet, but all the mana has been used up, he thought. Apparently, mana also accelerates the recovery of my bones, but the mana required is incomparable. According to the intensity of the sensation, this one bite of the fruit probably gave me more mana than I could get in several hours of meditation. The same amount of mana could have healed my entire body twice. Alex looked at his right arm with shining eyes. However, if mana can strengthen my muscles, it can probably also strengthen my bones, he concluded. If my strength ever reaches a level that just using my muscles would break my own bones, it would be truly tragic. I can't make such a stupid mistake. Alex gritted his teeth. My training is about to become even more painful. I fucking hate that. Why does training have to be so fucking painful? Alex ran to the tree and grabbed the fruit. Alex had been careful with his first bite, which was why the bite had been relatively small. There was still a ton left. Alex took a big bite and climbed the tree. An even more powerful sensation engulfed his body as he jumped down again. Crack! More broken bones. But this time, Alex had enough mana inside his body to heal everything. It only took half a minute for everything to heal again. Crack! The process repeated itself, and Alex took another bite of the fruit. Crack! 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 About 15 minutes later, the fruit was completely used up, and Alex grabbed the next one. However, he hesitated as he gritted his teeth. He wished that he had never come up with that terrifying thought. What thought? Well, what if he got more powerful and got punched in the gut? Would his organs be able to resist the force? Logically, no. But there had to be a way to fix such a glaring issue. After all, the god had said that there had been innumerable paths to power in the past. He refused to believe that they were all weak to body blows. I can't stop now. Crunch! Crunch! Alex ate the entire fruit at once, and he felt like his body was about to explode. There was so much mana. It was no longer a gentle situation. No, Alex felt like his body was literally being incinerated. Alex climbed up but hesitated. This was very different from all his previous jumps. If he misjudged this jump, he would actually die. However, Alex had already burned the bridge. There was no way back. If he didn't manage to find an outlet for all this mana, he would probably die. So, Alex jumped forward and protected his head with his arms. Then he hit the ground, chest and abdomen first. Meanwhile, the god was watching Alex with a mad grin. Yes, that was exactly why he had chosen him. This kind of insanity was why he had chosen Shang. Chapter 18. Payoff. Alex felt an impact. It was like he had been hit by a speeding car. Alex couldn't even discern all the different sounds that reverberated throughout his body. He heard and felt several cracking noises, quickly followed by the sounds of rupturing flesh. Alex couldn't breathe. Urgh. Alex puked and coughed violently as he spat blood out of his mouth. I can't breathe. Alex coughed violently as more and more blood came out of his body. It felt like there was water in his lungs, and he desperately wanted to get some air, but only a disgusting gurgling sound came out of his mouth. C-R-K. C-R-K. Alex turned over to his side as he curled up like a shrimp. The sounds of cracking bone rang throughout his body as they quickly snapped back to their original place. 30 seconds of absolute agony and panic passed. Herg. Alex puked up a huge mass of blood, and he took a deep breath. The panic slowly subsided as Alex gulped in a ton of air. Then he simply sat down. This was way worse than he had imagined. How was anyone supposed to do that multiple times? Alex only lay on the ground, trying to hold back his tears. This was torture. However, the burning of the mana intensified again. Alex had eaten an entire fruit, and one jump wasn't enough. Alex's mind fell into disarray as he couldn't make a decision. I don't want to anymore, he shouted to himself. However, as he felt the mana become even more intense, he stood up and climbed the tree again with shaking and fidgety limbs. Alex didn't want to, but he jumped again. This time, he landed on his back. Crack! Alex had protected his head, but his spine broke apart. Another 30 breathless seconds of panic and pain passed. Alex's body shook as he lay on the ground. He didn't want to anymore. It was so painful. Alex wished that he was back on Earth, but that wish couldn't come true. He didn't want to do this. However, the burning sensation of the mana intensified again as his body fully regenerated. Alex slowly sat up as he slowly walked over to the tree. He had to hold back his tears. However, he climbed up the tree again, this time higher than before. It was time for his legs. Alex climbed all the way to the top. His entire body shook, but he jumped. Alex fell for several seconds. Crack! Alex's legs shattered as his kneecaps shot out of his body, one of them hitting a tree and another one sliding on the ground. Some of the bones in Alex's torso also broke, but he managed to barely stay alive. This time, it was easier since his lungs hadn't been damaged too much. The worst thing had always been the inability to breathe. The inability to breathe brought a sense of existential dread to him. This dread was far worse than the pain. This time, the intensity of the mana didn't increase again. He had used up enough mana. For a while, Alex only lied on the ground, not moving. He didn't think about anything. He only lied there and paused. Several minutes passed, and the sensations Alex had felt in the past half an hour shot through his mind. It was like he was trying to come to terms with what he had just felt. It was so very different from his life on Earth. Sure, he had gone through tough training on Earth, but this wasn't training. This was torture. Silence. For a while, Alex only listened to the silence of the forest. Why am I doing this to myself? Silence. Is this really the best way? Silence. I don't know. Alex looked over to the tree. 2 fruits are left. Silence. Should I? Silence. Swish. Alex's eyes suddenly snapped open as he heard the sound of moving foliage. CRSH! Alex gritted his teeth violently as blood exploded out of his arm. A panther! Alex had utterly forgotten that he wasn't in some safe location. He was in a forest filled with violent animals and creatures. Alex had lied on his back, and the panther had wanted to bite his neck. Luckily, Alex had barely managed to block the bite with his left arm. The panther bit down on Alex's forearm, destroying the muscles. Yet surprisingly, Alex's bone didn't break. The panther was violently trying to scratch him with its claws, and several wounds appeared all over Alex's body as his hand went to his back. But there was nothing on his back. Alex realized that he had taken off his sword when he had decided to land on his back. Fuck. The panther let go of Alex's arm and jumped back. However, Alex grabbed the panther's neck with his right hand. Whoosh! The panther jumped back, but Alex was pulled along. Judging by the distance, the panther was stronger than the panthers on Earth. After all, it had just jumped back 2 meters while pulling Alex with it. However, the panther wasn't the only thing stronger than the Earth variant. Alex had managed to keep hold of the panther's neck all this time with only one hand, which surprised him. He was sure that he hadn't been able to do that a couple of days ago. The panther tried to get rid of Alex and attacked him with its claws, but Alex's instincts kicked in. Alex immediately pulled himself closer and hugged the panther's neck with his arms and its torso with his legs. The panther tried to get rid of Alex and cut him a couple more times, but Alex didn't let go. The panther shouted aggressively, trying to get Alex away from him, but as Alex's legs tightened even more, its aggressive shout transformed into a whimper. Alex felt how his legs squished the panther's organs and muscles as its bones started to creak. Alex's eyes opened with surprise. Bang! Crack! Alex pulled his right arm back and punched the panther's chest, which quickly caved in. The panther stopped moving, and Alex quickly took hold of its head and neck. Crack! And the panther was dead. Alex breathed in several times as the adrenaline slowly subsided. Then, he looked at his body. Have I done that? He thought in shock. This panther was not small, and its power was no joke. Yet, the panther hadn't been able to break Alex's bones, and Alex had broken its bones just by punching. The difference in power was apparent. For some time, Alex only looked at the panther with shock. Something like this was only possible in a dream. How could a human kill a big cat with bare hands, and with such ease at that? After a while, Alex looked at his right hand as he clenched it into a fist. Then his eyes narrowed. It's not for nothing. My past few days of pain have shown that they are not for nothing. Alex's gaze immediately went to the last 2 fruits. Then, he walked over with determination and ate another one. The pain, panic, and torture were horrible, but the feeling of seeing his own power increase by so much had washed all of these things away. He wanted more. Chapter 19. Progress. A month had passed since Alex arrived in this world. For the first couple of days, Alex focused on finding a steady water source and scouted for places with fruit, berries, and nuts. He didn't know if this world followed the rules of needing different vitamins and minerals to be healthy, but he didn't want to find out while being in the wild. After a couple of days, Alex found a river going through the valley's center, splitting the mountain range surrounding the valley in 2. In the very center of the valley was a lake, where the water gathered for a while before continuing down the river. Alex had found a humongous dead tree there and planned to create a home for himself. Alex had already used up all the fruits he had received from the hedgehog in a spree of self-destroying insanity. Luckily, he had gotten somewhat used to the torturous training, even if he still feared it. Courage didn't mean being fearless, but being able to overcome one's fears. Alex still feared the time when he would gain another set of fruits, but he knew that he could jump over his shadow when it was time. The taste of power was irresistible for Alex. Even if the training was horrible and inhumane, the power he gained from it was worth it in his mind. Alex used his desire for power as fuel to overcome his fear of pain. Was something like that healthy? That depended on one's circumstances and viewpoints. Would such pain change a person? Definitely. However, different people change differently when undergoing such torture. How would Alex change? That remained to be seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Alex stood in a clearing, constantly swinging his sword. After a brief run-in with another set of wolves, Alex had realized that he wasn't very good at using his sword. Alex had always only fought with his body for his entire life, never with a true weapon. This made him very unaccustomed to fighting with an actual weapon. Following that fight, Alex had decided to train with his sword more, and just shortly after training with his sword, Alex noticed something troublesome. His triceps and back started to hurt quite quickly. Alex had trained his entire body, but training everything equally was not always the correct choice. A good example would be a climber. If someone had bulky legs, a bulky abdomen, and a bulky back, they would increase the strain on their hands and arms due to the added weight of muscles. In that case, training everything equally would not only not help but even be detrimental to performance. What about a sword fighter? Bulkiness would increase the mass and volume of the body, slowing down the speed of the fighter. Even more, if the muscles on the torso reached a certain mass, they would even restrict the movement of the arms. One only had to look at the videos of bulky men being unable to touch their backs. However, with all of that said, a certain amount of power was still necessary across the entire body. Every muscle would be required in a fight. They were just used with different intensity. Because of all these reasons, Alex decided to mainly train with his sword. He would only give his entire body a workout after every third session of sword training. Training with a sword was not any less strenuous than training one's entire body. It simply trained different muscle groups. After every session of training with the sword, Alex felt a huge part of his body burn with pain. On Earth, someone would have long since stopped training since overtraining was just as bad as undertraining. But here, there was no overtraining. After Alex was done with his training, he jumped up a nearby tree and sat down in meditation. Alex had been training like a madman, and it was showing incredible results. He no longer needed to climb a tree. With one jump, he could easily jump 2 meters into the air, even with the heavy sword on his back. Alex had already broken the physical limit of humans on Earth. This was the effect of mana. Some minutes later, Alex jumped down from the tree and walked to the edge of the clearing. In front of Alex was a huge tree with a hole in the middle. The tree was nearly 3 meters wide, but it wasn't the tallest tree. After all, it was already dead, and the cold wind had destroyed the upper part of its trunk. Besides the hole in the tree were several pieces of wood arranged in the shape of a big door frame. This wasn't a door frame but Alex's future hut. Every day, Alex would cut more wood and add to the wood. In a couple of days he would have his very own tiny hut. Alex used stone for nails, but it was a difficult process to get them into the wooden boards. After all, stone was hard but brittle. If he just hammered the nails in, they would break. Because of that, Alex had to cut out the holes with his sword and carefully insert the stone. This made the structure very unstable and wonky, but it held up for now. As long as nothing touched the structure, and as long as the wind wasn't too strong, the structure would hold. Alex went to a bench near the structure and grabbed his clothes. His old clothes had long since been ripped to pieces, including his spare clothes. His new clothes were made of wolf fur. One would think that such clothing looked wild and powerful, but in reality, it looked poor and pitiful. However, this set of clothing was already far superior to the previous ones. After all, Alex had gotten better at sewing. Who would have thought that one of the essential skills of surviving in the cold wilds was sewing? If Alex were in a tropical climate, he wouldn't have to bother that much with sewing. He would only need to remain in the shade most of the time, and if he walked around, he would only need to protect himself from the sun. A blanket wasn't nearly as hard to make as actual clothing. After putting on his clothes, Alex grabbed his cloak and put it around his shoulders. Alex performed a couple of jumps to test if his movement would be impaired by the new set of clothing and realized that it wouldn't. Alex looked at the dimming sky. He couldn't see the sun, but he wouldn't be able to see the sun anyway, even if it were midday. Why? Because the sky was covered in oppressive, cold, gray clouds. It had already snowed a couple of days ago, and Alex noticed that the weather was getting colder. The winter would soon be here. This was a major problem for Alex since warmth would be of primary importance. He even guessed that temperatures might even reach -20 to -40 degrees Celsius at the peak of winter. Even if Alex had an incredibly powerful body now, he knew that he couldn't survive such temperatures. This was why Alex concentrated on becoming better at sewing and making a hut. However, there was one major problem standing in his way. Dusk soon arrived, and Alex's eyes narrowed as he checked his equipment again. Alex touched his sword to comfort himself and released a sigh as he closed his eyes. Some seconds later, Alex opened his eyes with a determined look. "You've crept around my camp for long enough. Sleeping has become difficult with you around, and I'm sure that you will strike soon. My hut and clothing are in danger as long as you are around. If you destroy my hut, I might not find the time to create a new one in time." Alex only considered his hut and clothing, completely ignoring his own physical safety. Alex slowly walked forward as darkness took hold of the forest. There were no stars, no moon. There were only dark clouds above Alex as all the light vanished in the forest. However, Alex was no longer a normal human. The mana had not only increased the power of Alex's body, but also the sensitivity of his senses. Alex's 5 senses had become several times sharper, to the point that Alex could even see a couple of meters in front of him in this total darkness. Alex didn't know how the mana had been able to increase the power of his eyes. After all, the mana couldn't even reach his head for some reason. Yet, it was undeniable that the sensitivity of his eyes had increased tremendously. Alex walked forward away from the hut. He didn't want to put his hut in danger. As Alex walked forward in total darkness, he noticed some snowflakes falling from the clouds. Alex could still see the white on the snowflakes, even though there was basically no light in the forest anymore. He only saw small, white crystals of snow slowly fall into the ground with a backdrop of absolute darkness. Sage! Alex heard an incredibly silent rustling of leaves, and he gazed over. It was here. Alex saw some white eyes looking at him from the top of a distant tree. These were familiar eyes. Alex touched his coat, which looked identical to the creature's fur. Alex had named these creatures stalkers. This kind of creature had nearly killed him a month ago, and Alex had only won by sheer luck. This time things would be different. Chapter 20. Conviction. Alex looked at the stalker, and the stalker looked back. Silence. Only the cold wind could be heard. Alex slowly retrieved his sword and held it in his right hand. He no longer needed to carry it with both of his hands. Step. Then, Alex slowly stepped forward. The stalker looked at him from a distance, silently evaluating him. In its mind, this animal was small, far smaller than it. It had seen these kinds of animals before, and they always hunted in groups. Yet, this one was alone. From what the stalker had seen, these animals weren't very powerful. They could only be a real danger in a group. They were slow. Their bodies were weak. Yet, this particular specimen felt different to the stalker. More dangerous. However, the more dangerous the specimen felt, the better its meat would taste. Such creatures as the stalkers were drawn to powerful prey. The more powerful the prey, the better. On Earth, predators avoided dangerous prey unless they were really desperate. But here things were different. The more powerful something was, the more mana it had stored in its body. After all, physical power without mana took a being only so far. At some point, mana was necessary to become more powerful. Because of that, the predators that took more risks and survived had become more powerful and had fathered more offspring. After many, many years, every animal and creature in this world had the instinct of hunting powerful prey. This was also why the wolves hadn't retreated when they had been attacked by the lizard. The lizard had killed 2 of the 4 wolves, but the remaining 2 wolves had still charged at it in a frenzy. This was how powerful the draw of power was for the creatures and animals of this world. Alex slowly walked closer as he kept his sword ready, never taking his eyes off the creature. This was no longer the same Alex that had appeared in this world. The old Alex had thought about many things. Family, love, success, money, justice. However, all of these desires had been replaced with a thirst for power. People changed over the course of their life, but with such a drastic change in attitude and personality in only a single month normal, could he still be considered as Alex? Or had he already become Shang? Alex didn't think about these things, but he had long decided that he would only walk forward, never looking backward. The old world of Alex was slowly left behind as he walked into the darkness before him. How long would it take until Alex looked back? Would he have already walked so far that he couldn't see his starting point anymore? If that happened, Alex would have nothing left to orient himself on. Then, he would only walk forward blindly, in the darkness, in a random direction. Chances were that he would end up walking in a direction the old Alex would have never chosen. Step. Alex arrived below the tree, and the stalker was still looking at him. It was still debating if it should attack him or not. Dangerous prey tasted incredibly delicious, but if the prey was too dangerous, the stalker would die. Right now, this being in front of the creature felt very dangerous. Should it attack? Bang! Alex jumped upward and swung with his sword at the stalker. The stalker immediately jumped back. Shing! The huge branch the stalker had just been on was easily cut in 2. Shing! C-R-K! Alex swung his sword to the left, burying it horizontally in the trunk of the tree. The sword got stuck and Alex used it to reposition his body, putting his feet on the trunk. Bang! Alex shot away from the tree, pulling his sword out while doing so. The first stalker had used a similar move back then. Fight or not fight, the choice had been taken from the stalker. Alex flew at the stalker as it just landed on another branch. Shing! Another branch was cut apart, as the stalker quickly moved along the tree towards the ground. Crack! The stalker barely evaded another attack as Alex's sword cut through 2/3 of the tree's massive trunk. Bang! Alex shot towards the ground at the stalker. Boom! Alex hit the ground, his sword creating a cut in the earth. The sound of Alex hitting the ground thundered throughout the forest. The stalker immediately made its decision. Run! Too dangerous. It turned around and ran into the distance. Bang! Alex chased after it with explosive power. However, the stalker was faster than Alex. Alex made a split-second decision. Shing! Something seemingly passed the stalker and hit the tree in front of it. The stalker looked over and saw the dangerous weapon of the human being stuck in a tree. The stalker stopped. It wasn't dumb. It knew that these kinds of beings needed to use these sharp things. Maybe it could win? The stalker turned around to look at Alex. It had made its decision. It would kill this human. The human had lost his most powerful weapon. Hunger and greed took over the stalker's mind as it saw Alex. Bang! However, just when the stalker saw Alex, it was already too late. Alex hadn't stopped running, and the short moment of hesitation of the stalker had given him enough time to catch up with it. Alex had reached the stalker and hit it to the side of the head with an elbow. The stalker was stunned for a bit, and Alex jumped on its back. Then he grabbed its chest from behind, put his arms through its armpit, and clamped his hands together on the stalker's neck. It was a full Nelson. It sounded ridiculous, Alex was using an MMA move on a gigantic, cat-like creature in a dark forest. However, it was the best and most effective move. The thin, stealthy, and fast frame of the stalker had become its undoing. If it were bulkier, Alex couldn't have used that move. Even though Alex's weapon was now the sword, it didn't mean that he couldn't use other weapons as well. Alex was a trained MMA fighter, and as long as he had enough time to study his opponent's body, he could glean the body's weaknesses. Alex had deliberately thrown his sword forward in an attempt to bait the stalker into attacking him. It was risky, but Alex preferred a more dangerous, direct fight to a lurking danger. Who knew if the stalker decided to lurk around some more and strike when Alex didn't pay attention? He couldn't risk that. The stalker flopped to the ground as its forelegs moved to the side, out of its control. The stalker hissed in a threatening manner and jumped on its back with its hind legs. Alex fell to the ground with his back, the entire weight of the stalker pressing down on him. However, Alex was used to falling to the ground by now. Something like this couldn't stun him anymore. The stalker hissed, but hissing wasn't enough. Its limbs couldn't reach its back, and Alex's hands were pushing down on its neck, stopping it from turning its head and biting him. After some seconds, the stalker's hisses were replaced with screeches. C-R-K. 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 The stalker's body was powerful, even more powerful than Alex's body, but it couldn't use any strength in this position, while Alex could use the gathered power of his arms, chest, and back. Crack! The stalker's left shoulder broke, and Alex lost his grip due to the loss of resistance. Usually, breaking bone with a full Nelson wasn't feasible when professional fighters fought, but Alex's body had become powerful enough to pull something like that off. Alex let go and pushed the stalker away, throwing it to the side. When he had just come to this world, such a feat would have seemed impossible. Stalker quickly tried to get to its feet and scampered away. However, it couldn't get far in its slowed down speed. Shing! Alex had retrieved his sword and cut through the stalker's left thigh, severing its leg. Alex's sword was insanely sharp. The stalker fell over, and Alex ran to its head. Shing! The fight was over. Alex calmed down as he looked at his kill. It was so much easier than he had anticipated. The stalker's power and speed were far superior to him. If the stalker had directly fought Alex, the fight would have been far more dangerous. It could have simply jumped around Alex, baiting him into striking with his sword. Then, if he made a mistake, it could have bit Alex's arm. Alex's arm had been able to survive the bite of a panther, but a stalker was on an entirely different level. Such a bite would have torn Alex's arm off. At that point, he could only wait for his death. Fight could have gone either way. Yet, it hadn't. From the very first moment of the fight, Alex had been in control. Their powers were about equal, but the stalker hadn't been able to use its power. Initiative and intimidation, Alex concluded as he looked at the corpse. My attacks made it lose its resolve. From the very beginning, it believed that it couldn't win, and its lack of conviction made it unable to properly fight. Alex's eyes narrowed. I learned a valuable lesson today. If I don't remember this lesson, I might be in the same place as the stalker in the future. I must always fight with my life on the line, or flee without looking back when I'm faster. It doesn't matter what I choose, but when I make my choice, I have to put my all into it without any second thoughts. Alex put his sword away and grabbed the severed leg. After that, Alex grabbed one of the legs of the stalker and pulled it. Sage! The sound of something heavy being dragged along the ground could be heard in the forest tonight. Alex had killed many animals in the past month. However, today he had killed his first creature. Chapter 21. Hegemon. CRR. CRR. The sound of something heavy being pulled along the ground resonated throughout the forest. Except for this sound, everything else was silent. This was the sound of the stalker's corpse being pulled through the forest. White snowflakes fell down around Alex as he walked through the deep darkness. Suddenly, Alex saw a slight golden light coming from the sky. If his eyes hadn't been strengthened, he wouldn't have noticed this little bit of light. Above the layer of clouds was a golden shooting star, its light barely visible to him. A golden shooting star that's so bright that I can even see it through a thick layer of clouds? Alex thought with furrowed brows. That's strange. However, this world is already strange enough. This is just one more oddity added to the pile. Alex looked back down. This golden shooting star didn't concern him. After a while, Alex arrived at his clearing. He hadn't seen another animal or creature all this time. If it had been a month ago, Alex would have met at least one creature that had been drawn to him due to the sound, but Alex's position had changed. He was no longer the vulnerable, new survivor. Now, he was one of the hunters of the forest. A normal animal would be frightened off by the stalker's corpse, and a powerful creature would be able to feel Alex's power. Stalkers weren't the most powerful creatures in the forest, but they also weren't weak. Alex still remembered the two gigantic beasts he had seen when he had just arrived. If Alex tried to attack them, he wouldn't even know how he had died. He couldn't possibly fight against such behemoths with his current power. Current was the keyword. When Alex arrived at his clearing, he let go of the corpse and sat down beside it. Shing! Shing! Alex took out his sword and started to skin the corpse. In the silent, cold night, only the sound of cutting could be heard. It was like Alex was the only being in this world, as only darkness surrounded him. After Alex was done with skinning the stalker, he took the hide and put it near his hut. Then, Alex grabbed some dried wood from his wood stock. Alex had gathered a ton of wood the past couple of days. After all, when the true winter arrived, the snow would make all the trees wet. Alex needed dry wood to create a fire, and he needed enough to get through the winter. Just as Alex put down the first branches, his head turned to one of the edges of the clearing. Green eyes. Alex knew these eyes. It was the lizard that had stolen food from him more than once, the one that had shot the fireballs at the wolves. However, the entire dynamic had changed. When they had first met, the lizard had been overpowering. If it hadn't exhausted itself against the wolves, it could have killed Alex. The second time they had met, they had been about equal. Now, Alex was clearly the more powerful one of the two. Alex had a lot of confidence in his ability to evade the fireballs, and even if he couldn't evade them, he could still use his sword or cloak to block them. The lizard was dangerous, but not nearly as dangerous as the stalker. Both of them knew that Alex was the more powerful one. Alex scratched his chin in thought as he looked at the lizard from a distance. Alex decided that he wanted to try something. Splosh! Alex grabbed the severed leg of the stalker and threw it over to the lizard. The lizard jumped to the side and looked at Alex warily. Alex didn't move and only looked at the lizard for a while. Then, Alex went back to creating his fire. The lizard was a bit confused for a while, but it couldn't resist its instincts. It carefully walked closer to the leg, constantly keeping an eye on Alex. Heck! The lizard bit the leg and ran away at full speed. Alex only smirked. Reptiles on Earth are solitary creatures. It's nearly impossible to create any kind of connection with them, even when one has them as pets for years. However, this world is different from Earth. The stalker was also smart enough to notice that I was weaker without my weapon. I think creatures are more intelligent than animals. Who knows? Maybe if I work hard enough, I can build some kind of cooperation with that lizard. If its power increases, I might even be able to use it as a form of oven or dryer. That would make surviving the winter far easier. Actually, it's quite surprising to find reptiles in such a cold climate. Most reptiles are cold-blooded by nature, and they would freeze to death in these temperatures. I guess the fire the lizard can use keeps it warm in the winter. Anyway, that's for the future. Right now, I need to see if this will actually work, Alex thought as he continued building his fire. Alex had placed the fire over 10 meters away from his hut for a specific reason. After some minutes, quite a big fire roared in front of Alex. Alex cut some parts off the stalker and grilled them around the fire. However, he didn't dry the hide yet. Why not? He had a reason for that. Alex continued to build his hut for the next hour. Boom! A distant sound of something heavy hitting the ground could be heard. Alex smirked. It actually works. Should I be happy or scared? The sound grew louder over the next 2 minutes, until something appeared at the edge of the clearing. It was absolutely enormous, and it had gigantic green needles. It was the hedgehog. This was why Alex had built the fire so far away from his hut. Alex assumed that the hedgehog had found him the last time due to the fire and smell of meat, and sure enough the hedgehog had appeared once again. Alex didn't hide but sat several meters away from the fire, leaving enough space for the hedgehog. The hedgehog looked at Alex for a second, and then focused on the fire. Just like last time, the hedgehog warmed itself over the fire for several minutes. While warming itself, it ate the entire stalker. After some more minutes, the hedgehog walked away from the fire, not destroying it this time. After some meters, it stopped as it shook its body again. This time it dropped far more fruits. After shaking off the fruits, the hedgehog left the clearing again. Sacrifice flesh to the forest god, and you shall be awarded with fruit, Alex thought with a smirk. Alex looked at the retreating hedgehog, and saw hundreds of fruits growing on its needles. How much would his power improve if he could eat all of those? However, Alex would never attempt to steal these fruits. This hedgehog was humongous, very noticeable, and incredibly slow. Alex knew that the stalker wasn't the powerful creature in this forest, which meant that there had to be more powerful ones. Yet, the hedgehog still walked around at a leisurely pace. No beast could miss this hedgehog, since they could hear it from hundreds of meters away. This only meant that either nothing attempted to kill the hedgehog, or that everything that attacked the hedgehog died. This hedgehog couldn't be simple at all. Even more, Alex remembered the gigantic lizard he had seen on the mountains on his first day. That lizard had only been on the mountains, even though it could enter the forest. The thing it had killed had also been in the forest, not in the mountains. There was no reason for the gigantic lizard to not enter the forest. After all, there was much more food here. Yet, it hadn't entered. Alex assumed that this hedgehog was the very reason for that. The gigantic lizard had to have seen the hedgehog, but it hadn't attacked. With all of these clues combined, Alex concluded that the hedgehog was probably the most powerful being in the entire basin. Just one of its hundreds of fruits already made Alex's body nearly explode with mana. This thing was a true monster, the true hegemon of this basin. Alex still remembered that the god had said that he should only go to a different wilderness when this one no longer posed any danger. This probably meant that the wilderness surrounding the basin was far more dangerous. So, why wasn't any creature from there entering this basin? The mountains couldn't possibly stop them since they weren't even that high. This was the hedgehog's territory. It probably even counted as a mighty creature on the outside. However, another question was, did no creature dare to enter, or did every creature that entered die? Alex wasn't sure, but his attention was quickly drawn to the fruits on the ground. Alex smirked. There were so many. Chapter 22. The enemy is complacency. Alex gathered the fruits. There were 26 of them, which was insane. The pig Alex had fed to the hegemon before had only given him 5, with one being taken away by the lizard. But now Alex received 26. Obviously, the hegemon is rewarding me with fruits based on the power of the prey, Alex thought as he gathered the fruits. What defines power? I guess it's mostly the amount of mana inside of a being. The pig had only been a normal animal, but it had been quite massive. A normal wolf would probably only give me 3 fruits or something like that. As Alex took up the last fruit, he looked at it with narrowed eyes. I can train my body without problems when it comes to muscles, but power isn't only muscles. I need powerful bones to resist my own power, and to continue fighting after taking a heavy hit. I need powerful organs for the same reason. There's probably even something that can increase the effectiveness of my blood. More powerful muscles need more oxygen, and the blood is the thing that transports that oxygen. As Alex thought about that, he furrowed his brows. Wait a second. If my body requires more oxygen, I would be taking far deeper breaths. After all, my muscles are already more powerful than any human's muscles on Earth. Yet, I'm breathing normally. In fact, now that I think about it, my breathing became even shallower. It's almost like the more powerful my body gets, the less oxygen it needs, which makes no sense, Alex thought. I wonder, can mana work as some kind of replacement for oxygen? I think that's a possibility. Then Alex sighed. Well, even without that, blood still plays an integral function for the body, and even if the blood itself has no chance of increasing its effectiveness, my blood vessels still need to become stronger. After all, I don't want to pop a vein whenever I bow forward. In short, everything's important. My normal training gives me all I need for my muscles, but I require these fruits for everything else. I need to damage my body so that it can absorb mana, and any damage to my bones or organs could prove fatal without a lot of mana. Alex looked at the fire in the center of his clearing. The fire crackled peacefully, and it was the sole source of light in a sea of darkness. The white snowflakes danced around it as the warm air pushed them away and melted them. The sky was dark. The forest was dark. Only the fire wasn't dark. What kind of impact did this image have on Alex? Alienation. From what? From the fire. Fire gave comfort to humans, but Alex didn't need comfort. Alex's goal was not comfort and safety but power. Alex wasn't prey anymore. He was the hunter. Alex's killing of the stalker had reaffirmed this mindset. However, deep inside, Alex still wanted to rest by the fire. He wanted to let go of all the pressure and dangers all around him. But Alex wouldn't do so. Alex had learned a lot from his fight with the stalker. The two opponents had been about equal in power. Yet, Alex had basically come out of the fight without even being injured or in danger. Stalker hadn't even been able to resist. Why? Will, power, conviction. Alex had gone all in and had put his life on the line. He had never thought about retreat, and he had only attacked. He would either win or die attacking. I've been in similar situations before, Alex thought as he gazed at the fire. Back when I trained my ass off for my fights, I had to uphold a strict diet, had to uphold a strict training regime, had nearly no free time. I had the uncertainty of my future on my shoulders. If I lost my fight, I would not have any ways to make more money. I decided to go all in my training, and if I didn't win this gamble, I would fall into oblivion. Keeping up with all of this was easy for a couple of weeks, hard for a couple of months, but the closer it got to the day of my fight, the heavier the burden became. Some days before my first fight, I wanted to just run away. I cried and wanted to end my life. All the pressure was overwhelming, and no matter what I did for the remaining couple of days, it wouldn't offset everything I have invested in the past years. My fate had already been decided by my past actions. Yet, I didn't know what fate would be chosen for me. It was a feeling of powerlessness. It was like I no longer had control over my destiny. Alex looked at the fire. This fire reminds me of that place. I could abandon everything and simply sit down. I could find solace and escape this pressure. After all, I'm powerful enough to survive. I don't need to go through this pain anymore. Alex's eyes steeled. Yet, in order to achieve my dream, I need discipline. One day of skipping training will lead to another day a week later, which will lead to another day a week later until it becomes normal. Then, I will eventually take another day off, and the same thing will repeat itself. In the end, I will have mostly given up. Complacency will have invaded my being. Alex turned around and took hold of the stalker's hide. Then, He went over to the fire and hung the hide near it. Alex turned away from the fire again and walked away. I can't give in to complacency. Alex arrived at his bag and looked through it. I still have newly made jerky left. That's enough food for several days. I shouldn't eat anything right now since I will be training. I don't want to eat jerky just to puke it out again, Alex thought. Alex grabbed one of the fruits and looked at it with conviction. Yet no matter how convicted and stalwart his mind was at the moment, he still felt deep terror when he looked at the fruit. This fruit symbolized another harrowing, torturous, traumatic experience. I'm sure there are other ways to train my organs, bones, skin, blood vessels, and so on. I can't imagine everyone going through this hell. The path to power is hard, but not that hard probably. Sadly, I don't know these other methods. Also, would these other methods be better than this one? Would they be faster? I don't know. Alex hesitated a bit, but after gnashing his teeth, Alex finally swallowed the entire fruit. Alex's body immediately felt like it started burning again. However, Alex noticed a difference. The sensation of burning is not as intense as before, Alex thought with fiery eyes. I will still explode if I don't do anything about this mana, but it doesn't feel as immediate as before. My body has become more powerful, and the fruits no longer have as big of an effect anymore. Although one fruit should still be enough for 2 jumps. Alex climbed the tree and looked around. Thanks to the mana, his eyes had become so strong that he could see the entire clearing and some surroundings from the tree, even in the dead of night. Alex didn't want to be ambushed while he was injured. The mana also heals my head, even if I don't feel the burning there. Even if I lose consciousness, as long as I don't immediately die, the mana should heal me. Then, Alex jumped. Alex had never jumped from so high. Some seconds later, Alex hit the ground. He hit the ground spread eagle. Every part of his body hit the ground at the same time. Herg! Suddenly, Alex threw himself to the side as he puked more blood. Then, Alex took a deep breath. It felt like he hadn't breathed for a minute. Alex looked to his side at the floor, and he saw a huge pool of blood. Alex looked at his body and saw that there were basically no injuries. I've lost consciousness for half a minute to a minute, Alex realized. It was a terrifying thought to know that it had been a very real possibility that Alex might not have woken up again. Alex felt the mana in his body, and sure enough, he had enough for one more jump. Alex gritted his teeth. I need to continue. Alex climbed the tree again. On this night, for several hours, the loud sounds of explosions could be heard from this part of the forest. The animals didn't go there since it sounded like a terrifying predator. The predators didn't go there since the sound would scare away all the prey. This was one of the reasons why Alex decided to train at night. Everyone was more careful, and no one would want to go to a noisy place in a forest at night. Thus, Alex hadn't been disturbed in his masochistic training for the entire night. Chapter 23. Cold. Snowstorm throughout the forest. The ground was covered with nearly a meter of snow, and the trees had transformed into silhouettes of ice and snow. It was the height of winter. It had been about 4 months since Alex had arrived in this world. Currently it was noon. Sadly, the sun couldn't be seen clearly as a violent blizzard stormed throughout the forest. Judging by the nearly horizontal icicles on the trees, this blizzard had been going on for a long time already. C.R.K. C.R.K. Suddenly, something pushed the snow beneath a huge, dead tree to the side. An open door was revealed, which led to a small, warm area beneath the tree without snow. A figure cloaked in black stepped out of the area. Everything about the figure had been hidden by black fur, including the figure's head. The figure looked like a faceless shadow of fur. This was Alex. Alex had finished his hut in time, but the hut hadn't been able to resist the storms in the winter, which was why it had collapsed. Now, Alex only lived in a tiny room at the bottom of the dead tree. Only a diagonal barrier of wood protected him from the cold snow. This was the best Alex could do in this situation. Luckily, it was effective enough. Right now, the temperatures even reached -40 degrees Celsius, which was frightening for someone living outside. However, Alex didn't feel cold at all. Something was keeping him warm, even while traveling through the forest. Alex slowly stepped through the forest. Why was Alex walking through this blizzard? Because he had no other choice. Alex's food had run out several days ago, and he had wanted to wait for the blizzard's end. However, the blizzard just didn't end. A conspicuous, dark shadow traveled across the snowy forest, the only dark thing in sight. It was an oddity. I need food, Alex thought. As soon as I get some food I can continue training. Alex had summoned the hegemon of the forest several times by now, and he had somewhat grown accustomed to the terrifying experiences that followed. Additionally, Alex's swordsmanship had also increased considerably. Alex hadn't had any guided training on swordsmanship, but he had continually trained all the different kinds of attacks and moves he could perform. As long as his movements became more fluid, faster, and more powerful, his combat power should increase. Alex didn't know if he had any weaknesses in his movements, but there was no way to rectify them, even if he had them. The creatures weren't smart enough to notice the openings in Alex's movements. Alex pushed himself through the snow. However, he wasn't exactly walking upright. The snow was already very high, and Alex decided to use the snow as cover. Because of that, Alex walked with a lowered posture, not showing himself anywhere. He would only raise his head above the snow cover occasionally to search for prey. Alex had always traveled through the forest at night. Why? Because he needed stealth. In the day, Alex's prey would see him from a distance and run away. Now, this was no longer a problem. Alex's body had become terrifyingly powerful, and he had no problems in reaching 50, 60 kilometers per hour even with all his equipment. Now, the light of day was an advantage instead of a disadvantage for him. However, there had been one more reason why Alex hadn't traveled during the day. Powerful predators. What did this have to do with the time of day? Well, most predators hunted at night. Why? For the same reasons as Alex had hunted at night. They needed stealth in order to catch their prey and run away. Yet, what about the predators that hunted during the day? One only had to think back to Earth and think about what predators were active during the night and which predators were active during the day. In North America, the predators that were active during the night were mostly small animals like weasels, for example. Yet, bears were active during the day. There were fewer predators active during the day, but the ones that were active had a higher likelihood of being far more powerful. Additionally, if a weaker predator were active during the day, there would be a high likelihood that they would be caught by a bigger predator due to the light of day. The ones that needed to hide were active during the night. The ones that didn't need to hide were active during the day. Alex had killed 2 more stalkers in the past couple of months, and he had also killed a gigantic anaconda, which had been a bit more powerful than a normal stalker. The anaconda had shot ice projectiles at Alex, which he had been able to defend against with his new cloak, at least to some degree. Projectiles still shot through Alex's cloak, but he hadn't been injured that heavily. The ice projectiles also explained why such a tropical animal as an anaconda lived in such a cold climate. Ever since then, Alex hadn't felt challenged again. This was also one of the reasons why Alex came out during the day instead of the night. The god had told Alex that he should become more powerful by throwing himself into danger. Right now, as long as Alex kept himself hidden during the day, he wouldn't be in any danger anymore. This was enough to survive but not enough to reach true power. Alex knew that he had to push himself, and wasn't this a prime opportunity for him? Such a powerful blizzard would make it harder for a big creature to move around. Additionally, the blizzard would interfere with the eyes, nose, and ears of the creature. In comparison, Alex had a thin, nearly transparent piece of skin over his eyes. This protected his eyes from the blizzard. Alex traveled through the snowy forest for nearly 30 minutes, leaving behind a crevice in the snow cover. Alex had seen about 2 white rabbits up to now, but he wasn't interested in them. He wanted bigger prey. After a while, Alex arrived in front of a lake. This was the lake in the middle of the forest. Alex wanted to come here since there were fewer trees in the way. If something traveled across the frozen lake, Alex would be able to spot it. The lake was about 1 kilometer wide, making it neither small nor big. However, the closer Alex got to the lake, the colder he felt. Is the temperature dropping? Alex thought. When Alex reached the edge of the lake, he felt like the temperature had dropped by another 20 degrees. What was going on? Why was it so much colder here? As Alex looked at the lake, he got his answer. Alex narrowed his eyes as he saw the 2 things in the middle of the lake. One thing was something that was difficult to describe. It was some form of force. Some white air came out of the lake in the form of a spire, about 2 meters tall. It almost looked illusory. Several icicles and broken pieces of ice were seemingly levitating around the white, illusory spire. This is the thing that's causing all this coldness, and I'm sure that this thing wasn't here before, Alex thought. Then Alex looked at the other thing. And that thing too. What was the other thing? An ice bear. A big one. A really big one. The ice bear was probably nearly 3 meters tall, which was insane. That was the height of an elephant. This thing probably weighed several tons. By now, Alex had cultivated some sort of feeling of animals and creatures. How powerful did this creature feel? Far more powerful than a stalker. More powerful than the ice anaconda. Probably a bit weaker than the gigantic lizard Alex had seen on the mountains on his first day. Far weaker than the hegemon. The bear slept beside the spire. This spire probably releases something that makes it easier for creatures with the ice element to become more powerful. I don't know if there are types of mana, but if there were, this would probably be concentrated ice mana. Alex looked at his surroundings a bit more and found some bones strewn around the lake. I think nearly all animals with an ice affinity are drawn to this spire, but this bear has probably won the bloody battle. Alex remembered the gigantic lizard he had seen on his first day. The lizard didn't dare to enter the basin, but this bear did. Yet, this bear only feels a bit weaker than that lizard. This probably means that this bear represents the highest power allowed by the hegemon. Judging by the fear of the lizard, anything more powerful than this bear will probably be killed by the hegemon. I don't know how the hedgehog does it, but that's the only explanation I can come up with. Alex narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. It's a huge risk, but I'm supposed to risk my life. It doesn't feel like I would be helpless in front of this bear, but it also doesn't feel like I can win. It's a gamble. Alex's fist shook in conflict, but eventually it relaxed. If I turn back now, I will turn back again later. I can't allow that. Alex readied his sword and patted the side of his torso a bit to check for something. Then he walked towards the lake. Chapter 24. Bear. Alex stepped onto the ice. The surroundings became even colder as Alex walked forward. However, Alex quickly noticed something that would change the entire dynamic of the fight. Alex nearly fell over as his feet lost their grip. It's fucking ice. How could I have overlooked something like that? He thought in frustration. Alex stabbed his sword into the ice. The sword easily entered the ice, almost like it didn't exist. Then, Alex pushed himself forward, using his sword as an anchor point in the ice. Alex practiced a bit to get used to his new form of movement. After some minutes, Alex had a good grasp on how to move properly on the ice. Luckily, the bear was still sleeping. It either didn't notice him or Alex didn't feel dangerous enough for it to care. Alex looked at the bear with narrowed eyes. It can use its claws to run on the ice. It has the advantage in that sense. Then Alex smirked. However, the ice can also be disadvantageous to it if I use it correctly. Then Alex slid forward. After around 200 meters of gliding across the lake, the bear opened its eyes and lifted its head as it looked at Alex. Alex's heart jumped as their gazes met. Powerful, Alex thought. But I can't always live in safety. If I want power, I have to push myself. The two only gazed at each other for several seconds. After the bear saw that Alex didn't move, it started to silently growl, the vibrations going across the lake. It either feels threatened or annoyed by me, Alex thought. Alex continued sliding forward. When the bear saw that Alex didn't retreat, it stood up as it turned to him. Its growl became louder as it tried to scare Alex away. Alex came closer. Now, only 100 meters separated them. Suddenly, the cold air around the bear transformed into a cold storm. The bear took a deep breath, and Alex felt his hair stand on end. Alex immediately jumped to the side. Ching! A spear made of ice whizzed past Alex's body with insane speeds. Bang! The ear of ice punched through a tree and got stuck in the tree behind that one. Alex took a deep breath. This bear was no joke. Alex had already met several beasts with these kinds of elemental powers, but this bear was on a completely different level. The lizard Alex had seen a couple of times could only throw weak fireballs. The anaconda had only been able to shoot some cold wind. The stalker also had an elemental power, but it hadn't been used as a form of attack, but for keeping it hidden and silent. Yet, this bear could transform its elemental powers into an actual attack. Alex tightened the grip on his sword and continued going towards the bear. The bear noticed that Alex had evaded, and it quickly formed another spear. The spear shot forward. Bang! This time, Alex blocked the ice spear with the side of his sword. Alex could have evaded the attack, but he wanted to test if he could block it. It was better to test it from a distance in case his sword broke. If that happened, he could still flee. Alex's arms shook, and his body got stopped by the power of the spear, but he had not gotten injured. Alex quickly rammed his sword into the ground, and shot himself forward with all his power. In an instant, Alex's speed multiplied as he shot towards the bear. The bear roared in aggression as another ice spear materialized, which it then directly shot at Alex. Rar! Alex fell on his ass and continued sliding forward, the spear passing over him, freezing parts of his hair. Alex had arrived in front of the bear. Boom! Alex rammed his sword into the ground to stop himself, and a meaty paw exploded on the ice in front of Alex. If he hadn't stopped himself in time, he would have been killed. Ice exploded in front of Alex as part of the icy lake was destroyed. Alex's eyes never lost their conviction, even if he had several brushes with death. Conviction. He had to attack. Alex used his sword as support and threw himself over it. Whoosh! A paw swiped past Alex, barely hitting the sword. Yet, the hit had already achieved its effect. Alex's sword was thrown to the side. Alex still managed to keep hold of his sword, but the trajectory of his jump had changed. Alex had wanted to attack the bear from above, but he just passed it by on its upper left. The bear quickly stood up onto its hind legs and tried to swipe at Alex again. The bear's speed was incredibly fast, far faster than Alex had anticipated. Alex put his sword in front of himself. He couldn't evade while being in the air, which meant that he could only block. RK. Suddenly, the ice beneath the bear broke, and the bear's hind legs fell into holes. Because of that, the bear's swipe missed Alex. Just as I thought, Alex thought as he landed on the other side, sliding away. The bear is already incredibly heavy. Obviously, the ice is sturdy and thick, but there has to be a limit to the ice's strength. It can resist the bear's weight when it's spread apart, but not when it's concentrated. The bear shouted in frustration and pulled itself out of the ice. At the same time, Alex put his sword into the ice again and changed his trajectory. There was now a distance of 20 meters between them. The bear turned to Alex. Then it charged forward, the ice cracking beneath its powerful strides. Alex used his sword like a ski pole to control his trajectory and speed as he circled around the bear. The bear came closer, and Alex used his sword to immediately and sharply change his trajectory. Boom! Another powerful paw hit the ice, but Alex managed to evade it. Alex continued sliding around, and the same thing repeated itself once again. How was the bear not able to hit Alex? It shouldn't be that stupid, right? Ever tried to hit a fly in the air with a hand? It was difficult. Why? It wasn't because of the speed. After all, a human's hand could move faster than the fly. No, the problem was the fly's ability to change trajectories in an instant. This gave the fly the ability to evade things that were moving even faster than it. The bear was faster than Alex, but Alex's sudden changes of trajectory were throwing it off. A success. The sound of something cutting could be heard as Alex slid around the bear. The bear grew more frustrated as it realized that it couldn't hit Alex. RK. It formed another ice spear and shot it at Alex. Bang! Alex blocked it with his sword. Then, he continued sliding around the bear. The bear shouted in frustration and condensed another ice spear. Suddenly, Alex changed his trajectory again and slid towards the bear. Bang! Alex blocked the spear again and got stopped by it. Suddenly, another spear appeared. Bang! Alex was pushed back, and he fell onto his back due to the force, sliding away from the bear. Another spear. Ding! Due to Alex lying on the ground, the spear passed over him and buried itself in the ground behind him. RK. Alex slid right into the spear, and Alex frantically pushed himself away. Alex had stopped his slide by using his free hand to stop himself by grabbing the spear. However, the stalker's coat between Alex's hand and the spear froze in an instant. This spear's temperature was frighteningly low. If Alex had grabbed the spear directly, his free arm would have been frozen solid. The frozen part of Alex's coat broke off like a piece of ice. Alex quickly jumped to his feet and slid away again, barely dodging another ice spear. Then, he slid towards the bear again, dodging another spear. Suddenly, Alex jumped. Alex looked with fiery eyes at the bear. However, Alex gritted his teeth when he realized that the bear didn't stand up. His entire plan hinged on the bear standing up. Instead, another ice spear appeared above the bear. Alex changed the position of his sword. He had wanted to strike the bear, but he had to block again. RK. Yet, Alex's eyes widened in horror as a second spear formed above the bear. Then both spears shot at Alex. Alex couldn't block both of them. He would get hit by one. Chapter 25. Thing. Alex gritted his teeth. If he had to take one of the two spears, he would take the one that hit a less vital area. Shing! Shing! The two spears shot forward and Alex's sword blocked one of them. Shing! However, the other one punched through Alex's left shoulder. Before Alex's left arm completely froze, he issued one last command to it. Whoosh! Alex's coat was thrown up as his left arm lifted upward. Then Alex's left arm, and a huge part of his torso froze over in nearly an instant. Now! Alex shouted. As Alex's coat was thrown upward, his torso was revealed, and something new with it. How had Alex been able to stay warm in such insanely cold weather? Around Alex's torso was a large, green lizard. It was curled around Alex's torso, and it radiated a ton of heat. It was the lizard that Alex had met on his first day. The lizard had already prepared itself. Bang! The lizard shot a fireball in the bear's face. Boom! The fireball exploded on the bear's head, making it scream in fear and pain. Its eyes were completely destroyed. Its fur was singed, and burns littered its face. However, it wasn't dead yet. In the chaos, the bear stood up. RK. The bear's hind legs broke through the ice again, and the bear's torso hit the front of the ice as it lost its balance. RK. Suddenly, the ice in a rough circle around the bear broke. Back when Alex had slid around the bear, he had cut out the part of the ice where the bear was standing on. The bear's fall broke the ice. Kriak! Suddenly, the ice cap started tilting towards one side. The bear's hind legs were in the center of the ice cap, while its torso was on one side. Like a human that leaned completely to one side while wearing a lifebuoy in the water, the ice cap completely tilted. Bang! Until it turned 180 degrees. The bear's body was now below the ice as its hind legs stuck out from the ice. Alex gritted his teeth as the burning pain from his left side seared itself into his mind. Alex heard a muffled roar from below the ice as the ice cap shook with power. When Alex landed, he used his sword to shoot himself towards the bear's legs. Crack! Alex swung his sword at one of the legs, and it cut to the middle of the leg, only being blocked by the bone. This was the first creature that managed to resist Alex's sword to some degree. Alex immediately swung a second time. Crack! The bone was broken, and with another swing, the bear's left hind leg was cut off. A shower of blood shot out, coating Alex's entire body. Alex could hear another terrifying roar beneath the ice, but he couldn't get distracted now. Bang! Alex hit the bear's other leg before it managed to free itself. Bang! However, suddenly, something shocking happened. The bear's other leg was pulled below the surface of the lake with terrifying speed. Alex's eyes widened. This couldn't have been the bear. That yank was too powerful. Silence. Only the blizzard roared. The lake was completely silent. Alex slowly walked forward and looked through one of the 2 holes. Red. The water beneath the hole was blood red. This wasn't right. For Alex, the atmosphere on the lake changed. From a natural calm to a terrifying calm. Alex didn't feel like he was on a lake, but on the roof of a terrifying creature's domain. The way the bear had been pulled underwater had been unnatural. It was like a giant hand had simply yanked the bear out. Suddenly, the silent sound of something small coming out of the water could be heard. Alex's body shuddered, and he quickly jumped away from the 2 holes. What had he just seen? A long and thin tentacle had silently come out of one of the holes. The tentacle directly went to the middle of the lake, towards the ethereal ice spire in the middle. The tentacle seemingly didn't end, as it extended for over 20 meters. When the tentacle arrived beside the ethereal spire, it moved around it, seemingly inspecting it. After some seconds, the tentacle pulled back into the water. Then, the 2 holes in the ice quickly got repaired. It was like the ice hadn't been damaged at all. Alex had completely stopped breathing as he watched all of this unfold. He didn't want to make any sound. After a bit, Alex noticed something else, and what he saw shook him to the core. The ethereal spire in the middle of the lake. It had grown bigger and more powerful. Immediately, Alex combined several clues into a terrifying picture. This is not some natural monophenomenon, Alex thought. This is bait. This thing created this ethereal spire to lure in a powerful creature. Then, it would consume the creature after a while. This is a trap. Alex took a deep breath. If it were another creature like the bear, Alex wouldn't feel so distraught. However, the power with which this thing had pulled the bear down had been too frightening. It was like a grown man that had yanked on a mere piece of grass. The yank had been so powerful that it was probably harder to not accidentally tear the bear apart than to pull it out of the ice. The bear and this thing were not on the same level at all. Maybe the hedgehog actually isn't the most powerful thing in this forest? Alex thought with terror. What if the hedgehog isn't the reason why there are no powerful creatures here? What if the reason is that thing in the lake? Suddenly, Alex felt something pull on his coat, and Alex nearly jumped back. However, he realized that it was only the lizard that had climbed down. The lizard seemingly wanted to pull Alex towards the ethereal spire in the middle of the lake. The lizard looked at Alex's frozen left arm, then at the spire, at Alex's arm again, and at the spire again. Alex also looked at his arm and gritted his teeth. My arm is basically destroyed, he thought with pain. Alex's entire arm had been frozen solid, and the cold even started to invade his torso. Alex knew that his left arm had already completely died. Alex looked at the ethereal spire. Just like before, ice formed around the spire continuously, and it danced around it in a calm manner. Alex's instincts were telling him that there was a ton of mana in there. However, this is that thing's bait, Alex thought. The lizard thinks that the spire can help me. Maybe its ice powers can heal my dead arm. Alex looked at the calm lake, and he felt the overbearing pressure in the air. But if that thing notices me, I'm dead. Alex looked at his left arm again. However, I already lost an arm. This will severely cripple my fighting ability, Alex thought. Then, he looked back at the spire. Should I try getting the spire or not? Silence. A minute passed. And then, Alex made his decision. Alex turned around and left the lake. I can't risk it. There is probably a way to heal my arm on the outside, but I can't revive myself from the dead, Alex thought. It's too risky. Kriak. However, Alex suddenly heard the sounds of trees being bent from the shore of the lake. Alex knew that sound. Sure enough, just a bit later, the hedgehog had appeared at the edge of the lake. Alex looked at the hedgehog, and the hedgehog looked at Alex. Then, the hedgehog looked at the spire in the middle. Then, it looked at Alex again. It seemingly looked at Alex with expectation. Alex looked at the hedgehog's actions, and he felt like he could understand its intentions. Does it want me to grab the spire? Chapter 26. Ethereal Spire. Alex looked at the hedgehog, unsure if he was judging its intentions correctly. Alex pointed towards the spire with his sword and looked at the hedgehog. The hedgehog didn't react. It continued looking at Alex with expectation. Fuck. Does it want me to get this ethereal spire for it? Alex thought. Is it forcing me to retrieve it? Alex started sliding towards a different direction of where the hedgehog was. Creak! The hedgehog followed Alex's new trajectory, and it quickly arrived at the spot where Alex was sliding towards. Fuck. It won't let me go. It will probably kill me if I exit the lake. Alex was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He either had to go against the hedgehog, or the thing in the lake. Both of these creatures were far beyond his capabilities to deal with. Alex felt stifled and frustrated beyond belief. Others were deciding his fate. He hated that. Alex looked with hate at the hedgehog, but its demeanor didn't change. It still looked at Alex expectantly. After a while, Alex clenched his fist. If I have to choose, I'll choose to help the hedgehog, Alex thought. The hedgehog has at least rewarded me when I gave it something. Instead, that thing in the lake will probably just ignore or consume me. Sadly, I'm not powerful enough to make demands. I'm completely at the mercy of the hedgehog's whims. In the end, Alex shooed the lizard away. He didn't want it to get hurt. Alex turned to the ethereal spire, and the lizard understood what Alex meant. Without hesitation, the lizard shot towards the shore of the lake, vanishing into the forest. The hedgehog didn't even look at it. Sure enough, the lizard only cares about me as long as I'm of use to it. It will abandon me at the first sign of weakness. It might even kill me when I'm showing weakness, Alex thought. However, he had already expected something like that. The lizard wasn't Alex's pet. It was a wild animal and a reptile on top of that. Reptiles weren't known for their affection towards other animals. Eventually, Alex moved around the ethereal spire and stopped behind it. Right now, the spire was in front of Alex, and behind the spire, on the edge of the lake, was the hedgehog. Alex would speed towards the spire, absorb it, and continue rushing towards the hedgehog. This was the best method he could come up with. Alex took a deep breath, and mentally prepared himself. Shing! Then, Alex put his sword into the ice, and shot himself forward. Alex accelerated as much as he could, and then Alex's frozen arm hit the ethereal spire. Whoom! It was like the spire had been disturbed. The ethereal spire became deformed. The spire's form changed, and it started to curl around Alex's arm. It was like a soft band made of paper that was being pulled along. Sage! The sound of sizzling could be heard as the ethereal form of the spire wrapped itself around Alex's body in an instant. Alex felt like he was touched by something of terrifying coldness. Yet, Alex's body wasn't being frozen or injured. Alex felt a cold sensation creep into his body. However, the outside of his body started to warm up again. It was like the cold sensation was moving through his body. Alex felt the cold sensation enter his head of its own volition. Yet, there seemingly was a blockage that stopped it from advancing. After a moment, the cold sensation gave up trying to get into Alex's head, and traveled towards his frozen arm again. Suddenly, Alex's left arm regained feeling, and he felt like his arm became even colder than before. Alex barely managed to jerk his left arm in panic. Whoom! Suddenly, a terrifyingly cold wind came out of Alex's left arm. The cold wind hit the ice cover beneath Alex, and an additional layer of ice formed on that spot. Yet, something shocking happened at the same time. Alex's arm instantly warmed up. In actuality, Alex's arm felt quite hot suddenly. It was like Alex had gathered all the cold in his body and had expelled it. Even the ice spear, which was stuck in his shoulder, was melting away. It was like Alex's left arm had worked with the same principles as an air conditioning unit. In order to make a room cold, an air conditioner needed to transport the heat somewhere else. If the inside of a room was as hot as the outside and the air conditioner was turned on, the inside would become colder, and the outside would become hotter. The hot temperature was gathered and expelled. Alex's arm had seemingly done something with the same principle but reversed. Alex had cooled the surroundings, resulting in his left arm becoming hotter. However, Alex had far bigger problems right now and didn't have any time to analyze this right now. All of this had happened in just 3 seconds, and 3 seconds after Alex absorbed the ethereal spire. Boom! A gigantic brown, boulder-like thing broke through the middle of the lake. It was over 10 meters tall and nearly 3 meters wide. A line went through the boulder-like thing. Alex knew what this was, and his heart beat fiercely in his chest. That's the beak of a gigantic octopus, he realized. If already the beak of the octopus was 10 meters long, how huge was the entire creature? The beak had punched through the middle of the lake, and it had closed around it. The octopus had probably assumed that Alex was still there. Luckily, Alex had grabbed the ethereal spire while sliding. Alex looked with terror behind him. Boom! Suddenly, the entire lake exploded. The gigantic octopus had realized that it had caught nothing, and its entire body broke out of the lake. It couldn't let go of its bait. It cost too much mana to condense something like that. Tentacles nearly 50 meters long stretched across the lake as a gigantic head came out of the water. The eyes of the octopus quickly looked around, and they immediately spotted the running Alex. Boom! Tentacles all punched down at the frozen lake. Surprisingly, the ice didn't break. That was because the octopus had used its ice powers to increase the hardness of the ice. As the octopus smashed its tentacles down, its body left the water and flew towards Alex. It had thrown itself over 50 meters into the air right towards Alex. Alex's heart nearly stopped. This octopus was too fast. It would catch him in an instant. I'm dead. The tentacles of the flying octopus stretched towards Alex. It would catch him in a second. Alex looked forward with desperate eyes. Yet, what he saw made him despair. The hedgehog had turned around. It wasn't even looking at him anymore. Alex's eyes opened widely with terrified eyes. And then everything changed. Bang! It was one loud, explosive sound. It was like a grenade had gone off. Suddenly, Alex felt a storm hit his body. A terrifying wind had suddenly picked up, and Alex's body was hurled across the lake uncontrollably. As Alex was thrown around, he managed to catch a glimpse of the octopus in the air, and an image was burned into his mind. Over 20 extremely long, green needles had buried themselves into the octopus body. This was the reason for the explosive sound and the terrifying storm. The needles had exploded off the hedgehog's body, had passed by Alex's body with unimaginable speeds, and had buried themselves into the octopus. The wind of the needles had thrown Alex across the lake. The sheer power of the needle explosion had stopped the massive octopus in the air. Then, Alex saw the hedgehog quickly peek behind itself. After that, it turned away again. Bang! Another terrifying explosion and another 20 needles shot through the octopus. The ground beneath the hedgehog broke due to the unimaginable force, and the octopus was thrown across the lake. Bang! Another explosion and the octopus was thrown even farther away. Alex quickly lifted himself off the ground again and ran towards the edge of the lake. The hedgehog turned around, and then it exploded forward. Boom! The hedgehog exploded with absolutely terrifying speed. It was racing around the lake, avoiding the ice. It knew that the ice wouldn't be able to withstand its weight. Alex's eyes opened in shock as he saw the unreal speed of the hedgehog. How could he have thought that the hedgehog was slow? That thing was moving with over 200 km each. All the trees around it were utterly annihilated, creating a terrifyingly long trail of destruction. Bang! Meanwhile, the octopus landed outside the lake, inside the forest. Its tentacles were violently flailing around, destroying everything in its surroundings. Some seconds later, the hedgehog arrived near the octopus. Bang! 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 Alex couldn't see, but he heard the sounds of two gigantic beasts fighting in the distance. This was not a fight he could get involved in. However, the sounds vanished in less than 10 seconds. The fight was already over. Alex took a deep breath. Then, he slowly made his way to the fighting area. Alex could see some green needles peeking over the trees, and they were moving around. He couldn't see any gigantic tentacles above the trees. This meant that the hedgehog had won. Sure enough, the hegemon is the hegemon, Alex thought. Alex slowly calmed down as he realized that he had managed to avoid death. I wonder if the hedgehog will reward me? I hope so. Fleeing now makes no sense. If the hedgehog wants to kill me, there's nothing I can do. Alex only hoped that the hedgehog's personality wouldn't suddenly change into a cruel one. Chapter 27. Experiment and Trade. Alex walked towards the area where the giant octopus had landed. He didn't want to miss out on any potential rewards the hedgehog had for him. While Alex was walking to that place, he looked at his left arm. His left arm was no longer frozen, and it actually felt a bit hot. Sadly, his left arm was still severely injured. The freezing of organic material completely destroyed its structure, severing veins, and many other things. Alex's left arm hadn't been in pain while it had been frozen, but as soon as it had thawed, Alex felt searing pain coming from it. Alex couldn't really move it much, but he could still experiment with it. The ethereal spire had entered Alex's left arm, and it remained there. He had already accidentally shot some cold air out of his left arm earlier, and Alex wanted to know how that worked. Alex was already familiar with how it felt to move mana, and he willed for the cold mana in his left arm to explode. Sage! A blast of cold air left Alex's left arm. Since his left arm was still limply hanging around, the cold hit part of Alex's left leg and the ground. The ice below Alex's left arm grew by a bit, and the coat on Alex's left leg completely froze. However, Alex was too busy with something else. As soon as Alex had willed the ice mana to explode, his arm started to burn. Well, it wasn't burning literally, but it felt like it was burning. Alex quickly ran to one of the spots with destroyed ice. The octopus had destroyed a huge part of the lake when it had surfaced. Assess. Alex put his arm directly into the icy water and gritted his teeth. The sound of something hot touching cold water could be heard as soon as Alex's arm hit the water. Fuck, that's so hot, Alex thought. Are you serious? You have mana, and you follow the laws of thermodynamics. You want to make stuff cold, so you have to make other stuff hot. Why can't you just do something magical? After a while, Alex pulled his arm out and moved it through the air for a bit. His arm had received several burns. However, it was coated with a thin coating of ice now. His arm definitely felt colder than before. My arm is colder than before. So, let's try again. Sage! Another blast of cold air, and Alex immediately dipped his arm into the cold water again. It's not as hot as previously, but it still feels like I touched a hot plate or something, Alex concluded. After a while, Alex pulled his arm out again. I wonder, can I use less? Alex tried to suppress the mana, but also made a bit of it explode. SSH. A cold wind left Alex's left arm again, and Alex's arm heated up again. However, this time, Alex's arm wasn't burning hot. It was just uncomfortably hot, the temperature that would make someone sweat profusely. Yet, in exchange, the cold air that left Alex's left arm wasn't as cold as in the earlier blasts. Alex scratched his chin as he thought about everything he had witnessed. So, my arm heats up proportionally to how cold the air is. I'm not sure, but I think the amount of air leaving my arm is the same as the weight of my arm. Because of that, the blasts are quite powerful. Now I need to test something else. Alex grabbed his left arm with his right arm and pointed it at his face. Just a little bit, Just a tiny little bit, Alex thought. Sage. Alex's head was blown back by the storm coming out of the arm. However, since he had only used a little bit, Alex's face wasn't injured. Only some icicles had formed on Alex's face. Alex rubbed the icicles off his face and looked at his arm with excitement. Interesting, Alex thought, scratching his chin. I only used a tiny fraction, and my arm probably only heated up by a single degree. Yet, the air on my face was slightly colder than the surrounding air. This means that this blast uses the outside temperature as a reference when cooling something, not the arm itself. So theoretically, if it were minus 40 degrees C right now, and if my arm were 20 degrees C hot, and if I unleashed a blast equaling 20 degrees C, the blast of air would be minus 60 degrees C, and my arm would reach 40 degrees C. Alex scratched his chin as a complicated expression appeared on his face. That means the power of this ability relies heavily on my environment. After all, if I were in some desert that's 50 degrees C and I did the same thing, my arm would reach 40 degrees C, and my opponent would get a comfortable breeze of 30 degrees C hot air. However, in a cold environment, the effect would be different, Alex thought as he looked around. Sure, the creatures living in such a cold environment have a great cold resistance, but that's only true to a certain extent. A beast living in a 50 degrees C hot desert wouldn't mind a blast of 30 degrees C hot air. However, a beast living in a minus 40 degrees C cold tundra would have some issues with a blast of minus 60 degrees C cold air. Even more, I can reduce the temperature of my left arm even further in cold weather. I could run around with a 5 degrees C cold arm without issues. It would simply feel very dull, numb, and awkward. However, I could unleash a blast of 35 degrees C. In a cold climate, this would severely damage someone. After all, the blast would nearly reach minus 100 degrees C. Additionally, if I'm willing to pay some injuries, I can even blast them with like 60 degrees C or something. Sure, my arm would get severe burns and would become useless until I healed it, but my enemy would be frozen. Alex scratched his chin. There surely are some uses for this ability in a fight. My sword is one-handed anyway, leaving me with a free arm. Alex had been walking all this time, and he finally came close to his goal. Alex passed a tree and saw an area of absolute destruction. The trees were all destroyed, and many gigantic needles poked out of the unmoving octopus. Right now the hedgehog was calmly munching on the octopus, seemingly without a care in the world. Alex walked up to one of the tentacles and saw how it towered over him. This was one of the thicker tentacles of the octopus, and just its width was at least 3 meters. It was like Alex stood before the fleshy wall of an estate. That tentacle was probably 50 meters long, which simply seemed unreal. Alex jumped onto the tentacle and walked along with it. Then, Alex walked over to the spot where the hedgehog was currently munching away, and stopped before it. The hedgehog continued eating, but after some seconds, it noticed him. The hedgehog extended its head to Alex, and sniffed several times. Alex became a bit nervous. Maybe it smelled the ethereal spire in his body? After all, it was currently munching on the creator and actual owner of the ethereal spire. Maybe Alex smelled similar to the octopus? He hoped not. After a bit of sniffing, the hedgehog pulled its head back and looked at Alex. Then, it looked at the octopus below Alex. Then back at Alex again. After that, the hedgehog walked to the tentacle where Alex had come from. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After a minute of biting, the hedgehog had severed the tentacle from the corpse. Bang! Then, the hedgehog threw the tentacle a couple of meters into the distance with a kick from its paw. After that, it looked at Alex again for a while. And after that, it went back to eating. Alex realized what the hedgehog meant. It had given Alex one of the tentacles. Alex became excited for a bit. The octopus probably had an insane amount of mana stored in its body. However, Alex quickly deflated and sighed. That tentacle weighed so many tons. He couldn't possibly eat all of that. Alex scratched his chin for a bit. Then he walked to the end of the tentacle and tried to move it with all his power. Alex managed to lift the last couple of meters of the tentacle and rotated it slightly towards the hedgehog. Hey! Alex shouted. I can't eat that. You take it. The hedgehog stopped munching and looked at Alex. Alex pointed at the tentacle, shook his head, and then pointed at the hedgehog. The hedgehog looked at Alex for a bit and realized what he meant. The hedgehog walked over, bit down on the tentacle, and moved it back to the corpse, showing that the tentacle now belonged to it. Alex looked expectantly at the hedgehog. The hedgehog looked at Alex for a while. 10 seconds of nothing happened. The hedgehog was probably thinking hard on what to do. Then it looked at the sky for a bit, seemingly thinking about something. Lastly, it looked at Alex again. RMM, RMM, RMM. The hedgehog's body began to vibrate slightly in a rhythmic pattern. Alex recognized the sound. Hey, isn't that the weird sound dogs make before they barf? Alex thought. Sure enough, the hedgehog opened its mouth and spat something out. However, it wasn't barf, but something else. Alex's eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Chapter 28, Affinity. What had the hedgehog spat out? Something brown hit the ground. It almost looked like a regular piece of earth. However, the brown piece of earth quickly dissolved into mist, which gathered in the air above it. In the end, some brown mist had formed in the shape of a spear, and several clumps of earth materialized in the air and fell to the ground. Alex almost couldn't believe it. It was another ethereal spire. However, it also seemed logical to Alex. If the octopus could create an ethereal spire, why couldn't the hedgehog? From what he had seen, the octopus' ethereal spire had something to do with the ice element, and the hedgehog's ethereal spire was obviously of the earth element. Could Alex have two ethereal spires in his body? Alex walked over to the ethereal spire, which was slowly being burrowed by the earth forming around it. I should first try my right arm, Alex thought. I don't know if the two spires will cancel each other out or something. I just hope I won't explode or something. Alex put his sword to the side, and touched the brown ethereal spire with his right hand. The spire wrapped itself around Alex's right arm, and vanished into Alex's body. Alex felt how the ethereal spire moved throughout his body. First, it traveled through his right arm to his head. However, just like with the previous one, this ethereal spire seemingly couldn't reach Alex's mind. It was like something was blocking its way. After that, the ethereal spire went to Alex's left arm, and Alex became nervous. How would the spires interact? Alex felt how the brown ethereal spire entered his left arm and then nothing happened. After a bit, it exited Alex's left arm and went to his legs. Then, it inspected Alex's torso. Lastly, the ethereal spire went back to Alex's head. Hoorg! Alex felt like he had barfed, and the ethereal spire left Alex's body through his mouth. Then, it landed in front of him and simply stayed there. Alex blinked a couple of times as he looked at the brown ethereal spire. Well, seems like I can't use that. Does it have something to do with the strange affinity the god was telling me about? Alex thought. Then, Alex looked at his left arm. Do I have an ice affinity? Alex thought. Honestly, I'm not so sure. The god told me that my affinity would be very special, and honestly, if I had an ice affinity, my left arm probably wouldn't heat up if I used that spire. I can't imagine every ice mage burning to a crisp as soon as they use a spell. Alex scratched the back of his head. I mean, my affinity obviously has something to do with ice, but it probably isn't pure ice. At the same time, it probably has nothing to do with earth. Wonder what it is, Alex thought. Alex looked at the hedgehog with a complicated expression. Hey, I can't use that. Alex shouted. The hedgehog looked at Alex again. Alex took 2 steps away from the brown ethereal spire. Slurp! Without waiting for a second, the hedgehog slurped up the ethereal spire. Obviously, it hadn't been comfortable with handing something like that over. That was probably also why it had thought over its decision for so long earlier. Then, the hedgehog walked away from the octopus and began violently shaking. Plonk! 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 An avalanche of fruit fell off the hedgehog's needles. Its needles became completely empty of fruit. There were hundreds. Alex's eyes widened. He knew how powerful these fruits were. All these fruits couldn't even compare to a single tentacle of the octopus or one of the ethereal spires. Even more, the hedgehog seemed rather happy with that trade. It had appeared neutral when it gave Alex the tentacle. When it gave Alex the ethereal spire, it had definitely been unwilling. But when it had given Alex the fruit, it seemingly hadn't minded a single bit. This meant hundreds of fruits, tentacle ethereal spire. Apparently, I made quite a steal by absorbing that ice spire, Alex thought. However, how do I even transport all of these fruits? Alex thought as he scratched his chin. There were several mountains of fruits, all about a meter tall. Alex sighed. Obviously, I can't transport all of them. Well, let's forget about returning home. I can just train here, Alex thought. Alex looked at the blizzard storming around him. Also, with that new ability, I can keep myself warm. As my blood travels through my left arm, the temperature of my arm will be distributed along my body. As long as it's not too cold, that's enough to heat my entire body. It's essentially not any different from what my body is naturally doing anyway. Crunch! Alex looked at one of the mountains and saw a familiar creature. Of course, you return as soon as you're no longer in danger, Alex said with a sarcastic tone while looking at the lizard. The lizard had returned and had eaten one of the fruits. Well, you helped me in dealing with the bear, so you can get some of the fruits, Alex said. The lizard mostly ignored Alex. After eating the fruit, it went over to a tree, climbed it, and laid down. Alex also went over and ate one of the fruits. By now, Alex needed 2 fruits for one attempted suicide of training. However, for now Alex only ate one. Why? Alex looked at his left arm as it released sizzling sounds. This was the sound of Alex's arm healing with rapid speeds. For once Alex felt quite lucky. If he hadn't grabbed the ethereal spire, and if he hadn't used it, his arm would have probably shattered and fallen off at some point. Alex didn't want to find out if he could regrow entire limbs. Probably not. However, since his left arm was still attached and not frozen, It could receive the nutrients and mana from the fruit and heal. After a bit, Alex moved his left arm around with practiced ease. Finally, he could move his arm again. Alex looked at the other fruits for a while, and then at the hedgehog, which was still munching away on the octopus. Its stomach seemed endless. I probably don't have to be very careful around here. I'm pretty sure that no beast would dare to come close to the hedgehog's food. The lizard is only here because it had met the hedgehog several times when we exchanged stuff. Alex looked back at the fruits. Well, it's time for a lot of pain. Alex ate 2 fruits, climbed a tree, and jumped off with all of his power. Alex flew high into the air, did several flips, and perfectly hit the icy ground with the front of his body. Alex knew that at some point, trees wouldn't be high enough anymore. When that happened, Alex would need to find an alternate method of training his entire body. When the hedgehog heard the loud impact of Alex falling to the ground, it turned to Alex and looked at him with confusion. What was that human doing? Alex convulsed on the ground in unending pain, and the hedgehog only stared at him in confusion. After a while, Alex stood up, ate some more fruits, and repeated the process. After watching Alex for a couple of repetitions, the hedgehog went back to eating the octopus. That human was weird. Chapter 29. Human. Alex gathered everything he owned and checked if he got everything. After looking over his broken shed one more time, he nodded in appreciation. Then, Alex jogged towards the south. It had been about half a year since he had arrived in this world, and today, he would finally leave this wilderness. He had killed the ice bear about 2 or 3 months ago, and he had already used up all of the fruits he had gotten from the hedgehog. Near the end, Alex had realized that the fruits weren't that useful anymore. He would need over 10 fruits for one attempted suicide of training. That wasn't so bad, and Alex could still get some use out of the fruits. However, there was a problem. For the past 3 days, the hedgehog had refused to appear in front of Alex. No matter how much he searched or how many fires Alex lit, the hedgehog just wouldn't come out anymore. Without the hedgehog, Alex's progress had slowed down severely. Now he could only train with the normal meditation, which felt far too slow to him. Additionally, Alex hadn't found another beast on the level of the ice bear in the past couple of months. Sure, Alex had found a couple new creatures, but they were all about as strong as the stalker. By now, Alex could beat a stalker without even needing to use a sword. His body was just that powerful. Because of that, Alex had decided that it was time for him to leave the safety of the basin. It was time to see the wider world. Alex jogged leisurely, but he still moved faster than the fastest human on Earth could sprint. The trees acted as obstacles, which made Alex's journey a bit awkward, but he arrived at the edge of the basin in about an hour. If he could run in a straight line, he could easily get there in less than half an hour. Alex touched his new coat and kept hold of his sword. He didn't know what would await him on the other side of the mountain. The basin was surrounded by mountains, and Alex would be traveling through a natural pathway between 2 of the mountains. He would need to awkwardly climb to a height of about 500 meters to pass the mountains. That wasn't really hard for his new body, but it was still higher than all of the trees in the forest. Even more, Alex wouldn't be surrounded by the forest anymore. Any beast would be able to see him as soon as he started climbing the mountain. Alex still remembered the gigantic lizard he had seen near the mountains on his first day. Alex was uncertain if he could win against such a beast. At least, the mystery of why no truly powerful beast entered the basin had been solved. It was obviously the hedgehog. In the past, Alex had been unsure of why no powerful beast had been here. After all, the hedgehog couldn't be everywhere at once, right? Well, in a certain sense, the hedgehog could be everywhere at once. Its needles could. The hedgehog would probably hear or smell the gigantic beasts. Then, it would run there and shoot them down from hundreds of meters away. Alex guessed that the hedgehog hadn't used his needles earlier since one needle probably cost it more mana or energy than the prey was worth. However, if it were something like that big lizard, it would probably be worth it. The mystery of why there hadn't been any powerful sea creatures had also been solved. A river stretched through the basin, and logically, there should be a couple of powerful creatures. Well, these creatures had obviously been consumed by the octopus. Sure, with the death of the octopus, powerful sea creatures would probably appear in the basin, but Alex knew his own limits. He could attempt to fight a powerful land creature, emphasis being on attempt, but he wouldn't have any chance when fighting such a creature in the water. The basin had become useless to Alex, and it was time to move on. Alex looked at the path he would travel to, took a deep breath, and started climbing. I wouldn't go there if I were you. Alex's heart nearly stopped in fright. Alex quickly turned around and saw something he hadn't seen in over 6 months. A human. An actual human. Behind Alex stood a middle-aged man in green robes. These robes reminded Alex of several dramas playing in the Middle Ages. These were the robes that a dignitary would wear. They radiated splendor and respect. But he had green hair and a black beard, making him appear a bit mismatched. Even more, Alex felt mana revolve around the person. There was so much mana. First human contact in the new world. Don't be awkward. Yo, Alex said with a slightly raised hand. It was normal to greet others like this on the street. It was a relaxed greeting. The man raised an eyebrow in skepticism when he heard Alex's greeting. "What are you doing here?" the man asked. Since Alex could pay attention to the words now, he noticed that the words didn't sound English, but they felt like English to Alex. The man obviously spoke a different language, but Alex felt like he was speaking English. It was a weird feeling. It was like a badly dubbed movie. "I've been living here for the past 6 months, and I lived in the wilderness to become more powerful," Alex explained. The man nodded. Then, the man pointed at Alex while reciting some confusing words. Alex's hair stood up. Was that a spell? Would the man attack him? Alex immediately jumped to the side and ran into the distance. The man was surprised as he stopped chanting. He only looked at Alex running away. Then, the man spoke a couple of words. It didn't even take him a second to speak all of them. Boom! An explosion of wind appeared behind the man, and his body shot forward with absolutely ridiculous speeds. It was like he had been shot out of a gun. Whoom! The man appeared in front of Alex in less than a second, and after another small explosion of wind, his body stopped. Alex's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the man in front of him. Just now, the man had been even faster than the hedgehog. "Calm down," the man said evenly. "My first word was +%, and you should know that this word is reserved for investigative spells." In Alex's mind, the word the man was referring to sounded like pure gibberish. It didn't even sound like an actual word. It was more like a weird combination of noises that made no sense. However, Alex knew that he couldn't do anything against the man if he wanted to try something on him. It was better to simply follow his instructions. The man spoke the same words again, and after a while, Alex felt mana gather around his body. Alex's body subconsciously absorbed the mana, and Alex immediately felt refreshed. However, Alex was still confused about what the man was actually doing. The man stroked his black beard and thought, "It's just as I thought. You're a fizzy." "A fizzy? What's that?" Alex asked. The man raised his eyebrow again as he heard Alex's question. Was something wrong with this kid's head? "Fizzy as in, physical fighter, someone that can't practice magic," the man said. "Fizzy?" Alex thought with an uncomfortable expression. That sounds like a nickname for a group of people in high school or college. Is that how physical fighters are referred to in this world, fizzy? "What are you then, a magi?" Alex asked. "Mage," the man answered. For a while, the man had been suspicious of Alex's supposed memory loss and lack of common knowledge. However, if Alex were truly acting, his acting skills would be deserving of several awards. There was no way that someone this weak could act this well in front of him. "Why did you say that I shouldn't go to the mountain?" "I want to leave," Alex said. "A mid-rank gravel lizard has its nest between those two mountains. If you disturb it, you will die," the man said. "A mid-rank gravel lizard? What's that?" Alex asked. "Grayish-brown lizard," the man answered. "About 20 meters long with an earth affinity. Gravel lizards are beasts at the second realm. A mid-rank gravel lizard is in the middle of the second realm." The man pointed at Alex. "Judging by your physical power, you are in the late first realm. By fighting smartly, and with lots of preparation, you can maybe attempt to fight a beast at the peak of the first realm, but one in the middle second realm will directly kill you," the man said. Alex nodded, and his eyes shone in curiosity. Finally, he could get some actual information about this world. These realms the man was referring to were probably a sort of classification or quantification for power. The man had said that Alex was in the late first realm. Alex assumed that he had come to this world while being in the initial first realm, which meant he had made quite some progress. However, according to logic, a mid-rank gravel lizard was probably stronger than Alex, just as much as the current Alex was stronger than the past Alex. The past Alex and the current Alex couldn't be compared. Alex also remembered something else. "I've also seen a polar bear, which was about 3 meters high and could condense ice spears." "What was that?" Alex asked. "Ice spear bear," straightforward name. "Beast of the first realm." "It sounds like a high-grade ice spear bear, according to what you've said." "Did you kill one?" the man asked. Alex nodded. The man nodded back. "Quite impressive for a fizzy. You two should be at the same level, given that a human can fight against a beast on the same level." "Well, at least not as a fizzy," the man explained. Alex scratched his chin and thought, "My body has become far stronger now. I guess back when I fought the ice spear bear, my body was probably in the middle first realm." Alex glanced at the man. "However, I probably shouldn't tell him that. I don't know him." "What brings you here?" Alex asked the man. "I'm here to ask you a question," the man said. "Ask away," Alex answered. "What happened to the old ice octopus in the lake of this forest?" Alex's body shook. Now, he knew why this man was here. He was investigating what happened to the octopus. Even more, Alex knew why they were probably interested in it. The ethereal spire. And where was the ethereal spire right now? Alex stealthily hid his left arm. Chapter 30, Whirlwind. "The old ice octopus? Do you mean that gigantic octopus in the lake?" Alex asked. The man slightly narrowed his eyes as he heard Alex's words. "Yes. What happened to it?" the man asked. Acting like Alex hadn't seen anything would be too obvious of a lie. After all, the octopus had died, and the destruction it had caused had been massive and loud. It was killed by the huge hedgehog, Alex said. The man raised an eyebrow. Killed by the earth fruit hedgehog? What happened? He asked. I wasn't there for the entire fight, but I was near the lake. I heard a loud explosion, and saw a gigantic octopus jump through the air. Alex explained animatedly. However, something shocking happened after that. Tens of gigantic, long needles punched through the octopus, and I saw it land towards the north of the lake, in the middle of the forest. I saw the gigantic hedgehog charge over to that area, and after a couple more explosions, everything quieted down. I'm pretty sure that the hedgehog has killed the octopus, Alex explained. The man stroked his beard and thought. What you say makes sense, but I need to verify it. Wait here for a bit. Alex nodded. Alex wouldn't want to take the risk and flee while the man was away. The man probably had many ways to find Alex again. Fleeing would only awaken suspicion. The man spoke several words, and this time, it took him nearly 10 full seconds to recite them. Obviously, the spell he was casting was very complex. Alex felt a storm of mana coming to the man, and after he finished his spell, the man suddenly started to levitate. An actual storm picked up around him, and Alex was nearly thrown into the distance. However, the storm only surrounded the man and lifted him upwards. The trees violently shook around him due to the storm, and eventually, the man shot into the distance, right above the forest. Alex's eyes widened in shock. He can fly. A human can actually fly in this world, Alex thought. Alex had seen the powers the god had shown him, which were obviously superior to this man, but Alex would have never believed that the first human he would see could fly. Flying. This was something every human dreamed of doing. It symbolized freedom and power beyond one's imagination. Alex's thirst for power only increased in intensity. As Alex continued thinking about what he had just seen, the man arrived at the lake and descended at its north. There was a big area with destroyed trees, and the man could see several holes. The man had only searched through the lake since the old ice octopus was a water creature. Who would search for an octopus on land? The man turned his gaze, and he saw a gigantic rock. However, this rock wasn't a rock but the octopus beak. The hedgehog couldn't eat something like that, which was why the beak was still here. Even after 2 months, the beak still lied there, in the middle of the forest. The man ascended again and flew back to Alex. Alex was nearly blown back as the man slowly landed in front of him. After landing, the man nodded at Alex. You spoke the truth. I couldn't find the old ice octopus, but I found its beak and several holes that are about as wide as the needles of the earth fruit hedgehog. Seems like the hedgehog got quite a good meal out of this. Then, the man narrowed his eyes. No wonder the hedgehog acted this uppity towards me this year, he muttered. Thinks after becoming a high-rank earth fruit hedgehog, it can avoid paying its tribute. Stupid animal. Alex's body shook, and sweat ran down his back as he heard the man's words. Alex remembered a peculiarity. The hedgehog hadn't visited him in 3 days. Did this man? Sir, what happened to the hedgehog? He asked. What's it to you? The man asked with a cold glint in his eyes. Alex's body shivered. Well, I exchanged meat for the hedgehog's fruits several times. The man raised an eyebrow. Sentiment? For a beast? Alex didn't answer. Don't be naive, the man berated coldly. The hedgehog only traded with you because you are in the first realm. It has killed plenty of humans in the second, and even some in the third realm. If you were in the second realm, it would have killed you as soon as it saw you. The earth fruit hedgehog discerns enemies by smell. If the odor you give off has a certain density of mana, its hunting instinct gets triggered. The hedgehog even killed the person that had fed it for 20 years after he reached the second realm, the man explained. Alex remembered how the hedgehog had always smelled him whenever it came near him. Now, that cute action no longer felt as cute. The hedgehog had always sniffed Alex several times when they met. If the hedgehog could even kill someone that fed it for 20 years, he would probably not be an exception. A cold shudder ran down Alex's spine. Thank you for your warning, sir, Alex said politely. Could I ask another question, please? After seeing the man fly, Alex had become far more polite. The man nodded. Since you helped me in solving the mystery of the missing old ice octopus, I can entertain some of your questions, he said. I saw a green lizard, about 1 meter long. It has the ability to shoot fireballs from its mouth. What kind of creature is that? Alex asked. The man scratched his chin. For once, he didn't have an answer immediately. Sounds like a fire tree lizard hatchling, the man said. Fire tree lizards normally are not in the basin, but in the mountains surrounding the basin. I'm guessing that it accidentally wandered into the basin after being born in one of the surrounding mountains. Fire tree lizards are beasts of the second realm. This means that they will reach the second realm as soon as they become adults. And you say that this thing is in here? Alex nodded. Do you know if it ate some of the earth fruit hedgehog's fruits? Alex nodded again. Then forget about the lizard, the man said. Earth fruit hedgehogs gather their waste products in their needles, and the needles will eventually bear these fruits. These fruits will eventually fall down and remain on the ground. The fruits are filled with mana, and every beast is drawn to these fruits. The hedgehog is wasting no mana by creating these fruits. However, as a creature in the third realm, just its waste products already carry quite a significant amount of mana. Over the long years, the fruits of the earth fruit hedgehog gained a certain addictive property. Humans can still eat them since our minds are conscious, but beasts that only act on instinct can't resist these fruits. Since the fire tree lizard has already tasted the fruits, it will stick around the earth fruit hedgehog. Eventually, it will eat enough fruits to reach maturity and advance to the second realm. When that happens, the hedgehog will consume the lizard. Alex took a deep breath. The hedgehog had long stopped being cute in Alex's mind. This thing was a demon in disguise. "Thank you for your teaching, sir," Alex said. The man looked at Alex for a bit. "As for your earlier question, I taught the earth fruit hedgehog some manners and collected its earth mana source. The earth fruit hedgehog gets to live in my garden, but in exchange, it will give me 1 earth mana source per year. I'm answering these questions for you since you helped me to solve the mystery of the missing old ice octopus. Don't forget that." Alex's mind went several places. However, why speculate when he could just ask? "What's a mana source?" Alex asked. "Foggy, ethereal spears, about a meter high," the man answered. Mana sources can act as a catalyst for elemental powers for beasts. The parents give mana sources to their offspring. A beast in the second realm can create an impure mana source, and a beast in the third realm can produce a pure mana source. Apprentices require a mana source in order to officially become adepts. Most apprentices can only use an impure mana source due to the difficulty of obtaining it, but wealthy families pay a lot of money for pure mana sources. "That's why I'm here." At this moment, the man looked like he had just remembered something. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Duke Whirlwind, a high mage, and this Duke Whirlwind gestured to the forest. Is one of my gardens." Chapter 31. Memory Loss. Duke, Alex thought in surprise. That means that this world, or this country at least, operates on an aristocratic basis probably. As far as I remember, a duke was pretty high up in the chain of command. Additionally, he said he was a high mage. He said mana sources are important for apprentices to become adepts. I can guess with quite some certainty that apprentices probably reflect mages in the first realm, while adepts are mages in the second realm. The third realm should logically be a mage, which would make the fourth realm a high mage, probably. According to what he said, the hedgehog and the octopus are creatures of the third realm. The fact that he is in the fourth realm also explains how he could take care of them. "This is probably a real big shot. Fuck, I can't believe I greeted him with a yo," Alex thought. "I'm sorry for my earlier disrespect, Duke Whirlwind," Alex said with a respectful tone. Duke Whirlwind smirked a bit. "You know, it's customary to refer to a duke as your grace," he said. "Oh, I'm sorry, your grace," Alex said. "I haven't talked to any nobles before. Please excuse me for my negligence." Surprisingly, the duke chuckled for a bit. "You really don't get under people much, do you?" Duke Whirlwind asked. "No, I don't aim, your grace," Alex said. The duke chuckled again. "You know, the your grace thing is antiquated. No one talks like that anymore. Referring to me with my title or simply by sir is already enough," the duke said with a slight smile. The duke had been rather cold towards Alex at the beginning, but after he saw how innocent, gullible, and naive Alex was, his mood brightened a bit. It was rare to see a youngster that didn't try to lick his boots to get into his good graces. "Oh, okay," Alex said, uncertain of how he should proceed. "What's your name, young man?" Duke Whirlwind asked. "I'm Arg," Alex tried to say, but before he could even think about his name, a pain came from his mind. Alex grabbed the side of his head in pain. Duke Whirlwind was surprised when he saw Alex's actions. The young man was genuinely in pain. Even his veins were seemingly popping out of the side of his head. This was a sign of pain and stress, and something like that couldn't be faked. "Are you injured?" Duke Whirlwind asked neutrally. The young man obviously wasn't critically injured, which was why he wasn't very worried about him. "No, it's just something that happens from time to time," Alex said as he took a deep breath. "My name is Shang," Alex said. "Shang?" Duke Whirlwind repeated with interest. "I've never heard of such a name. What about your last name, or is that your last name?" "That's just my name," Alex said with a defeated voice. He really didn't want to abandon his old name, but there was really nothing he could do. How long could he even remember his old name? By now, Alex hadn't thought of his actual name in forever. Whenever he thought of it, the pain would return. This meant that essentially no one, not even he, had spoken out or thought about Alex's name in half a year. When Alex wanted to introduce himself, his mind automatically went to the part in his mind where his actual name was located without even thinking about it. It was like a closed door, suffused with powerful electricity. Alex knew what was behind the door, but whenever he touched it, he would get hurt. How long would it take for him to forget what was behind that door if he could never check it? How long would it take until the door seemingly vanished into obscurity? Alex knew that he still knew his name, but he actually didn't truly remember his name since he couldn't think about it. This feeling was difficult to describe. Shang is my entire name. I don't have a first or last name. I am only Shang, Alex said. Duke Whirlwind combed his beard in interest. Someone with only one name. Are you from a farmer's or criminal's family? He asked. Alex sighed. I don't think I have a family, Alex said. Ever since arriving in this world, I have been alone. These words sounded very different to different people. To Alex it was the truth. This body had probably been created out of nothing. So logically, this body couldn't have a family. He also hadn't met a human since arriving in this world, making him alone. However, these words would be interpreted by different people differently. Someone might think that Shang had had a clash with his family in the past, separating them. Someone might think that Shang's family had died. Someone might think that Shang was an orphan. Someone might also think that Shang was simply a weak-willed child drowned in misery. How did Duke Whirlwind interpret Alex's words? He wasn't sure, but he guessed that Shang had probably lost his family in the past. That would explain why you don't have a last name. Who gave you the name Shang? Duke Whirlwind asked. It was a man. I talked for him for a bit, and he bestowed the name upon me. There was no other name I could use, so I accepted his name, Alex said, carefully navigating the question with deceptive truth. But maybe the god was known in his world? Maybe the god was not very popular in this world? What if someone knew the god and tried to experiment on Alex to find out more about the god? Alex didn't want to talk about the god. There were simply too many unknown variables. Duke Whirlwind combed his beard and thought, that's quite an unbelievable story, but I can't sense any falsehood coming from you. There's no reason for me to lie to you, Alex said. Duke Whirlwind nodded. Why are you in my garden? He asked. That's a difficult question to answer, Alex said. The first thing I remember of this world is this wilderness. It's like this was where I started existing. I don't know anything about the world beyond this garden. However, I think I know the reason why I am here. I think I am supposed to train in this wilderness and become more powerful before entering human society again, Alex said. Alex had decided to go with a mixture of memory loss and training. His answers were vague enough that a lawyer could interpret Alex's word in many different ways, allowing him to get out of any future questions by continually adapting the meaning of his words. Duke Whirlwind raised one of his eyebrows as he kept combing his beard. Then, Duke Whirlwind spoke more confusing words. He was casting another spell. Alex became more nervous since he didn't know what that spell would do. When the Duke finished his spell, Alex felt some mana enter his mind. Casting the spell hadn't taken more than a second. After a second, the mana left Alex's mind again. Duke Whirlwind's expression changed into a concerned one. Something's wrong with your mind, Duke Whirlwind said. I don't have enough knowledge in the field of soul magic, mind magic, anatomy, flesh magic, or any other related magic category to pinpoint the issue. I can just say that something doesn't feel right when I glanced at your mind. Alex's eyes widened. You can read my mind? He asked in shock. Duke Whirlwind slowly shook his head. No, I'm not nearly powerful enough to do that. I also don't specialize in these fields. The spell I used simply sends mana through your mind. I can see what form the mana takes when it goes in and when it comes out. I don't know what happens inside your mind, but I can infer some things based on how the mana looked when it came out again. Some of the mana came out differently than expected, which means that some things in your mind are not as they're supposed to be. That's the extent of what I can find out. So, I lost my memory? Alex asked. That's a possibility, Duke Whirlwind said. Your mind has been changed, either by a person, by an injury, by trauma, or by whatever. Alex looked worried, but he was actually ecstatic inside. This was just the excuse he needed. With this, he could simply say that he lost his memory, and even doctors and powerful mages would be able to confirm his words. It was perfect. Can my memory be recovered? Alex asked. Unlikely, Duke Whirlwind said. You would need someone very proficient in mind magic and soul magic. Such powerful mages only work for the truly wealthy mages. It would even prove to be a heavy strain on my finances to summon someone like that. Alex sighed again, but he was actually happy that basically no one could take his excuse away from him. Anyway, you said you wanted to become more powerful? Duke Whirlwind asked. Alex nodded. Yes sir, Alex answered. I think I can't practice magic, but I also don't want to be a normal person. I want to become powerful. Duke Whirlwind nodded. I think you made a very wise decision in the past, he said. I don't know if you have been born in my territory or not, but whatever the case, you are in the best territory for your goal. What do you mean, sir? Alex asked. My close friend is the most powerful Fizzy in the world, and he has an academy for warriors and similar jobs not far from here. My presumption is that, before you lost your memory, you probably came here to train your combat experience before applying to the academy. It's a good decision. The academy's entrance exams are notoriously difficult for a reason. Alex became a bit uncertain. Should I train more for the entrance exam? Duke Whirlwind scoffed. You took down a high rank ice spear bear. That's more than enough to join the academy. Chapter 32. Leaving the wilderness. Alex was quite surprised when he heard that. Hadn't the god said that Alex should spend more time in the wilderness? As far as Alex could recall, the god had said that Alex should remain in the wilderness for about 2 years. Had Alex progressed that quickly? Alex's ego wanted to accept that reasoning, but he refused to underestimate a god. The god probably wanted Alex to gain even more experience in combat. However, Alex honestly didn't want to spend even more time in the wilderness. He wanted to live among humans again. How can I get to this academy? Alex asked. Go towards the eastern end of the garden. You will find a service entrance there. That entrance is for the keepers and the gardeners, and it has a couple of guards stationed there. When you leave the garden, you will quickly find a bigger village. Ask around for directions to Warrior's Paradise. That's a city, and when you get there, it will be easy to find the academy, Duke Whirlwind said as he took out a piece of paper and a pen. Then, Duke Whirlwind started scribbling on the piece of paper and put his thumb on the bottom of the paper. A second later, he gave Alex the piece of paper. Show that to the guards at the service entrance. The guards will confiscate it and destroy it according to protocol, so don't be worried. You can leave after that, Duke Whirlwind said. Alex looked at the paper. Scribbles. Alex couldn't discern anything on the paper, and he started to panic a bit. Wait, so I can understand and speak the language of this world, but I can't read it. Do I actually have to learn to read again? Alex thought. Duke Whirlwind looked at Alex's face in confusion, but he chuckled a bit later. It's written in code, Duke Whirlwind said. You can't read it. Oh, Alex shouted in relief. After releasing a sigh, Alex bowed politely to Duke Whirlwind. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Also, I am sorry for the damage I have done to your garden while living here. When I have money, I will repay everything. Duke Whirlwind waved dismissively. You can't eat and kill enough to do any form of damage to my garden. Additionally, you said you exchanged food for the earth fruit hedgehog's fruits. That's usually the job of the keepers of this area. After all, the earth fruit hedgehog needs to expend a lot of mana to create its mana source. In a way, you actually worked for me. You don't need to repay me for anything, Duke Whirlwind said. Thank you, sir, Alex said. However, he now felt even guiltier. Sure, the Duke might not care about the small things, but Alex had also taken the ice mana source. Additionally, without Alex, the old ice octopus would still be alive. I'll find out the cost of a pure ice mana source in the future and repay the Duke according to its market value, Alex thought. Then, I will see you in the future, Shang, Duke Whirlwind said. I visit the academy occasionally. I'm certain we will see each other again. Alex bowed again. Yes, and thank you again for your kindness. It means a lot to me, and I won't forget it. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Duke Whirlwind nodded and started on reciting another spell. It was that very long spell from earlier again. After a couple of seconds, Duke Whirlwind flew away from Alex and vanished into the mountains. Alex looked at the sky for a while, just imagining how it would be like to fly. Would he ever be able to fly? Would he ever reach such a level of power? He wasn't sure. Then, Alex looked at the piece of paper in his right hand. This is my ticket to human society, he said to himself. The god has really placed me at the perfect location. I remembered that he said that there was one human in the world that reached the fourth realm, and Duke Whirlwind said that the most powerful physical fighter of the world was in his territory. They are probably talking about the same person. Alex looked towards the east. I wonder what kind of person that man is. Why did he create an academy? Is it a way to make money to fuel his own desire for more power? Is it a way to amass a loyal following of powerful people? Is it to disseminate his knowledge of becoming more powerful via a physical path to more people? Is he old? Is he young? Alex thought about this person for a while. After all, this person represented the current peak of the physical path. Eventually, Alex left and traveled to the east. It only took him about an hour to find the place Duke Whirlwind had been talking about. Between the mountains, Alex saw a high but narrow gate. It was barely 3 meters wide, but over 30 meters high. However, it perfectly filled out the gap in the mountains. Halt! A voice came from the top of the gate, and Alex looked up. Alex saw 3 people with drawn bows pointed at him. Alex became a bit nervous, but he was pretty sure that Duke Whirlwind hadn't directed him to a death trap. Who are you? Why are you here? One of the guards shouted from a distance. Alex slowly extended his arm into the air to show the note. Duke Whirlwind has told me to come here. I just talked to him an hour ago, and he told me that I could leave via this service entrance. Alex shouted. The guards squinted their eyes and looked at the note. A normal human wouldn't be able to read such a tiny note from a distance of 200 meters, but these guards weren't normal humans. The guards talked amongst themselves for a couple of seconds. Approach the gate at a normal pace. Don't go for your sword or you will be riddled with holes. One of the guards shouted. Okay. Alex shouted back. Then, Alex walked forward, his hands still in the air. Halt. Alex stopped. He was now about 30 meters away from the gate. Suddenly, one of the soldiers jumped down from the top of the gate. The soldier fell for a couple of seconds, until he hit the ground with a loud impact. Then, the soldier stood up like nothing had happened. Alex was quite impressed. 30 meters are quite an impressive height. I can survive such a fall, but I would need to land correctly with my legs. Still, I would at least feel a bit uncomfortable. Alex knew what he was talking about. In a sense, Alex was the supreme authority when it came to jumping and falling from high places. Alex was pretty sure that the guy in front of him had a more powerful body than him. Alex could see the guard now. The guard wore simple metal armor, and he carried a sword and a shield with him. His equipment didn't really look special, but Alex wouldn't underestimate a soldier. Alex was very good at fighting against beasts, but he hadn't fought another human in this world yet. Alex had fought humans in his past life, but that was in MMA matches. Fighting with a weapon was very different. Don't make any sudden moves, the guard ordered as he walked closer. I only want to exit, Alex said. The guard came closer. Lower your arm and hand me the note, the guard ordered. Alex did just that, and the guard took the note. The guard brought the note to the gate. A tiny panel moved to the side, showing a pair of eyes with glasses on them. The guard held the note to the pair of eyes. The glasses started to shine in complex runes, and the eyes passed over the note. After that, the guard and the person behind the gate talked for a bit. Some seconds later, the guard took out a piece of flint from the side of his armor and rubbed it firmly on his metal glove. The note quickly started catching fire and completely burned away in 2 seconds. This was obviously special paper. Then the guard turned around and looked at Alex. Name, he ordered. Shang, Alex answered. Full name. Just Shang. The guard turned to the gate again. Open the gate. He can pass, he said. The atmosphere relaxed as all the tension vanished. The guard turned around as the gate behind him slowly lifted. Welcome to Greenwind County. Chapter 33, Bad Habit. After the gate opened, Alex stepped through it. Society. Finally, he was back amongst humans. Did you get a good harvest? The guard from earlier asked Alex with a smirk. Alex immediately became nervous. Would they confiscate his belongings? When the guards saw Alex's reaction, they laughed. Obviously, after confirming the authenticity of Alex's document, they had all relaxed. You don't need to worry. If the Duke wanted us to inspect your belongings, he would have written it down on your document, one of the guards said. The guard walked closer and put his hand on Alex's shoulder. At least, he tried to. Alex stepped away from the hand out of reflex. After living in the wilderness for such a long time, Alex became careful of any physical contact. The guard blinked in confusion as he saw Alex step away, and he awkwardly lowered his hand. Man, you're a suspicious one, the guard said with a bitter smile. Alex became a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I've been in the wilderness for 6 whole months. I'm not used to talking with other humans. The guard smiled and nodded. That's understandable. We also have to live in the wilderness as part of our training, but we have our team with us. I can't imagine how lonely it must have been to be all alone in a forest. The entire feeling and atmosphere the guards gave off had changed. The guards had appeared stalwart, careful, and aggressive when Alex had come, but now the guards didn't feel any different than the police on Earth. They simply talked to Alex casually. That's a nice sword, one of the guards said as he looked at Alex's sword. Who made that? Alex subconsciously protected his sword. I don't remember, he said. Surprisingly, the guard nodded understandingly. Apparently, Duke Whirlwind had written about Alex's memory loss in the document he had handed Alex. Too bad. Hey, you really don't need to be that careful. Our equipment is good enough, and if it gets out that we are trying to steal from one of the Duke's guests, our heads will roll, the guard said. Alex wasn't sure how he should respond to that. He had already said sorry earlier, and saying sorry again would sound awkward. Instead, an awkward silence came down on the camp of guards. Let me show you where you need to go, another guard said, pointing towards the mountains. Yes, thank you, Alex said, happy that the awkwardness vanished. Have fun outside, kid, one of the guards said with a wave. Thanks, you too, Alex answered. He was really unused to talking to people. Back on Earth, Alex had been a very extroverted person. He loved going out with his friends, and he had had no issues with crowds. But after living in the wilderness for such a long time, Alex became a bit uncertain about his people skills. Alex's eyes subconsciously darted to the guards' weaknesses and their weapons. It was like Alex was ready to break out into a fight at any moment. Alex and one of the guards left the camp behind as they followed a dirt road between the mountains. However, after around 2 minutes, the guard in front of Alex stopped, and Alex took a step back. Then the guard turned around and threw Alex a concerned look. You really need to stop looking at other people like this, he said. Like what? Alex asked carefully. The guard pointed at Alex. Like that, he said. You're following behind me in total silence. Your footsteps even copy my footsteps. Then, you constantly inspect my body all over. You don't act like a warrior, but like an assassin. Do you know how awkward it is to walk in front of you? Every 5 seconds I need to turn around since I can't hear you, and I always think that you vanished or something. On top of that, whenever I turn around, I see how you're inspecting my body with narrowed eyes. It's like you're trying to find the best spot to kill me, the guard said with annoyance. Alex looked away from the guard with an uncomfortable expression. That was exactly what he had been doing. Of course, Alex hadn't truly planned on attacking the guard. It was simply a reflex born out of being around nothing but enemies. When the guard saw Alex's expression, he relaxed a bit inside. Listen, we warriors can deal with that. We know how it feels to be among normal humans again after a long period of fighting. However, normal humans can't deal with something like this. Any normal guy you can find in a village, town, or city will think that you are a shady creep. You give off this thief or bandit vibe. Honestly, I'm fairly sure that you will find plenty of women pushing their child away from you and plenty of men that will put a hand over their sacks of gold. Tried to get acclimated to human society again, the guard said. Alex didn't like what he was hearing, but he had to admit that the guard had a point. Alex had to get used to being amongst humans again. Sorry, and thank you for the advice. I'll try to work on that, Alex said. Let's work on that right now, the guard said. Alex lifted an eyebrow in uncertainty. How? Simple, the guard said as he walked to the side. Walk in front of me for the remainder of the way. Alex immediately became nervous. This guard was probably a bit more powerful than Alex. If the guard tried to attack Alex from behind, there was a high likelihood that Alex would die. In Alex's mind, this was stupid. The guard saw Alex's hesitation and silently shook his head. Shang, that is your name, right? He asked. Alex nodded. I've been walking in front of you this entire time. How do you think I feel? He asked. Alex was surprised by the guard's words. Imagine walking in front of a guy that copies your footsteps and constantly eyes your back like you're a piece of meat. You think that's fun? The guard asked. Yet, did you see me have a problem with it? No. Not every human wants to kill you. Listen, I'm a guard employed by Duke Whirlwind, and my colleagues saw me leave with you. Do you honestly think I would even dare to do anything against you? If I did, chances are high that the Duke would find out very quickly. What then? I would be executed. For what? For a sword and some scraps of fur? Silence. Alex felt like he was being led into a trap. Alex definitely didn't want to turn his back to the guard. However, Alex's logical mind also realized that everything the guard had said was true. So, in the end, even if Alex didn't want to, he still passed the guard and walked in front of him. Just continue down the road. As soon as we pass the mountains, I'll show you where to go, the guard said from behind Alex. Plank, plank, plank. Alex heard the guard's footsteps behind him. Without noticing it, Alex had started to walk as silently as possible to make it easier to hear the guard's footsteps behind him. Alex's mind was going wild with possibilities. This was far more stressful than he had thought. Plank, plank, bang. Alex jumped forward and looked back. He hadn't heard the latest step of the guard. Alex saw the guard standing a couple of meters away from him, his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was looking at Alex with a concerned look. What's up? He asked. You stopped walking, Alex said awkwardly. Yeah, humans stop from time to time, the guard said. Guess what, sometimes, we also accidentally make shorter or longer steps. Don't try to attribute bad intentions to a mere habit. Alex put his sword away again and continued walking. I might actually have a problem, Alex thought. Clank, 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 clank. Alex's hair stood on end and he turned his head back. The guard had kicked a small pebble to the side. Then the guard gestured to the path ahead with his head. Alex continued walking. In total, they walked for nearly 10 minutes. This might have been the most stressful walk in Alex's life. When Alex passed the last mountain, he walked to the side and looked at the guard. The guard leisurely walked forward and stopped beside Alex. See? Was that so bad? The guard asked. Alex didn't answer. He only grimaced. Meanwhile, the guard pointed towards the distance, at the foot of another mountain. Chapter 34, Money. The outside world didn't look much different from the basin. It basically only had fewer trees. There was still a lot of snow everywhere, and the majority of trees were conifers. One difference of note was the general changes of elevation. The basin had only had mountains around it, and the inside of the basin had been rather even. In contrast, the outside had far more mountainous terrain. Hills stretched across the landscape, and Alex could see some mountains. Alex hadn't been to Alaska on Earth, but he assumed that Alaska would look a bit like that. In the distance, Alex saw a small village. The village was built on the side of a hill, and he could see around 100 houses made of stone. Obviously, it was a rather small village. That's Koldu village. You can ask for directions to Warrior's Paradise there, the guard said. How did you know that I want to go to Warrior's Paradise? Alex asked. The Duke wrote in his letter that you wanted to join his academy. By the way, the guard said as he remembered something. You might want to stay at Koldu village for a while and earn some money. Money? Why? Alex asked. The yearly exams for the academy have only recently finished. You either need to wait about 11 months or get some money for a special exam. Alex didn't like what he had just heard. This really was bad timing. Money, huh? Alex said. The guard laughed. Yep, money is always a problem. It doesn't matter how powerful you become or what job you have. You always need money, the guard said. How much do I need? Alex asked. 5 gold coins, the guard answered. Alex was a bit surprised. That doesn't sound like a lot, Alex said. The guard scoffed. 100 copper coins are a silver coin. 100 silver coins are a gold coin. 1 average apple costs 1 copper coin. Do the math yourself. Alex did the math, and he took a deep breath. 5 gold coins were equivalent to 50,000 apples. One apple, on average, had cost around 20 cents on Earth. So, 5 apples were the equivalent of $1. This meant that Alex would have to pay around $10,000 to enter the academy. That was a lot of money. Why is it so expensive? Alex asked. 2 reasons, the guard answered. First, the academy also needs money. Second, if you want the academy to hold a test for only one person, you better not be a weakling. Strong warriors can earn a lot of money rather easily. For them, getting the funds shouldn't take more than a month. More power means more money, and the more money you have, the less it's worth in your eyes. A weak warrior that can't earn any money will think that this is far too much money. But a strong warrior can deal with the expense, the guard explained. Alex nodded. That was actually quite a smart policy. However, that didn't stop Alex from hating the fact that he had to get so much money just to join some academy. How should I go about earning money? Alex asked. Coldu Village doesn't have much money, the guard said. However, Coldu Village is famous for its ice wood. Ice wood comes from a tree called the dripping cold tree. The dripping cold tree absorbs a lot of mana and converts it to ice mana, which is then stored in its wood. Ice mages need that wood for a plethora of different things. So, Alex said, you say I should get some of that ice wood and sell it at a nearby town? Yes, the guard said. Get a sled and a ton of ice wood. Transport it to Warrior's Paradise and sell it to a woodworker. That should be enough to cover your entrance fee. And how am I supposed to get my hand on a ton of ice wood? Alex asked. Exchange your services for resources. Coldu Village is in the wilderness, and there are plenty of beasts that make issues. Ask the mayor for any troublesome beasts and kill them. Say you want to be paid in ice wood, and everything will be fine, the guard explained. Alex scratched his chin in thought and nodded. That should work. Thanks, Alex said with a smile. No problem, the guard answered, but then, he extended his right index finger to show that he had one more thing to say. Keep one thing in mind, he said. There are a lot of bandits around. It's okay to kill a bandit. In fact, it's even encouraged. Don't die an early death because you feel pity for someone that just tried to take your life, the guard said. Alex took a deep breath. His death on Earth flashed through his mind. He had already killed a human before, and he had certainly not enjoyed it. Alex became a bit nervous when he thought about killing a human, but he knew that it was a necessity. This world ruled on strength alone, and such a world couldn't possibly be peaceful. Would Alex kill someone for more power? Probably. So, if Alex was willing to think about a human for power, others would certainly think like that too. I will keep that in mind. Thank you again for your advice, Alex said. No problem. Wish you luck in your entrance exam, the guard said with a smile and a wave before going back to the pathway between the mountains. Alex watched as the guard left and then focused on the village in the distance. A village, huh? Alex thought. Back on Earth, such small villages are incredibly rare in very developed countries. I don't think I've ever been to such a small village before. Alex took a deep breath and jumped forward. The mountains were on a higher elevation than the valley below him, and the street going downward was relatively steep. Luckily, Alex was no longer in a thick forest. Now, a path was in front of him. Alex became faster and faster as he accelerated down the mountain. The wind violently brushed against Alex's body, and Alex had never felt this free before. Alex could run as fast as a car. Well, not as fast as a car going full throttle, but he was still as fast as a car that drove outside any settlements. It wasn't highway level, but still pretty fast. Alex looked at the village in the distance, and he could only smile. Power, speed, freedom. Maybe coming to this world wasn't so bad. Chapter 35. Meeting the village. Alex ran towards the village. He actually didn't need to run since he had plenty of time, but Alex just couldn't control himself after arriving in an area without an overwhelming number of trees. I can run so fast, Alex thought with exhilaration. As Alex ran down the hill, some birds living in cold climates flew above him. They were searching for prey, but there was not much prey during the cold. The winter was slowly making way for spring, but spring wasn't completely there yet. If Alex had to put a month to the current weather, he would say it would be the end of February or the start of March. Alex ran for about 15 minutes, and he arrived at the village far too early. In a sense, Alex had wished to run more. I can always run more later, Alex thought with a smile. As Alex came to the village, he noticed that there were no guards. There were also no pedestrians. In fact, there was no one. Alex blinked a couple of times in confusion. That's weird. I was sure I saw some people walking around. Alex looked around the abandoned village and thought of something. Is it me? Alex thought. Alex looked around the village. It was currently in the middle of the day, and all the villagers should be working. Who are you? Someone suddenly shouted. Alex looked to the front and saw a burly, middle-aged man walking past a house. He had a spear and wore some simple leather armor. His hair was brown, and a long and scruffy beard adorned his face. Alex immediately associated that man with a smith. He looked like the typical smith one would find in movies and shows. Hello, I'm Chang, Alex said nervously. He had nearly wanted to say his original name again. "What do you want?" the man shouted aggressively. "We don't have any money, and we are protected by the Northern Wild." Alex smiled in embarrassment. "I think you misunderstood me. I'm not here to do anything to you." "Lies!" the man shouted. "You charged at our village. Speak the truth, or I will kill you myself." Alex scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "I ran because it felt good." "It felt good?" the man asked in surprise. "Yes," Alex answered. "I've been in a forest for the past 6 months, and this is the first time I'm at a place not filled with trees. Running down the mountain and feeling my new power after my trip just felt too good." The man eyed Alex suspiciously. "Is that why you are dressed like a thief?" he asked coldly. "Like a thief?" Alex asked in surprise. Then, Alex looked down at himself. Alex's body was surrounded by the cloak made out of stalker hide. Even part of his head was hidden inside the black cloak. Alex immediately felt like an idiot and quickly pulled his badly sewn hood down, revealing his black hair. "Oh, sorry. I wasn't thinking," Alex said with a bitter smile. "Honestly, I'm not here to do anything to you." The man relaxed a bit, but he still spoke to Alex from several meters away. "Then what do you want?" he asked. "I'm here to earn enough money to pay for an entrance exam in that warrior school in Warrior's Paradise," Alex said. The man got surprised, but his eyes quickly narrowed. "How old are you?" he asked. "I think I should be 15, Alex said. "I didn't really count." "You don't look 15, the man shouted. "You look more like 30. Alex was taken aback by the man's words. Then Alex sighed. "Let me just take my cloak off. Maybe I look too intimidating with that cloak." The man didn't answer and only looked at Alex warily. Alex quickly pulled his cloak off and threw it to the side. The clothing beneath his cloak was absolutely disgusting, dirty, stinky, full of holes and old. Not even beggars would wear something like that since they could find better clothing that had been thrown to the side of a street. The man looked with disgust and pity at Alex. Surprisingly, his hostility lessened. Bandits would normally wear quite good armor and good clothing. After all, their job was to rob people. No band, it would wear something like that. Additionally, the man noticed that Alex's body really looked like the body of a teenager, just far more muscular. Teenagers had different bodies from adults. This was simply because they hadn't fully gone through puberty yet. When asked, most people couldn't explain the differences, but with enough life experience, one would immediately see that Alex was a teenager, not an adult. It was just a feeling. When the cloak was removed, the man also saw Alex's sword. Alex's sword looked weird. It basically had no handguard, and the blade itself was way too straight and uniform. Swords usually went from thick to thin, thick at the hilt, thin at the front. Yet, Alex's sword was just incredibly straight, except for the tip where the sword suddenly narrowed down into a tip. However, the man could tell that the sword was very good. Alex's story made a lot more sense now. He truly looked like someone that had lived in the wild for a long time. "Why have you lived in the wild for so long?" the man asked. Alex released a sigh of relief when the man calmed down. "To become stronger." Silence. Then, the man put his spear away. "That's quite some determination," he said. "Can I see your sword?" Alex simply took out his sword and threw it over. The sword slid on the ground, and the man looked at Alex with surprise. The man walked forward and lifted the sword. However, the sword was far heavier than he had thought, and he had to put more strength into lifting it. He managed to lift it with one arm, but he couldn't possibly swing it, not even with both hands. The man looked at the sword and then at Alex. "Why did you throw your weapon over to me?" the man asked. "Proof that I don't have any bad intentions," Alex said. The man furrowed his brows as he felt the weight of the sword. He had seen how Alex had easily thrown it over with one hand. It had been like the sword weighed nothing. "Would you need this sword if you had bad intentions towards the village?" he asked slowly. "No," Alex said with a smile. "Then what worth is this display of yours?" the man asked. Alex sighed in frustration and rubbed the back of his head. "Hey, listen, I'm getting a bit annoyed here," Alex said in a relaxed manner. "I don't want to play these stupid games. Obviously, you now know of my strength. If I wanted to do anything to your village, I wouldn't be talking with you. I would just do whatever I wanted to do." Alex was honestly getting annoyed at the constant suspicion. The man looked at Alex for a bit longer. Clank! He threw the sword back with both of his hands, but it didn't reach Alex. "You said you wanted to earn money?" the man asked. Alex walked forward and put his sword away again. Why had Alex thrown his sword towards the man without hesitation? One reason was to show that he didn't intend to do anything bad to them. Another reason was to show his power as softly as possible. The last reason was that Alex wouldn't need a weapon against these villagers if they attacked him. Alex wasn't helpless without a weapon. "Yes, I want to earn money," Alex said. The man walked closer. He had already put his spear away. By now, only 2 meters separated them. "How do you intend to earn money?" the man asked. "One of the guards over there," Alex said, as he pointed towards the Duke's garden, "said that your village might need a warrior to take care of some beasts. He told me that you don't have much money, but he also told me that you have ice wood. I am supposed to offer my strength to you in exchange for ice wood." The man eyed Alex with an evaluation gaze. Then, he looked at Alex's coat, and then at Alex again. Did you kill the pest cat yourself? The man asked, pointing at the cloak. Pest cat? Alex asked as he looked at his coat. They are called pest cats? I always called them stalkers. The man looked with a weird expression at Alex. They are called pest cats because they are all over this land. There's a lot of them, and they often hunt our livestock. No matter how many we kill, more come. That's why they are called pest cats. You can kill them? Alex asked in surprise. In his eyes, the man didn't look that strong. The man sighed. If we create a hunting group with about 5 men, we can, but someone will always die. Most of the time, a team of soldiers from the northern wild come here once a year to thin out the population. What's the northern wild? Alex asked. The man looked weirdly at Alex. The nearest town. You're not from around here, are you? He asked. No, Alex answered. When was the last time they were here? 6 months ago. They come in the fall when all the pest cats have finished procreating. It would be bad if 2 pest cats had offspring just a couple days after the hunt, the man explained. Alex scratched his chin. So, you're saying that I can earn some ice wood by killing some pest cats? Alex asked with interest. The man looked at Alex. No. Chapter 36. Old Man. Alex hadn't expected a no for an answer. Then why did you ask about my coat? He asked. To gauge your strength, the man said. So, did you take out the pest cat yourself? Alex nodded. I took out several. They are not my opponent. This took the man by surprise. He knew that Alex was strong since he was able to wield such a heavy sword in one hand, but he hadn't known how strong Alex was. They are not your opponents? He asked. What stage are you? Stage? Alex asked, but then he remembered the Duke's words. I should be in the late first realm. Late soldier stage? The man asked in shock. And you're 15? Soldier stage? Alex asked in confusion. I thought the first realm was called apprentice. That's for mages only, the man said. The first realm for warriors is the soldier stage. That's because nearly all soldiers are in that stage. Oh, okay, Alex said. And yes, I'm at the late soldier stage then. The man looked far more surprised than Alex had assumed. Is that high? He asked. Are you from a noble household? The man asked in shock. Alex snorted. Do I look like I'm from a noble household? He asked. The man looked at Alex. So, is it strong? Alex asked. Warriors in the late soldier stage are generally considered elite warriors, the man answered. They worked for years for their power. Elite soldiers? Alex asked in surprise. But the guards I met at that mountain were all more powerful than me. You can't compare normal soldiers to the soldiers working directly under the Duke, the man said. The men under the Duke are all in the general stage. That's the equivalent to the adept realm for mages. Oh, Alex commented. By the way, how do you know all these things? When I was young, I worked as a smith in Warrior's Paradise, the man said. Knew it, Alex thought. The guy just looked far too much like a smith. Back to the topic, the man said. You said that pest cats are not your opponents, right? Alex nodded. Could you elaborate on your power? How would the fight go down? Alex answered immediately. 1 strike, 1 kill, Alex said. As long as they don't jump me from several different angles, I can take out a group of them with ease. Alex had truly transformed in the last 6 months. When he had just arrived, 1 pest cat had already nearly spelled his doom. If he hadn't been lucky, the pest cat would have killed him. Then, Alex had been able to fight 1 equally. Then, Alex found it easy to kill 1 of them. And after the incident with the ice bear and the subsequent strengthening with the fruits, the pest cats were no longer a threat. In fact, Alex could break a pest cat's neck with a single punch. His body was far stronger than a pest cat's body. When the man heard of Alex's power, he was taken aback once again. The man quickly fell into thought. If you are truly that powerful, we might have a lucrative job for you, the man said. When Alex heard that, he immediately perked up. A job? What job? He asked. The man turned around and gestured towards the middle of the village. Follow me. You should speak with the elder, he said. Okay, Alex said with a smile as he followed behind the man. As Alex walked through the village, he could see curious eyes glancing at him through the windows of the houses. The villagers were still wary of him. They probably had bad experiences with strangers. Not everyone was as courageous as the old smith. After a minute, the 2 of them arrived in front of a normal house. It didn't look any different from any other house in the city. Just like every other house, it was made out of gray stone. The man knocked a couple of times on the door. Elder, I think we have someone that can take on the icewood pest. Icewood pest? Alex repeated in his head. After some seconds, the door opened and an old man looked at Alex. The man was probably in his 50s or 60s, but he looked like he was in his 70s. His frame was small, and he seemed to not have much strength in his body anymore. The man also used a long cane in order to stand relatively straight. However, when Alex saw the old man, he became a bit surprised. A bit of mana was swirling around the old man. Was he a mage? Of course the old man couldn't be compared to Duke Whirlwind. When put into comparison, the old man felt like an old wheat while Duke Whirlwind felt like a towering, ancient oak. Duke Whirlwind had pulled in an incredible amount of mana like a whirlpool, while this old man only pulled in a bit of mana, 1 teaspoon at a time. The gap was just too vast. You're a mage? Alex asked. The old smith was surprised by Alex's words, but the eyes of the old man didn't react. It was like he had expected that. The old man looked at Alex, and he could see that Alex was pulling in quite a bit of mana, even more than the old man himself. Are you confident? The old man asked Alex. No, Alex answered. The old smith was surprised by Alex's answer. The old man only smiled a bit. Smart, he said. Come in. How could I be confident in defeating an enemy I don't even know? Alex thought. The old smith waited outside while Alex entered the old man's house. The house was very simple and quaint. It looked like a cozy house of a villager. The old man gestured to a chair, and Alex sat down. The old man got some water from a bucket and warmed it over the fire, and while the water was warming, the old man sat down in front of Alex. Have you fought a high-ranked beast before? The man asked. Alex thought back to the ice spear bear and nodded. According to Duke Whirlwind, that ice spear bear had been a high-ranked beast. Back then, Alex had probably been in the mid-soldier stage, which meant that Alex had basically jumped a small stage or small realm. Did you win? The old man asked. I'm still alive, aren't I? Alex asked. You could have fled. I didn't, Alex answered. So, did you win? The old man asked again. Yes, I won, Alex answered. The old man nodded. Would you be willing to fight another one? The old man asked. Alex immediately nodded. I'm warning you. This one isn't easy to deal with, the old man said. Alex looked with a concerned look at the old man. What separates this one from other high-ranked beasts? It's the descendant of a beast of the second realm, the man said. This means that this beast can use its elemental affinity. In essence, it can create rudimentary spells. Silence. The man was a bit surprised when he saw Alex's expression. Alex looked at the old man like he was waiting for more info. When Alex saw that the old man had stopped talking, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. Can't all high-ranked beasts do that? He asked. The man was surprised by Alex's question. No, they can't. Only the descendants from beasts in the second realm can use their element in the first realm. Oh, okay, Alex answered like it was no big deal. The old man was a bit confused by Alex's lack of reaction. He had expected that Alex would reconsider after hearing about his target. Beasts that could use their elements in the first realm were on the rare side, and they couldn't be compared to beasts that reached maturity in the first realm. Meanwhile, Alex was confused why the old man made such a big deal out of that. Basically all of Alex's past opponents, except for the pest cats, had had some form of elemental attack. Was this supposed to be rare? Young man, if I may ask, what kind of high-ranked beast have you fought? The old man asked. A high-rank ice spear bear, Alex answered. Silence. The man seemingly froze. Chapter 37. Frozen Lake Stag. A majestic stag slowly walked through an icy forest. The trees around it had a blue sheen, and some of their needles had seemingly transformed into icicles. The stag's body was only 1.5 meters high, making it only a bit taller than a normal stag. However, its antlers were majestic beyond compare. The antlers were a deep blue, and white veins seemed to travel through them, releasing a blue glow periodically. The antlers stretched upward and to the side like a tree, making one believe that this stag was some sort of envoy sent by nature. Whenever the stag passed an icy tree, the blue color of the trees slowly subsided until the trees no longer shone in any color, and after that, they simply looked like normal, almost lifeless trees made of ice. The stag absorbed the ice mana in the ice wood trees as it passed them. The ice mana in the trees acted as the stag's sustenance and energy. Humans weren't afraid of the stag. Why? Because this was a peaceful beast. It was one of the few beasts that didn't consume meat. One of the few? But weren't there many herbivores? Well, one had to differentiate between animals and beasts. Beasts were animals that took their first step towards power. Beasts were the animals that managed to come into contact with the mana in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, animals were just animals. As beasts became more powerful, their diet slowly transitioned into one mainly made of meat. The reason for that was that there were not as many plants that came into contact with mana. Yes, the icewood trees were one of these kinds of plants, but the icewood trees were not powerful. A beast in the first realm could become more powerful by consuming them, but they would be useless for beasts in the second realm. This stag would also only consume these trees while still being in the first stage. As soon as it became an adult, it would change its diet to water beasts. This stag was the very beast that the elder had asked Alex to kill. It didn't injure or endanger the villagers, but it consumed all the ice mana in the icewood trees, making them nearly worthless. So, while the stag didn't directly threaten the villagers, it was essentially softly pushing them into stagnation and poverty just by existing. That's it, Alex thought as he narrowed his eyes. In the distance, Alex saw the stag consuming the ice mana of the icewood trees. It should be the frozen lake stag, Alex thought. Alex watched the stag for a while. The majestic and peaceful gait of the frozen lake stag gave the surrounding forest a kind of peaceful and tranquil feeling. It was almost like this place was a holy ground for nature. Well, sucks for you. I need money, Alex thought. Alex inspected the stag's antlers closer, and a frown spread over Alex's face. The elder's fears had proven to be true. Alex remembered the words the elder had spoken to him. The frozen lake stag's antlers pulsate with a white aura. It is close to becoming a beast of the second realm. This would essentially make it a peak-grade beast. We haven't seen the frozen lake stag in a while, so we're not sure if it's still a high-grade beast. Alex looked at the white aura emanating from the frozen lake stag's antlers. I never fought a peak-grade beast before, Alex thought. However, I'm actually glad that it became stronger. The god said that I should push myself, and I'm certain that the god knows more about becoming stronger than me. If he says that I should continually push myself, I should probably do so. So, this frozen lake stag came at just the right time. Would the elder still want Alex to kill the frozen lake stag if he knew that it was about to change its diet? Yes. Why? Because the frozen lake stag needed an incredible amount of ice mana to reach the second realm, and it was gathering this ice mana right now. It wouldn't stop consuming ice wood trees until a big part of this forest was without ice mana. Alex checked his equipment. His coat was on him. His left arm was numb due to its low temperature. His sword was in his right hand. Everything was ready. Alex took a deep breath to ready himself, and then, bang! Alex exploded forward with his full speed. The frozen lake stag turned towards the explosive sound, and saw Alex charging at it. As soon as it saw Alex, it turned away and ran into the distance. Speed was pretty fast, but its gigantic antlers made it difficult for the frozen lake stag to navigate. It was powerful enough to ram through thick branches, but every branch destroyed by its antlers would slow it down a bit. Because of that, Alex was slowly gaining ground, even though his body was weaker than the frozen lake stag's body. Was it fleeing? No, it was fighting. Alex immediately jumped to the side as he felt ice mana gather below him. Shing! An ice spire shot out of the ground, and Alex had just barely evaded it. This was how the frozen lake stag fought. It transferred its ice mana into the ground, and made it explode into mighty ice spires. This was also how it would kill water beasts in the future. A water beast that came close to the shore would suddenly be penetrated by a gigantic ice spire, which would then keep the beast above the water. The sudden appearance of the ice spire had slowed Alex, but he had expected it. After all, the elder wouldn't send Alex blind into the fight. As the frozen lake stag galloped through the forest, the ice mana of the surrounding trees entered its antlers, refilling its mana storage. Alex was fighting the frozen lake stag in its most favorable territory. As long as there were ice wood trees, it wouldn't run out of ice mana. Shing! Shing! Another 2 ice spires shot out of the ground, and Alex managed to sidestep them. Alex could always feel the ice mana arrive at the ground, which allowed him to evade. When the frozen lake stag saw that its attacks couldn't hit Alex, it increased the intensity of the attacks. Even more, the deployment of its attacks became smarter. It became harder and harder for Alex to evade the icicles until he had to stop completely. Shing! An ice spire stopped just 10 centimeters in front of Alex's face. This ice spire would have been inside his head if he had stopped only a bit later. However, Alex still jumped to the side. Shing! The ice spire in front of Alex's face suddenly expanded one more time, but Alex had evaded to the side. The frozen lake stag had control over its ice spires, even if they had already been deployed. It simply had to send another pulse of ice mana towards them. Shing! 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 Another barrage of ice spires shot at Alex, but he managed to barely evade them. The barrage of attacks continued, and Alex was stuck evading inside a constricting mass of ice spires. The ice spires had shot out of the ground in many different angles, essentially creating a chaotic field filled with spires. Alex kept an eye on the frozen lake stag. The frozen lake stag had stopped running away and turned. It was circling Alex from about 10 meters away as it deployed its ice spires. Alex was stuck inside the ever-growing mass of ice spires, and he couldn't escape. He had already tried to destroy the ice spires with his sword, but it proved to be surprisingly hard. Whenever Alex's sword hit an ice spire, it would break into 2, but Alex's entire body shook due to the force. Cutting through the ice spires was not easy and required a lot of force. That short moment of pause could spell Alex's doom, which was why he stopped cutting the ice spires. After the frozen lake stag had fully circled Alex once, it suddenly stopped and lifted both of its front legs. At the same time, Alex felt that everything in a 10-meter radius around him suddenly glowed with a crazy amount of ice mana. The frozen lake stag had created over 30 ice spires that would shoot at Alex simultaneously. Every spot around him would be filled with ice spires in a second. Chapter 38, Antlers. Alex jumped. Shing! 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 Everything below Alex was reduced into a mess of ice spires, all stretching into the middle of the circle from 10 meters away. Alex had jumped with his full power, and he had managed to jump forward with a height of 5 meters. This was far beyond what a normal human could do. The frozen lake stag didn't panic when it saw that Alex managed to escape its attack. Instead, it calmly infused one of the ice spires with more ice mana. The spire began glowing and shot at Alex. Alex was currently in the air, and he couldn't evade. It was stupid to jump into the air when one was fighting someone with ranged attacks. Only an idiot would do that. Was Alex an idiot? No. Alex stretched his left arm towards the ground. Bang! A violent wind came out of Alex's left palm. The wind wasn't colder than the surroundings, but Alex didn't use the ability of his left arm because of the cold effect. No, he was using it for the pushback. A thick ice spire passed just below Alex, destroying a couple of fingers in the process. However, Alex was used to worse pain. Alex pushed himself over the ice spire until he started falling down on its opposite side. Alex squatted on the ice spire's side. Then, he pushed himself forward with all his power. Bang! The ice spire shook under the power, but Alex had seen how hard these things were. He was sure that it wouldn't break, and sure enough, the ice spire only shook. It didn't break. The force of Alex's push shot him towards the frozen lake stag like a cannonball. Alex reached the frozen lake stag before it could deploy another ice spire or run away. Alex lifted his sword and down. Shing! Alex's sword cut through the frozen lake stag's torso, but was stopped somewhere in the middle. The frozen lake stag shouted in pain, and more ice mana gathered around it on the ground. Alex pulled out his mangled hand and pointed it at the frozen lake stag's head. Bang! Alex's left arm began smoking as an impossibly cold wind shot out of Alex's left hand. At the same time, Alex used the force of the wind to push himself away from the frozen lake stag. Yet, something unexpected happened. Alex had expected the frozen lake stag's head to freeze over, but the cold wind was absorbed by its antlers. The antlers lit up with bright white light, and the intensity of the ice mana around it increased by several times. Lots of ice mana just half a meter away from the frozen lake stag's body expanded until they even reached the ground below it. Bang! A wall of ice appeared just in front of Alex, but luckily, only his sword had been in the path of these absolutely massive ice spires. Alex felt his sword being torn out of his hand, and at the same time, Alex felt like he had heard a painful cry. And the frozen lake stag? The scene was gruesome. The frozen lake stag was impaled on gigantic ice spires, its mangled body hanging down from 10 meters above the ground. Its cold blood ran down the ice spires and immediately froze, creating red icicles. The scene was as brutal as it was bizarrely beautiful. The frozen lake stag obviously hadn't survived its own attack. Originally, it had only wanted to destroy the area around it to force Alex to retreat, but the uncontrollable growth of its spires had spelled its doom. Alex was captivated by the scene for 1 second before an overwhelming burning sensation came from his left arm. Alex grunted and rubbed his left arm across the ice spires in the surroundings to cool it down. He had unleashed a severely cold wind in his last attack, and his left arm was paying the price. After a while of cooling down, Alex looked around the area to find his sword. He had remembered in which direction it flew, but he couldn't see it immediately. Alex felt nervous without his sword, and the first thing he wanted to do was to find it. Alex ran into the distance and searched for some seconds, but some kind of connection made him look up. Alex spotted his sword hanging on the branches of a tree, and he quickly retrieved it with a jump. However, when Alex inspected his sword, shock spread across his face. There was a crack. The ice spire had hit Alex's sword on its side, and the force had created a crack on it. Alex looked at the sword with a bitter expression. The god had said that this sword would grow alongside him. He only had to feed it powerful ore. Has my power already reached a level that makes my weapon my weakness? Alex thought. Alex still remembered how easily his sword had killed the pest cat, or stalker, which had assaulted Alex on his first day in this world. Back then Alex would have died if his sword hadn't been so incredibly powerful. But now, Alex's sword had been damaged by one of his enemies. My opponents will only become more powerful from here on out. This means that I have to upgrade my sword quickly. Otherwise, my sword will break as soon as it comes into contact with any attack. Alex stared at the crack in his sword for some time and put it away. Not right now, Alex thought. Alex walked back to the frozen lake stag and looked at it for a bit. The corpse had been separated into many different parts, and its head hung down from one of the ice spires. Alex grimaced when he saw the scene. However, he grimaced for a different reason than one might expect. Seems like I can't sell that, Alex thought. Then, he looked at the head and the antlers. Luckily, its antlers are in one piece. I bet they're worth quite a bit. Alex took out his sword. Sorry, you have to go through a bit more stress. Alex stabbed his sword into one of the ice spires, and used it as a tool to climb the small wall of icicles. His sword didn't make any noise during that process. After a bit of climbing, Alex reached the hanging head. Alex stepped onto his sword and grabbed the antlers. He wanted to pull the head and antlers off. Fuck! Alex immediately shouted in pain as soon as his hands touched the antlers. Alex's right hand was nearly completely frozen over. Luckily, Alex had reacted fast enough, and only the surface froze. Alex activated his ice blast again to warm his left arm, and then rubbed his cold and hot hands together. After a while, Alex's right hand recovered, but it was still in quite a bit of pain. Yet, as Alex was calming down, he realized something. My left hand didn't get frozen, Alex thought as he looked at it. I also didn't feel any pain from it. Alex looked at the antlers again. Worst case scenario, I'll just heat it again. Alex touched the antlers with his left hand, and sure enough, he felt nothing. Alex used his right hand to throw the sword to the ground, and hung from the corpse's head with his left hand. Then, Alex pulled himself upward, and let himself fall a bit to create enough force to separate the head from the body. The head was barely hanging on by a couple of threads of skin due to the ice spires. A comical scene of Alex swinging on the hanging antlers of a nearly decapitated head took place. Come on, you can't be that hard. The sound of tearing flesh and skin could be heard as the head slowly separated, and soon enough, the entire head separated from the body. Bang! Alex fell to the ground while carrying the head by its antlers. A 10-meter fall was nothing to him. Alex used his right hand to clean some of his clothes of the blood that had fallen on him during his mission. However, Alex quickly became surprised as he looked at his right arm. Wasn't this supposed to hurt? Alex thought. Alex was surprised when he saw his right hand. It was fully healed. Now that I think about it, my left hand also feels pretty good now, Alex thought as he looked at his left arm. Then Alex noticed something. Was the glow of the antlers growing weaker? Also, was his body getting hotter? Oh fuck! Alex immediately dropped the antlers, but it was too late. His left hand had absorbed a ton of ice mana, and had converted it to regular mana, which now filled his body. Alex was close to exploding. Alex had to do one attempted suicide of training, at least. Otherwise, he would explode. Alex quickly looked around in panic. No trees were high enough for him to get heavily injured. Fuck. Fuck. Alex shouted. Fear took hold of Alex. It can't be that hard to kill myself, he shouted. Then, Alex noticed the gigantic ice spires. And then, he remembered how hard it had been to cut them with his sword. Alex gritted his teeth, ran into the distance, turned around, went to his knees, and assumed a sprinter's position. Then, Alex shot with all of his power at the ice spires. Chapter 39. Pity. Alex slowly stepped out of the forest, dragging a severed head behind him. The frozen lake stag's antlers had lost all their color by now. Obviously, Alex's masochistic and power-hungry side couldn't let go of so much mana. Alex slowly stepped towards the village, a couple 100 meters away. Right now, Alex could finally see the villagers doing their business. They were tending to some farms while others cooked on the streets for the entire village. Alex watched the village from a distance. Everyone is working together. Some people are tending to the crops. Some are cooking for everyone. Some are out gathering ice wood. I've never seen anything like that on Earth. Sure, I've seen scenes like that in documentaries and movies, but not in real life. Alex silently watched the village. It has a kind of purity and innocence to it. After a bit, a boy noticed Alex. After looking at Alex with wide eyes, he walked up to a grown woman and pointed at Alex while pulling on her skirt. The woman looked at Alex and her eyes widened. Great, Alex thought. Guess the villagers will all leave again. However, surprisingly, the villagers didn't retreat. Instead, they all called each other and pointed towards Alex. Or, more accurately, towards the head of the frozen lake stag. Alex could see some shock and surprise in their eyes. Well, at least they're not scared anymore, Alex thought. Might as well give them a display. Alex lifted the head and held it above himself. The villagers continued to look at Alex while talking in hushed voices. After a couple of seconds, Alex felt a bit awkward and lowered the head. Weren't they supposed to break out into a cheer or something? Alex thought awkwardly. Alex released a sigh. Well, real life doesn't work like that, I guess. They're probably all just happy and surprised. Who would expect a huge group of adults to loudly break out into a cheer? Alex continued walking towards the village, and the villagers didn't retreat. When Alex came close to them, some of them walked up to him. Well done, young man, one of the men said with a bright smile. That beast has been a problem for a long time. Yes, thank you for taking care of it, another man said with a respectful nod. Several villagers gave their thanks and Alex nodded back with a smile. No problem, Alex answered. Where's the elder? I'm right here, the elder said as he pushed himself through the gathered crowd. Alex nodded at the elder. As you've seen, the frozen lake stag has been dealt with. The elder looked at the head and nodded. Good job. I knew that the frozen lake stag wouldn't be a problem for you. After all, you already took down a great ice spear bear. The ice spear bear has an equally powerful ranged attack, but it also isn't helpless as soon as you get close to it. However, I also have to say that I was a bit worried for you. I hadn't expected you to be on the hunt for over a day. Alex smiled bitterly. Well, something came up that I had to deal with, Alex explained. However, the fight definitely wasn't easy. The frozen lake stag had already reached the peak grade. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Then, he looked at the head in Alex's hand and frowned. Then, why is there no white glow coming from its antlers? He asked. That's the thing I had to take care of, Alex said. My body accidentally absorbed the ice mana. The elder's eyes widened in horror. Then he quickly looked at the other villagers and pulled Alex away with his hand. Alex had almost attacked the elder out of instinct when he touched Alex, but Alex managed to restrain himself. The elder pulled Alex into his house and closed the door. Then, he released a deep sigh. "Young man, you can't just tell people your affinity," the elder said in a hushed tone. "There are ways to take advantage of someone's affinity. If an enemy knows about your affinity, they can use various gadgets to influence your mana to hurt you." Alex blinked in surprise, but the scene of the frozen lake stag getting impaled by its own ability appeared in his mind. What if someone shot a lot of pure ice mana at Alex? His left arm would absorb all the ice mana and fill his body. Sure, Alex would be able to quickly recover from any injury, but what if he wasn't injured? Wouldn't the additional mana force him to injure himself at this very moment? What if the frozen lake stag had filled Alex with ice mana while running away and not attacking? The frozen lake stag wouldn't injure Alex, which would force Alex to injure himself. Yet, when Alex injured himself, the frozen lake stag would have gotten a perfect opportunity to finish Alex. After all, Alex could recover from heavy injuries in such a state, but it wasn't instantaneous. A half-dead Alex couldn't evade something like those ice spires. What if a group of bandits threw some kind of bomb filled with ice mana at Alex? Alex would either explode or need to hurt himself severely. This would give them a perfect opportunity to finish him. Alex immediately narrowed his eyes as he realized all of these things. Many warriors and mages wouldn't have come up with all of these scenarios in an instant, but Alex had gathered enough battle experience to come up with these schemes immediately. Alex didn't know it yet, but his experience with battle was vastly superior to nearly every other warrior in the soldier stage. "Thank you for telling me, Elder," Alex said with a thankful nod. The Elder nodded solemnly. It was good that the young man realized the weight of his words. The Elder had seen too many young geniuses die to their own inexperience. "Now, tell me how you dealt with the surplus of mana." "A mana overload is usually a death sentence," the Elder said. Alex looked at the Elder neutrally. "I nearly killed myself several times," Alex said. The Elder's eyes widened in shock. For a while, the Elder didn't answer. Then, the Elder released a deep sigh. After Alex's words, the Elder's eyes had changed. Before these words, the Elder had looked at Alex as a talented, friendly youngster. Alex was very talented in the Elder's mind, and the Elder knew that Alex would go far. Alex had also offered to help the villagers instead of just directly forcing them to hand their supplies over. But now, the Elder realized how naive he had been. Why naive? Well, how did a genius become a genius? Being a genius didn't only mean having a strong body, powerful techniques, or powerful equipment. A genius also needed a stalwart mindset. Their will had to be unbreakable. A talented youngster that didn't work would only reach mediocrity. Yet, a genius would go very far. Why? Because they had a solid mindset, an iron will, and discipline. Where did these things come from? Experiences. Mostly bad ones. Everyone knew how they could overcome a mana overload theoretically. Yet, how many people could put that method into practice? How many people had the determination to destroy their bones and organs? Nearly no one. Some of them could jump over their shadow once, but as soon as they recovered from their first experience, they would be petrified with terror. The pain wasn't the bad thing about nearly dying. It was the fear and terror. So, while some of the powerful warriors managed to severely injure themselves once, only a select few would be able to do it a second time. The second time was far harder to overcome than the first time. This was why the Elder had realized that he had been naive. The Elder knew that this young man was a genius, but he had overlooked the reason for why this young man was a genius. The eyes of the Elder changed to pity. What had this young man gone through to create such determination? He had done something which would make nearly all grown men cry in fear. Even more, the way this young man had phrased it had been neutral. It almost sounded it was only natural to do something like that. Meanwhile, Alex felt a bit awkward. The Elder was looking at him with these weird eyes and wasn't speaking. Alex had no idea what the Elder was thinking about. Chapter 40. Affinity. "So, can I get my payment now?" Alex asked after several seconds of silence. The Elder recovered and sighed. "Sure," he said. "I'll make arrangements for your payment right now." The Elder walked out of the house while Alex sat down and waited. The pleasant smell of the room made Alex's mind relax, and before he noticed it, the Elder had already returned. "The ice wood and a sled wagon will be ready shortly," the Elder said. "Sled wagon?" Alex asked in confusion. The Elder nodded. "A sled wagon is the best method to transport goods in this region. It's a sled that can be outfitted with 4 wheels when necessary, that allows you to transport things in the snow and on the ground." "Oh," Alex said with some wonder. That sounded like a practical vehicle. Alex wondered why he had never heard of something like that on Earth. "Thanks," Alex added after thinking about the sled wagon for a bit, "but why does it need wheels? Is Warrior's Paradise in a different climate?" The Elder nodded. "We are in the Ice Wyvern Zone. Warrior's Paradise is in the Storm Eagle Zone," the Elder explained. "Ice Wyvern Zone? Storm Eagle Zone?" Alex asked. "Why are the zones named after beasts?" The Elder was taken aback by Alex's question. Because of the ice wyvern and the storm eagle, the elder explained with a weird tone. It was like Alex had asked a stupid question. I've never heard of these two beasts, Alex said. Why are the zones named after them? Are they in the zones? The elder lifted an eyebrow in skepticism as he looked at Alex. Was this young man joking with him? However, Alex appeared genuinely curious about these two godly beasts. Powerful beasts dictate the climate, the elder explained slowly. The ice wyvern is an unfathomably powerful beast with an ice affinity. Its ice mana stretches over vast distances, lowering the temperature of the landscape. Alex's eyes widened in surprise. Beasts can do that? Alex asked in shock. Yes, the elder said slowly, feeling weird about answering such a question. Even children know about that. Alex felt a bit weird about that comment. So, he decided to tell the elder about his supposed memory issue. The elder understood, and gave his condolences, and some encouraging words after hearing about Alex's issue. This young man had obviously gone through a lot. So why are these beasts still alive? Alex asked. Are all the humans too weak to take care of them? No, the elder said. There are humans even more powerful than these godly beasts, but these godly beasts are protected by them. These godly beasts transform natural mana into elemental mana. Elemental mana is necessary for mages to become more powerful. Even more, us common people have already adapted our lifestyle to these climates. If the godly beasts die, the entire climate will change. Our lifestyle is adapted to the climate, and if it undergoes a severe change, everything will break down, and many people will die, the elder explained. Alex nodded in wonder. He had thought that he was somewhere in the north due to all the snow, but it actually turned out that there was simply a very powerful beast somewhere in the area. This was truly a very different world from Earth. What about the Storm Eagle zone? Alex asked. The Storm Eagle is a godly beast with a wind affinity. It absorbs natural mana and converts it to wind mana, which generates many heavy storms. Us common folk mainly avoid such zones due to the natural destruction happening constantly, but the wind mages and warriors love it. The Storm Eagle zone is filled with canyons and mountains, creating an environment with a lot of uneven ground. It's difficult to create villages and towns in craters, canyons, and mountains, which means more space for beasts. The many brutal beasts living in such an environment help the young warriors to gain battle experience, which is one of the main reasons for why the academy is in that zone. The other reason is that the Duke's castle is also in that zone. Duke Whirlwind is a high mage with a wind affinity. His family and most of his mages have a wind affinity, which makes this the perfect place for them, the elder explained. Alex nodded along with curiosity. The entire world had gained more wonder. The climate wasn't dictated by the planet, but by the mighty beasts. This opened so many possibilities for different climates and territories. As cats probably had a darkness affinity. What would the climate under a godly beast with a darkness affinity look like? Would it be constantly dark? What about a godly beast with a water affinity? Would that just be an ocean? Would a godly beast with a fire affinity create a volcano or a desert? There was so much to explore. Now that I think about it, it's actually logical that you would have an ice affinity, the elder said. You have been born into a zone filled with ice mana. Many of our children have an ice affinity. This gave Alex a thought. I have a question, he said. Yes? The elder asked. When ice mages use their powers, do their bodies heat up? Alex asked. The elder looked at Alex like he had just said something stupid. No, of course not. We are simply releasing the ice mana. Why would that make us hot? Elemental mana can affect the temperature, but the temperature doesn't immediately shoot to the opposite end when the elemental mana vanishes. For example, if you fill something with ice mana, it will cool down very quickly. After it has cooled down, when you pull all the ice mana out of it, it is still cold. However, it will warm up with time since there's nothing left that cools it. If you want to heat up something filled with ice mana immediately, the best method would be to replace the ice mana with fire mana, the elder explained. Alex listened to these words with deep interest. His eyes appeared innocent, but deep inside, Alex was in deep thought. The same principle should apply to my ice blast, Alex thought. The concepts of how an ice mage unleashes their power shouldn't be different to how a warrior with an ice affinity would unleash their power. In short, using my ice blast shouldn't result in my left arm heating up. Alex wanted to frown, but he kept his expression under control. He knew that the elder was not an enemy, but the elder had just warned Alex about revealing his affinity. It was best to immediately put these teachings to use. So, do I actually have an ice affinity? Alex remembered that the god had said that Alex would get a very special affinity, and that Alex could maybe use it in the future. Alex had been sent to an ice region. The god wouldn't have said maybe if Alex had an ice affinity. Judging by how my ice blast got absorbed by the frozen lake stag, I'm certain that I'm not unleashing a simple cold wind, but a blast of pure ice mana. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I actually have ice mana in my body. I can use my ice blast without actually using any mana. I can even use it indefinitely, as long as my arm stays cold. Does this mean that whenever I use my ice blast my arm gets filled with fire mana? Why else would it heat up? Is it some kind of energy splitting or something? However, I can feel ice mana, and that also only started occurring after I absorbed the pure ice mana source. I didn't feel the earth mana from the pure earth mana source back when the hedgehog wanted to reward me. I also wasn't able to absorb the pure earth mana source. So, I can feel ice mana as if I had an ice affinity, but I don't have an ice affinity. Yet my affinity is somehow related to ice. On top of that, my affinity is not related to earth. Lastly, my affinity might be related to fire, but I can't be sure yet. What kind of affinity do I have then? Chapter 41, Plateau. Alex and the elder walked to the entrance of the village. When some of the gathered villagers saw Alex, their eyes opened in surprise. Alex looked completely different from before. Why? Well, when Alex had finished talking with the elder after an hour or so, he stood up from the chair. That's when he noticed that the chair he had been sitting on was coated in mud and grime. Alex quickly realized that this had come from him, and he remembered that he hadn't washed in an eternity. He wouldn't jump into icy water at such temperatures. So, Alex had asked the elder if he smelled. The elder had only awkwardly coughed into his hands. After that, the elder offered him a chance to properly wash and take care of his clothing. Alex wanted to decline, but after some of the villagers had heard that their savior hadn't had an opportunity to wash in forever, they basically forced him. They wouldn't want any other people outside the village to think that Koldu village didn't take care of its visitors. They had filled a big barrel with ice and snow and put it above a small campfire, and while Alex was taking his first bath in this world, his clothes were being washed by some of the older women in the village. Alex wasn't sure how they had done it, but his coat looked nearly perfect. It was almost like it was new. As for the clothes beneath Alex's coat, they had been thrown away. Instead, Alex got a set of new clothing made out of animal hide. In such a cold environment, cotton didn't grow. Because of that, the villagers mainly used the skin of their pigs and cows to fashion clothing. When Alex came out of his bath, it was like he had become a new man. The bath had felt divine. Alex also thought that since he was already clean, he could also cut his hair and shave. After everything was done, Alex put on his new clothes and old coat. He no longer looked like someone living in the wild, but like a suave young warrior from some village. Then, Alex had spent the night in a free room in a random house. This was the best sleep Alex had ever had since arriving in this world. Alex only very rarely slept since his meditation could supplement sleep to some degree. Additionally, sleeping in the wilds was dangerous. After waking up, Alex felt refreshed and said that he wanted to leave. The elder brought him to the exit of the village, and all the villagers looked with shock at him. He was so young. When they had seen him previously, they had imagined him to be some 30-year-old man. However, now, Alex barely looked like an adult. He almost looked like a teenager. Alex had grown a bit ever since arriving in this world, but he still had some growing to do. He barely reached 170 centimeters. When Alex arrived at the exit of the village, he spotted a sled with some wheels at its side. That's surprisingly small, Alex thought. The sled wagon was barely 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Additionally, there wasn't even much wood on it. The wood barely reached a meter in height. Even more, the wood was very finely cut. It was like someone had taken a standard piece of cut wood and halved it 2 more times. Sure, it was massive to some degree, but Alex was sure that he could pull more. It takes up about half of the sled wagon, so it should come to about 1 cubic meter of wood. Alex looked at the villagers and the smiling elder and couldn't bring himself to ask for more. They already helped me plenty. I can always earn the remainder in Warrior's Paradise. Alex looked at the surroundings and saw that everything was still coated in snow. This meant that he didn't need to put the wheels on the sled car yet. Alex turned to the villagers and nodded with a smile. "Thank you all," he said. The villagers said that it was no problem, and the elder gave him some last advice for his way. Alex nodded and said his goodbyes. All the villagers waved after him as Alex walked over to the sled wagon. Alex grabbed the rope at the front and pulled, and the sled wagon didn't move. Alex looked with surprise at the sled wagon. "Okay, maybe this is heavier than I thought." Alex pulled with more force, and the rope shook violently under the strain. And finally, after putting a lot of force into it, Alex could move the sled. Alex threw the villagers a shocked expression, and most of them only smiled back while some of them owed in respect when they saw that he could move the sled wagon. "That's definitely more than a ton," Alex thought. "I know the power of my new body, and 1 ton is not that heavy. That's more like 1.5 or 2 tons. Alex started to feel bad about wanting to ask for more. The villagers had already given him more than he had asked for. However, the ice wood is truly massive, Alex thought. Just a mere cubic meter is already closing in on 2 tons of weight. No wonder it's cut into such a small size. One of these small pieces is probably as heavy as an average-sized piece of wood." Alex waved thankfully at the villagers again and began pulling. And with that, Alex began his journey to Warrior's Paradise. He wasn't sure exactly how far away it was, but Storm Eagle Zone should be the next zone towards the southeast, according to what the elder had said. The area was very uneven and Alex had to fight against slopes and rises of mountains. Pulling the sled wagon up a mountain was incredibly difficult. Alex's feet constantly lost their grip, and he was basically running against the elevation as his feet continually slipped away beneath him. He essentially moved forward like a car with summer tires on pure ice. Every 5 rotations of the wheel would only move the car 1 rotation worth of distance. It was incredibly tiresome. Meanwhile, the slopes were not very tiresome. Instead, they were very stressful. Alex basically stood in front of the sled with his feet firmly on the ground. The sled was pushing him forwards, and Alex had to slow it down by continually grinding his feet against the ground. His new shoes had already undergone a lifetime's worth of stress in just 2 hours. However, the shoes remained in one piece, surprisingly. 2 hours later, after ascending another slope, Alex's eyes widened in wonder and shock. So that's what the elder meant when he said that I would get a fun surprise on my way to the Storm Eagle Zone, Alex thought. Right now, Alex was on top of an absolutely gigantic slope. Even more, Alex noticed that he was basically on top of a mountain. When Alex looked to his side and behind him, he saw relatively even ground, but when he looked into the distance, everything was far below him in elevation. Alex could see kilometers upon kilometers into the distance. This is actually a plateau? Alex thought in shock. Even the Duke's garden is on this plateau. How huge was this plateau? Alex looked back at the plateau behind him, and he could still see many huge mountains. At this moment, Alex also felt the movement of the ice mana. Alex felt like all the ice mana of the plateau was flowing down the slope. Does this mean that the ice wyvern is somewhere on this plateau? Why else would so much ice mana flow down from here? Alex thought. Alex had thought that the resident godly beast was far away, but it had turned out that it had been closer than he had thought. Where does that river in the Duke's garden even come from? Alex thought. Many thoughts went through Alex's head, but he quickly got distracted by the land below him. The area on the bottom of the gigantic slope was still filled with snow and ice, but the ground was far more even. Alex wouldn't have to deal with all these slopes anymore. Then, Alex spotted a town on the horizon. It was probably over 10 kilometers away, but the path from here to there was only one long slope. Alex guessed that he was about 2 kilometers higher in elevation than the town. Alex looked at the town. Then, he looked at the slope. Then, he looked at the sled. Alex got a terrible idea. Chapter 42. Stupid idea. That's a stupid idea, but I want to do it, Alex thought. He felt nervous but also excited. Alex went over to the sled wagon and pulled it over the slope's edge. The sled wagon started to slide down, and Alex jumped on top of it. There was enough space in front of the ice wood that he could sit down, and he did just that. The initial acceleration was somewhat slow, but then it became faster and faster. First, Alex felt nervous. Then, as the sled wagon became faster, he became excited. Then, he became nervous again. And then, he became terrified. After around 20 seconds, the sled wagon had accelerated to impressive speeds, and it only seemed to become even faster. At first, the sled wagon had only brought a breeze to Alex's face, but the breeze had quickly transformed into a terrifying storm. Alex felt the sled wagon below himself shake, and he was sure that he heard a crack at some point. Alex's breathing and heart rate quickened as the sled wagon reached 150 kph in a matter of seconds. Then, it reached 200 kph. Then 250 kph. That was already a bit faster than terminal velocity for a falling human. The wind was as strong as the wind a skydiver would experience. However, skydivers had goggles on their eyes. Alex didn't. Alex already started regretting that he had gone through with that stupid idea. The slope would even out about a kilometer in front of the city, which would give Alex enough time to slow down the sled wagon with his feet, but he had quickly realized that he might have overlooked something. Can the sled wagon even stay in one piece? Alex thought in fear. There's over a ton of ice wood on the sled wagon. Is this sled wagon even designed to resist something like 300 kph or something? Seriously, I think I'm moving even faster than the hedgehog when it chased that octopus. If someone stood beside the passing sled wagon, they would only see a shadow pass by them, and after that, they would be assaulted by a terrifying storm. Alex had already slid for nearly 4 kilometers when something happened. 3 people jumped out from behind a tree in the distance and walked to the slope. Alex's mind nearly stopped working when he saw those 3 men. Were they suicidal? Alex was sure that they had noticed him since they were looking at him at this very moment. That guy seems to come from Koldu village. We've hit it big, boys, one of the men said with a smirk. One other guy laughed, while the third guy only looked solemnly at the approaching sled wagon. Hurry up, the guards have probably already seen us. The third guy shouted. Yeah, just chill for a second, okay? We got this, the first guy said with exasperation. Let's go. Then, the 3 guys charged towards the approaching sled wagon. Move, Alex shouted with all of his power. Sadly, he was still too far away, making his voice very quiet. He said move, the second guy said with a snicker. Does the guy not realize that we are bandits? he asked. Plenty of villagers believe that they are uncatchable when they're sliding down the slope, the third guy explained. They think that no one would be willing to stop their sled wagons. The first guy looked with a smirk at the approaching sled wagon. Sadly, they don't realize that we are all in the mid-soldier stage. We can easily stop a mere sled wagon. Meanwhile, Alex looked with terror at the people running at him from a distance. Are they insane? Even I would be absolutely obliterated if I got hit by this sled. That sled wagon weighs over a ton and goes like 300 kg each, Alex thought. Move or you will die, Alex shouted. In these couple of seconds, Alex had already moved several hundred meters, and he was only about 200 meters away from the three of them. The three guys continued moving towards Alex, but they slowly came to a halt. Isn't that sled moving a bit too oh shit? Ever seen anything speeding right at you from a distance? It's difficult to see how fast something is going when it comes right at the viewer. The bandits had thought that this was just some guy from some village who came to buy something. They had thought that he was probably here to buy medicine or something like that. After all, people from the villages rarely came to the city without a good reason. Dragging the sled wagon up the slope was just too tiring and too much of a hassle. They had also been sure that Alex had had no major wears on his sled wagon. Why? First of all, Alex had been very far away. Second, Alex's body was blocking a major part of the ice wood behind him. Third, no merchant or delivery person would risk their cargo by sliding down the slope. So, in the minds of the three bandits, this sled wagon had probably weighed something like 150 kg, including the person riding it, and it would also probably only go 100 kg each max. Two people would have simply grabbed the sides of the sled wagon to stop it, while the third one would have threatened the rider. Sadly, they had been off with their calculations. Even more, they had only noticed something when Alex was 200 meters away. How fast were 300 kg each? Something moving at 300 kg each moved a bit less than 100 meters per second. That was a kilometer of distance in a bit more than 10 seconds. It was ridiculously fast. In short, after the bandits had become suspicious, they only had 2 seconds left to dodge. Third guy of the group had immediately jumped to the side since he had been very careful the entire time. Thanks to that, he had just barely evaded the sled wagon. The other two were not as lucky. The first guy had managed to jump to the side, but his legs were still in the sled wagon's path. As soon as the sled wagon hit the bandit's legs, an explosion of blood occurred. One leg was flung into the distance, while the other one barely held on by some flesh and skin. The bandit's body started rotating at insane speeds, and he fell to the ground. The second guy hadn't managed to jump very far. The right side of the sled wagon hit him in the abdomen. A shower of blood assaulted Alex, and a severed leg hit him in the chest, cracking several ribs. However, Alex didn't care very much about his injuries since his mind was preoccupied with processing what had just happened. Did I kill someone? Alex thought in shock. For some seconds, Alex's mind just wouldn't work, but the urgency of the situation quickly woke him up. The slope's angle is evening out. I'd have to stop the sled wagon, Alex thought. Alex put his legs to the ground, but he immediately pulled them back. When he had just slightly touched the ground, his leg had nearly been torn off. I can't break. For the first time in a long while, Alex was genuinely terrified. I'm going to hit the city walls. Chapter 43, Aftermath. Alex was panicking. The sled wagon was going way too fast for him. He couldn't even change its direction or brake. After some seconds of panic, Alex reached the even ground, but the sled didn't seem to stop at all. It just kept on going. Jump down. A powerful shout came from the city walls when Alex had still been over a kilometer away. Alex didn't even think about how loud that shout had been to be heard from such a long distance. Alex looked to the side at the rapidly passing surroundings. How was he supposed to jump off something that's moving so fast? However, Alex's mind, which had gotten used to stressful situations, quickly came up with a solution. Alex gritted his teeth. Let's hope this works. Alex put his left hand to the ice wood behind him for 2 seconds. In these 2 seconds, Alex absorbed a lot of ice mana, and the familiar feeling of bursting appeared. Then, Alex took a deep breath and jumped to the side, protecting his head with his arms. Everything seemingly moved in slow motion for Alex. Bang! Alex hit the ground, and his body was violently thrown around. Alex spun several times in the air, and he felt the centripetal force pulling his arms away. Bang! A second hit, and several of Alex's bones broke. Alex completely lost his sense of direction, and he had no idea where he was going. Bang! Alex hit something, but after a brief moment of resistance, it gave way. He felt himself nearly puke at the force that hit his body just now. Bang! Alex hit the ground again and his shoulder broke. Bang! He hit another thing which quickly gave way beneath his force. Bang! 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 After several more hits, Alex eventually stopped. Alex lay on the ground, and he felt like he was dying. Yet while everyone else would feel despair at being in such a state, Alex only looked with shock at the sky. I'm still alive. Alex knew that he would survive since he had gone through similar experiences. He knew that the mana would heal his body. Bang! 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 Alex heard the sounds of something incredibly powerful hitting through something, and he knew that this could have only been the sled wagon. I'm in so much trouble. Bang! 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 More explosive sounds followed, and Alex didn't want to look at the damage he had caused. After 2 more sounds, it stopped. Alex only continued lying there. How am I supposed to pay for all that? He thought. Would they take ice wood as payment? How many people got injured? Speaking of, I think I just killed one of those bandits. Silence. Alex only looked at the sky as he tried to come to terms with what had just happened. After about a minute of just lying around and thinking about what he had done, Alex slowly stood up. Clank, clank, clank. Alex heard the sound of approaching, armored footsteps, and he looked at his surroundings for the first time. He was in the forest on the side of the road. So, the things I punched through were trees, Alex realized as he saw several destroyed trees. If I still had a normal body, the first tree would have killed me. Alex had left behind a trail of destruction in the forest. Oh, you can move? A gruff voice said with surprise and a bit of amusement. Alex looked over, and he saw 5 men. One of them stood at the front, and he wore bright, silver armor. The 4 men behind him wore gray, iron armor. What damage did I cause? Alex asked. The leading man had anticipated the question, but he hadn't thought it would be the first one. Nothing, the man said with a smirk. This immediately dumbfounded Alex. For a while, Alex wasn't even sure if he had heard correctly. Nothing? He asked for confirmation. Yes, nothing, the leading man answered with a rough chuckle. How? Alex shouted. The 4 men behind the leading man were silent, but the leading man laughed loudly. Earth mages are very useful, he said. Also, do you honestly believe something like this hasn't happened before? Merchants lose control over their sleds all the time. However, I have to say that your case was the most notable out of all of them. You had over a ton of ice wood on your sled wagon, and it took 4 Earth apprentices to stop it. They even had to ingest some valuable pills to stop it. Of course, you have to pay for them. Alex was still perplexed. How did they stop something like that? What about the 3 men that I ran over? Alex asked. Oh, them? Don't worry about them. They've been a plague for a while, the man said. There's even a bounty for them. Alex had expected something like that, but he was still a bit surprised that the guard even laughed about the fate of the bandits. Did they survive? One of them died on impact, one of them got finished off by us, and the last one fled. We are currently chasing the last one, the guard said with delight. You've done us a great service, but you also have to pay for our help. The pills the mages had to ingest were a bit more expensive than the reward, but I'm willing to cancel the debt out with your reward. These 3 guys have annoyed me for way too long. Alex felt a pressure in his chest when he heard that he had killed someone. Alex had killed plenty of beasts, but killing a human still felt different. The guard noticed Alex's expression. Oh, was that your first kill? He asked. Alex slowly nodded. Man, you're lucky, the guard said with a snort. Lucky? Alex asked in shock. What was lucky about that? Yeah, lucky, the guard repeated. Not only was your first kill an accident, but you also killed a bandit. That's way easier to come to terms with than killing another soldier or civilians. In comparison to your lucky ass, my first kill was an execution. It was still difficult for Alex to come to terms with taking another human life. Oh, come on, the guard said as he stepped closer. You'll get over it. This was actually a good thing for you. It will help you in the Warrior Academy. Alex's eyes widened. How did you know that I wanted to go there? He asked. Alex was still a bit perplexed by everything that had happened. You're young, you have a very powerful body, judging by the fact that you are still alive after all of this, and you are traveling with a ton of ice wood toward the southeast. That ice wood is obviously for the special exam, the guard said with a smirk. Also, you kind of feel like a student of the Warrior Academy. Come, the guard said, turning around and gesturing to the street with his head. The guard passed his men and continued walking away. After some seconds, Alex shook his head and followed. Some seconds later, Alex saw the slope again and his eyes widened. Alex saw a figurative mountain of rubble strewn across the slope. The entire slope was covered with gray stones. Our Earth apprentices created several walls made of stone, the guard explained while Alex looked at the aftermath. Your sled wagon punched through 7 of them before being stopped by the 8th. That's a new record. The old record had only managed to get through 3. Quite impressive. When Alex heard how the town had stopped his sled wagon, he was surprised. If they had stopped it with walls of stone, how come Alex didn't see any pieces of wood anywhere? Come, the guard ordered again as he walked to the end of the slope. Alex followed the guard, and eventually, the group arrived at a small wall made of gray stone. However, the wall wasn't straight but tilted. Oh, the guard said with surprise. Would you look at that? The last wall wasn't destroyed, but your sled wagon managed to break it off at the base. I think we can count it as having broken through 8 walls then. Look, the guard said as he walked to the piece of wall. Bang! The guard lightly kicked the piece of wall, and the wall flew for over 2 meters. Obviously, the kick hadn't been as light as it had seemed. Alex looked over and saw the front of his sled wagon, and his eyes widened yet again. The front was bent, but still in one piece. How is it still in one piece? Alex asked in shock. The guard laughed and lightly kicked the sled wagon. Bang! An explosive sound resounded throughout the surroundings, but the sled wagon only turned to the side a bit. It was still in one piece. The guard turned to Alex with a smirk. Ice wood is hard. To think that you would actually have a sled wagon made of ice wood. That's about one of the most extravagant things I have ever seen, the guard said with a laugh. Chapter 44. Dark Iron Ore. Ice wood? The sled wagon was made of ice wood. Alex's mind immediately went to the friendly villagers. Not only had they given him so much ice wood, but they had also created a sled wagon out of ice wood. They sure had gone all out with their repayment. However, after some seconds, Alex looked away from the sled wagon and turned his gaze towards the slope. Alex could see blood on the slope, as well as two bodies. Some guards were currently pulling the bodies to the side of the slope, and after they got there, they simply threw the bodies into the forest. Apparently bandits didn't get a proper burial. Such a scene seemed unimportant, but it gave Alex a feeling of disconnect. On Earth, even mass murderers would get a burial. After one's death, everyone was the same on Earth. But here, these bandits were simply thrown to the side of the road. No one minded such a scene, but Alex felt like this scene was showing the differences between this world and Earth very well. Life truly wasn't seen with as much importance here as on Earth. I killed one of them, Alex thought with discomfort. Alex felt some guilt appear in his chest, but it wasn't as overwhelming as he had thought. Every human had thought about how it would feel to kill someone else at least once. Some edgy teenagers might think that they wouldn't feel anything, but the truth was always different. Taking a human life woke a certain feeling of pressure and wrongness in one's chest. Even if a person hated someone else, when that other person died suddenly, the first person would still feel some discomfort. This feeling would be far stronger if one was responsible for their death. Wishing someone else to die was normal, and it happened all the time, but when it actually happened, one would still feel uncomfortable. However, Alex's feelings weren't as intense as he had imagined them to be. He definitely felt something, but it was still manageable. Is that normal? Alex thought. Silence. I don't know. Hey, get your sled wagon out from below the rubble. We need to clean the slope for other merchants, the guard said, pulling Alex out of his thoughts. Oh right, sorry, Alex said absent-mindedly. Alex went over to his sled wagon and pushed the stones off the sled wagon. After a bit of cleaning up, Alex could see the entire sled wagon again. The cage with all the ice wood was displaced since the rope broke, but it was still closed to the sled wagon. It took a lot of work, but Alex managed to put the cage with the ice wood back on top of the sled wagon. And then, the sled wagon was ready to be moved again. Anyway, welcome to the Central Wild, the guard said with a smirk. Is that the name of the town? Alex asked. The guard nodded. Yep. You need to leave through the southern entrance if you want to get to the Storm Eagle Zone. However, I would suggest that you stay here for the night. The Southern Wild is about a day of travel away, and it's already afternoon. Alex nodded. Thanks, he said. Then, Alex pulled the sled wagon towards the town. The guard and his men started cleaning the slope as Alex went to the town. After a bit of pulling, Alex arrived at the gate, and he was allowed to enter without any inspection. The guards had probably already inspected his sled wagon earlier. Alex saw that the streets actually had no snow on them, but that wasn't an issue. Alex went to the side of his sled wagon and loosened the ropes around the wheels. The wheels were fixed to the sled wagon with beams made of ice wood, and they fell down and hit the ground. After loosening all four wheels, Alex went to a corner of the sled wagon. See, RK. Alex lifted the corner and moved the wheel until the wood beam was straight. Then, Alex kept the beam straight and fastened the rope on the beam again. After doing that for all four corners, Alex pulled the sled wagon into the town on its wheels. He didn't need to put much force into the pull since pulling something with wheels was easier than pulling a sled through snow. As Alex traveled through the town, many people watched him with interest. They had heard about the commotion in front of the northern gate, and they guessed that Alex was responsible for it. However, none of the townspeople came up to start a conversation. They were more interested in watching. The town wasn't really big. It probably was only a kilometer across. Eventually, Alex passed through a marketplace, being careful that he didn't damage anything with his heavy sled wagon. Suddenly, Alex felt his sword vibrate. Alex took out the sword and looked at it with interest. An invisible force pulled Alex's attention to a stall at the side of the road. The stall was made of wood, and it was quite wide and deep. Alex saw stones, gems, and metals being displayed at the front, and he could see several different kinds of ore in the back of the stall. Alex remembered that he could increase the power of his sword with ore, and he quickly realized that this was the reason why his sword was vibrating. Can I help you? The salesman on the stall asked after realizing that Alex was eyeing his store. Alex calmly took out his sword and put it on the counter. Do you have something for weapons useful for warriors in the general realm? Alex asked. Alex was in the first realm, which was called the soldier realm for physical fighters. The general realm was the second realm. Alex knew that his weapon was probably useful for warriors in the soldier realm. So, if he wanted to increase its power with ore, he needed it to be of the second realm. When the salesman heard Alex's words, a bright smile appeared on his face. We specialize in such ore. The dark iron ore is the ore of choice for warriors in the general realm, the man said. Alex nodded. How much to reforge this entire sword with dark iron ore? He asked. We don't do forging, the man said. I know. I meant how much for the required dark iron ore to reforge the sword? He asked. The man looked at the sword on the table. 40 gold, he said. We get our dark iron ore from a local mine, which is why it's so cheap. You would normally have to pay over 50 gold for something like this. Alex's eyes widened. Oh, okay. Thanks. I'll be going then, he said. The salesman deflated when he realized that Alex didn't buy anything. Do come again, he said without any motivation. Seems like you have to wait, Alex said quietly to his sword. Surprisingly, Alex felt like his sword vibrated a little. Alex had already realized that his sword wasn't so simple, but he still wasn't quite sure about its abilities. He probably had to wait until he had enough money to upgrade it to find out more. After a while of pulling, Alex reached the southern gate, and he went through it. The guard had said that Alex should spend the night here, but Alex didn't plan on doing that. First of all, Alex didn't have any money, and he couldn't just pay nice wood. There was no sense in spending the night in the town when he would sleep on the ground. Second, it was still afternoon, and Alex could still get some hours of travel out of the day. Third, Alex was used to sleeping in the wild. So, Alex decided to directly continue to the southern wild. Chapter 45. Usage of mana. Alex left through the southern entrance and saw the southern area behind the central wild. It didn't look much different from the other parts of this zone, except for maybe it being a bit flatter. There were still some hills here and there, but it wasn't as exaggerated as the northern part of the town. As Alex went past the southern entrance, he put the wheels of the sled wagon away again and transformed it back into a sled. Then, Alex took a deep breath and continued pulling. It was currently afternoon, and Alex still had enough daylight to travel. Not much of note happened as Alex continued traveling to the southeast. It was just incredibly boring and tiresome. Alex saw some big birds flying over the street occasionally, and Alex always stopped to look at them. He didn't want to be caught by surprise by some powerful bird swooping down from the sky. These birds looked rather powerful, and Alex didn't trust that they didn't eat humans. Alex even saw some of the bigger birds flying circles above him, but they all left after circling him for 2 times or so. He wasn't sure if they were evaluating his power or if they were just curious. After a couple of hours, dusk arrived. Alex had probably traveled for around 25 to 30 kilometers in these couple of hours, which was way too slow for his liking. Sadly, the sled wagon was simply too heavy. Being a trader sucks, Alex thought. The merchants that passed me in the last couple of hours all used horses and bulls to pull their cargo. Wonder how expensive these animals are in this world. I didn't see many of them in the town. Several traders had passed Alex during the last couple of hours. They were all driving way faster than him, and they all passed Alex easily. Most of them were driving carriages with trailers behind them, but that wasn't all. The merchants also had bodyguards running alongside their small caravan. These bodyguards all threw Alex some confused looks, which was understandable. After all, Alex was pulling the sled wagon himself, and he was traveling alone. Whenever a merchant passed Alex, he heard several greetings from the guards, and the merchants even told him their names and their specialties. They had seen the sled wagon Alex was pulling, and they knew that he would earn big money with all that ice wood. To the merchants, Alex was a potential client, but all of that had stopped about an hour ago. Starting from an hour ago, no more merchants passed Alex, which gave him some insight into the remaining distance to the southern wilds. There should be about half an hour of daylight left, and everyone stopped passing me about an hour ago. That means that their carriages can't travel the remaining distance in 1.5 hours. The carriages were traveling at around 40 kph, which means that there should be about 50 to 60 kilometers left. I'm moving at around 10 kph, which means that I probably have around 5 to 6 hours of travel left. Sure enough, in total, it should be about a day's worth of travel. The guard was right. Anyway, I think it's time to pause for the night. I don't know what kind of creatures are living here since all the merchants are avoiding traveling through the night. Alex pulled the sled wagon to the side of the road, into the forest. It wasn't easy to find a gap big enough for the sled wagon to pass through, but after a bit of searching, Alex found one. After putting the sled wagon partly into the forest, Alex left the sled wagon and stretched. Man, my muscles are all sore. After a bit of stretching, Alex took out his sword and began training. He never skipped a day of training. By now, Alex was able to swing his sword with incredible speed, and whenever he unleashed a strike, one could basically only see an afterimage due to the strike's speed. Alex's different kinds of attacks also flowed more easily into each other, eliminating the awkwardness between strikes. Alex hated awkwardness in his fighting style, and he tried his best to get rid of it. After about an hour of swinging his sword, Alex was drenched in sweat, which was normal. Alex jumped up a nearby tree and sat down on one of its thick branches. The trees around Alex were still mostly conifers, but he had long since gotten used to sitting on branches filled with small needles. The reason why Alex was sleeping on the trees was that he wanted to be careful. He had no idea what kinds of creatures or beasts lived here, and if he had to fight one, he would rather have the initiative. If he stayed the night on the carriage, basically everything in the surroundings would notice him. However, by staying on a tree, all the curious eyes would be drawn to the carriage first, allowing Alex to gather information on any newcomer. Alex closed his eyes and started meditating. Meditation worked somewhat as a replacement for sleeping, but he still needed to sleep for about 6 hours every 2 days. Of course, Alex wasn't stupid enough to sleep in an unknown region. Alex slowly lost himself to his meditation. All his muscles had already fully recovered in just a couple of minutes, but Alex continued meditating to bridge over the time he should be asleep. Meditating without training wouldn't increase Alex's power, but it wasn't useless. Alex was pretty good at controlling mana by now, but after every couple of sessions of meditation, his ability to control mana became even better. Alex's body wasn't without mana. Yes, his mana was mainly used to train his body, but Alex had noticed that he also had some mana stored inside all his muscles. Right now, that stored mana mainly acted as a storage used for regenerating injuries. With Alex's higher control over mana, he had noticed that the stored mana was being used up during his training. That's when Alex had realized that the stored mana worked similarly to the sugar stored in one's liver. To move a body, one needed energy, which mainly came from the stored glucose in one's liver. At least, that's how it had been on Earth. When the glucose was used up, the body burned fat. But the burning of fat was way more complicated, and the process was quite elaborate. By burning fat, the body couldn't reach the same explosive power as by burning glucose. As a former athlete, Alex had to know all of these things. So how did mana differ? From what Alex had seen, mana worked like an upgraded version of sugar. By moving around, Alex's body was using up mana. Of course, Alex's body also had a passive regeneration of mana, which was strong enough to get him through an entire day of work. The passive regeneration of mana was strong enough to allow Alex to jog indefinitely, assuming he didn't need to sleep or eat. Yet, if Alex started running, sprinting, jumping, or slinging with his full power, he would use up far more mana than he was regenerating. It became even crazier when he injured himself. Apparently, healing an injury took a ridiculous amount of mana. In the past, when Alex got injured, his passive mana storage would be nearly entirely used up just by healing a cut, but now, Alex had enough control over his mana to stop that from happening. Obviously, the ability to continue jumping around and fighting was more important than healing a cut. The ability to control mana is probably of imperative importance, Alex thought while meditating. Mana is technically a very potent form of energy, and you can basically do anything with enough energy. I'm certain that I can use the mana in my body for more than just jumping around and attacking. There have to be other kinds of uses. Well, I should learn all these things after joining that academy. It's funny that I'm actually looking forward to going to school. I've always hated school. CRK. Alex opened his eyes as he heard the sound of something stepping onto a twig. Alex looked at the origin of the sound, and he saw a familiar beast. Oh hey, another frozen lake stag, Alex thought as he looked at the small stag. Its antlers are smaller, and they're not shining brightly. I can also not feel as much mana coming from it. It's definitely weaker than the one I killed. The frozen lake stag was carefully moving towards Alex's sled wagon. There was a ton of ice wood on the sled wagon, and the frozen lake stag loved ice wood. One could say it was hungry. However, it wasn't the only thing that felt hungry. Alex looked at the frozen lake stag greedily. Chapter 46. Silent Danger. Alex sat on the tree while a campfire was burning below him. Several skewers filled with meat were hanging near the fire, and Alex was eating one of those skewers right now. From time to time, Alex jumped down, retrieved another skewer, and went back to the tree. He still wasn't sure what kind of creatures lived in this area, so he tried to remain hidden. Anything that came here would have its attention drawn to the fire and sled wagon, leaving Alex the initiative. After eating quite a bit of meat, Alex pulled the remaining skewers from the fire, put some of his spare clothes around them, and put them on the sled wagon. He would eat them tomorrow while traveling. A couple of hours passed, and it was now well into the night. That's when Alex felt something approach. Alex didn't hear or see the approaching creature, but he felt a lot of ice mana moving towards him. Alex slowly stood up from the branch and silently moved to the next tree. A feeling of nervousness appeared in Alex, but he forced himself to remain calm. Judging by the amount of ice mana being displaced, this is probably a creature of the second realm, and it's definitely not in the earlier stages. I can't fight that. After moving 2 trees away from his makeshift camp, Alex closed his eyes to concentrate on feeling the ice mana in the atmosphere. In Alex's mind, he saw a sizable, blue ball of ice mana moving towards his old camp. The blue ball of mana was about 2 meters in diameter, which confused Alex a bit. It feels like the creature is about as long as it is wide. It's not as tall as it's wide or long, but it is still quite tall. I wonder what kind of creature that could be. Surprisingly, Alex heard absolutely nothing. The forest was completely silent, which was a scary thought. A creature of such a size should make some sort of noise. Sure, the pest cats were also silent creatures, but they had an affinity for darkness. Alex was pretty certain that the darkness affinity allowed the pest cats to remain silent. Yet the creature that had just entered Alex's camp obviously had an ice affinity. If I couldn't perceive ice mana, my survival would depend on luck. I would have remained on my branch, and I wouldn't even have noticed it. My survival would have completely hinged on it not seeing me on my branch. According to Alex's perception, the creature stopped before Alex's campfire, and then Alex felt like it had gotten colder. Did it put out the fire? It probably doesn't like fire due to its affinity. Then, Alex felt the creature going to his sled wagon. The sled wagon was made of ice wood, which had a lot of ice mana. Because of that, the sled wagon was also visible in Alex's perception. I hope it doesn't consume all the ice mana. The creature went to the sled wagon and stopped in front of it for a couple of seconds. After that, the ball symbolizing the creature went over the sled wagon. Alex grew nervous. If that thing consumed all the ice mana in the ice wood, everything would have been for nothing. Luckily, the creature only walked around the sled wagon. It climbed over it, circled it, and stopped beside it. Obviously, it was quite curious about the sled wagon. The creature moved around the lot, but Alex had never heard any sound coming from it. Some seconds later, the creature left the sled wagon without absorbing the ice mana. Yet, Alex felt it coming towards him. It wasn't moving very fast, but it was definitely coming towards his tree. Alex narrowed his eyes as he made a split-second decision. Whoom! Alex shot an ice blast to his front and quickly circled the tree. In Alex's perception, the ball of ice mana shot towards the direction of Alex's ice blast with incredible speed. Alex didn't hear any sound. After that, Alex slowly and silently climbed down the tree and snuck towards his sled wagon. That thing has an ice affinity, and it can probably also feel ice mana. It probably felt a little bit of ice mana coming from my left arm. In Alex's perception, the blue ball of ice mana was rapidly moving around the forest. It was moving up trees, going down trees, and running around trees. It had suddenly felt a lot of ice mana, and it was searching for the origin. Alex had to use all of his self-control to not sprint towards his sled wagon. He had to move slowly. Eventually, the creature went back to the tree Alex had just been on. Alex felt how the creature climbed up the tree and moved all around it. If Alex had remained there, he would have been spotted. Alex arrived at the sled wagon and slowly crawled beneath it. Then, he remained motionless and silent. That thing had an ice affinity, and it could obviously feel ice mana. Alex's left arm was a dead giveaway, and he had to deal with it. So, Alex decided to mask the ice mana in his arm with the ice mana of all the ice wood. Alex hoped that the ice mana of the ice wood would outshine the little bit of ice mana on his left arm. The creature inspected all the different trees in the surroundings, but it eventually went back to the sled wagon. Then, it simply stopped at the spot where Alex's campfire had been. Alex opened his eyes from below the sled wagon, and he could finally see the creature. No wonder it was so silent. 8 long, blue icicles were fusing with the snow on the ground. It was like the snow and icicles were one and the same thing. Whenever the creature moved its icicles, it would leave a tiny part of the icicles behind. If one didn't look for these parts, one wouldn't notice them. There were only some small, azure spots on the snow. Alex also looked at the ground beneath him, and he saw the same azure spots. The creature had already been down here before. Alex moved his head a bit forward to see the creature. Sure enough, it's a blue spider. The creature was one of those kinds of spiders with incredibly long, thin legs. Yet, its legs weren't actually legs, but just long icicles. Only its actual body had flesh. Together with its legs, it was about 2 meters wide. It replaced its legs with pure ice, Alex thought. The spider only rarely moved around, and Alex guessed that it was probably trying to sense any vibrations. The spider remained motionless for about a minute, which felt like an hour to Alex. Then, the spider slowly walked away, leaving behind azure spots on the snow beneath it. After a while, Alex couldn't see it anymore, and he closed his eyes to check the surroundings with his perception. The spider continued traveling for a while at a slow pace, but then, it suddenly exploded to the side. Alex felt the spider's speed out of the range of his perception. Cree! Alex heard the painful screech of a beast. Alex took a deep breath and released a deep sigh. The spider found its prey, which meant that it would return to wherever it had come from. That was close, Alex thought as he finally relaxed. Luckily, it had an ice affinity. I honestly need to be more careful in the future. Right now, I'm in the Ice Wyvern zone, which is filled with ice mana. Nearly all the beasts in this zone have an ice affinity, which gives me a way to perceive them before they reach me. However, that won't always remain like that. Swarm Eagle Zone is probably full of beasts with a wind affinity, and I can't feel wind mana. I'm pretty strong, but there are still several creatures in the wild that are more powerful than me. I should avoid staying outside if it can be helped. I've been too arrogant, Alex thought with narrowed eyes. Alex slowly left the sled wagon and went back to his tree. The sled wagon was still a major beacon for all the creatures with an ice affinity, and Alex had only gone below it earlier because the spider had already thoroughly investigated it. Luckily, for the remainder of the night, nothing of note happened. When Alex saw the first light of day, he took a deep breath. Time to continue. Chapter 47, Warning. Alex started the next day by continuing to pull his sled wagon along the road. As always, it was very exhausting and boring. About 2 hours later, Alex saw the first merchants pass him again on their fancy carriages. The merchants introduced themselves, and the guards following the carriages also shot a short greeting to Alex. Luckily, no major event took place for the next couple of hours, and Alex safely arrived in the southern wild. As Alex saw the gates of the town, he rubbed the sweat off his forehead. However, Alex quickly stopped as he noticed his own action. Sweat, Alex thought as he looked at his left sleeve. It's been a while since I actually sweated from exertion. The surroundings are always cold enough that I didn't need to sweat. Alex pulled his right hand out of his cloak and felt the surroundings. It's getting warmer, Alex thought. Even more, it almost feels too hot under my coat. Seems like I'm close to leaving the ice wyvern zone. Alex continued pulling the sled wagon towards the southern wild. The town didn't really look special. It was like a town after it had gotten warmer after a heavy snowfall. In short, it looked muddy and dirty. When Alex came to the northern gate, the guards stopped him and looked through his stack of ice wood for anything illegal. Their investigation was pretty thorough, taking nearly 5 minutes. Why do you want to enter the southern wild? The guard captain asked with practiced ease. I'm just in transit. I'm selling this ice wood in Warrior's Paradise for my entrance exam, Alex answered. He had noticed that several people knew about the Warrior Academy and its entrance exams, which was why he didn't add anything to his explanation. The guard captain looked with surprise at Alex's face and squinted his eyes. Ha, you looked way older at first glance, the guard captain said. All right, you can enter. I've got a question, Alex said. Sure, the guard captain said leisurely. Are there any dangers between here and Warrior's Paradise? Alex asked. I've spent the last night in the wilds between here and the central wild, and that was too close for comfort. Oh, the guard captain uttered as Alex got his attention. What did you encounter? General stage spider, Alex said, and not the weak general stage kind. It was azure, and had 8 icicles for legs. It moved very quietly through the night, and it nearly got me. The guard captain's eyes narrowed. You saw an icy grave widow? He asked. I don't know the name, Alex answered. Siege, the guard captain spat to the side. Of course it had to be an icy grave widow. We've been searching for the cause of the nightly disappearances for a while now, but no one saw anything. They either come back without having encountered anything too dangerous or don't return at all. I thought we eradicated that pest a couple of months ago, but apparently, we missed some of the young, the guard captain added. Thanks for the intel. You've been a great help. No problem, Alex said. You said you were going to join the Warrior Academy, right? Are you interested in taking part in the hunt for the icy grave widow? You seem pretty strong, and we could need someone like you, the guard captain said. Of course, you will also be paid generously. Alex was a bit surprised by the offer, but he immediately shook his head. Sorry, I'm not suicidal. If that thing were in the earlier levels of the general realm, I could accompany you, but it's definitely stronger. Listen, your survival would basically be guaranteed, the guard captain added. We generally send several warriors in the general realm to deal with icy grave widows. It's not about if we get it, or if we win the fight, but when. Sorry, I still have to decline, Alex answered. I've lived in the wilds for a long time, and I'm still not very comfortable around other humans. The thought of putting my life into the hands of others is something that I'm not comfortable with. After some seconds of silence, the guard captain only sighed. Fine, it's your decision after all. Anyway, as a reward for telling us about the icy grave widow, I'll give you some information for your future journey. Thanks, Alex said. After you leave through the southeastern gate, you will have to travel for about 2 days to reach the next town. The town is called Blizzard's Edge due to its proximity to both zones. On the path to Blizzard's Edge, you don't really have to be careful of any powerful beasts. The elemental mana is weak in the atmosphere and beasts don't like that. You will, at most, see some early or middle soldier stage beasts, and those shouldn't be a problem for you, the guard captain explained. Alex nodded. However, the weak presence of beasts makes this place a haven for bandits. There's a known bandit camp located somewhere between here and Blizzard's Edge, but we haven't been able to find the camp yet. Their leader should be a late soldier stage warrior, but he only very rarely robs people himself. He has lackeys for that. The most powerful bandits you have a chance to meet should be a group of 5 led by a middle soldier stage warrior. Alex's eyes narrowed while the guard captain continued. However, you will probably not come across such a group, the guard captain added. The leaders of these squads are experienced, and they would quickly realize that you're not an easy target. The goal of the bandits is to make some easy money, not to fight someone to the death. You're not an easy target, and they will see that with one glance. Attacking you is too risky. So, if you meet any bandits, they will most likely be a group of newbies, and they won't be a danger to someone of your power. Then, the guard captain's eyes narrowed. However, that may be even more dangerous for you than meeting an experienced group of bandits, the guard captain added. Alex lifted an eyebrow. What do you mean? Newbies have a certain aura of inexperience, fear, and nervousness on them, the guard captain explained. To an experienced warrior, they seem more like a group of rascals than bandits. Many warriors can't bring themselves to kill these newbie bandits, and will only heavily injure them or scare them. They will most likely also throw some life advice at them. However, people that have become bandits have already fallen to a level of poverty we can't even imagine. All the life advice we can throw at them is useless. They won't accept the life advice someone gives them, but will only get angry at the person. The newbies will then inform their higher-ups about the target, and you will meet with more powerful bandits. Even more, they know about your power now, and the group that will meet, you will be comprised of many middle soldier stage warriors. The eyes of the guard captain pierced into Alex. If you meet any bandits, you can't allow them to escape, the guard captain said with severity. If someone tries to rob you, you must kill them. Otherwise, you're playing needlessly with your own life. The danger of this road for you are not beasts or powerful bandits, but your own innocence. I hope you can come to terms with killing some people that you will perceive simply as a bunch of kids. Chapter 48. Bandits. Alex took a deep breath. Killing a bunch of kids? Alex's mind went back to the bandit he had run over on the way to the Central Wild. Alex still felt uncomfortable whenever he thought about that event. However, he hadn't killed them on purpose, and even more, he couldn't even have stopped the sled wagon if he wanted to. They had essentially thrown their own lives away. Yet, this time, it would be different. The lives of these newbie bandits would be in his hands. Thank you for the advice. I'll keep it in mind, Alex said. The guard captain nodded. No problem. You can't travel to Blizzard's Edge in one day anyway, which means that you have to camp on the way there. If some bandits decide to strike, it will be in the night. Thanks again, Alex added. The guard captain motioned for Alex to enter the town with his head. Don't make a mistake. It's your life or theirs. Alex nodded again and entered the town. There wasn't anything special in the town, and Alex simply passed through it in silence. Several merchants were asking him to buy stuff, but Alex ignored them. A couple minutes later, Alex exited through the southern gate of the Southern Wild. Is it fine if I stay near the walls of the city for the night? Alex asked the guard captain of this gate. I don't have any money to stay in the town, and I don't want to stay 2 nights on the road from here to Blizzard's Edge. The guard captain looked at Alex with a bored expression. Sure. Bandits won't dare to come this close to the town. Just don't make too much noise. Alex nodded. Thanks, I won't. The guard captain nodded back and went back to his job. Alex pulled the sled wagon to the side of the road and stretched. Shing! Alex pulled out his sword and started his training. After hours of training, Alex stopped when the sun went past the horizon. Night had arrived and Alex decided to sleep. Alex had already skipped a night of sleep on the way to the Southern Wild, and he didn't want to feel tired for the journey to Blizzard's Edge. I've traveled quite a bit in the last couple of days, Alex thought. First, I went from Duke Whirlwind's garden to Coldu Village. Then, I went from Coldu Village to the Central Wild, and from the Central Wild to the Southern Wild. Tomorrow, I will start the 2-day journey to Blizzard's Edge. After that, I should be pretty close to Warrior's Paradise. Alex's gaze traveled to the northwest. He couldn't see any big mountains in that direction. I can't even see the plateau anymore. Then, Alex looked at the sled wagon behind him. No wonder people pay a lot for icewood in Warrior's Paradise. I haven't seen icewood trees ever since exiting Coldu Village, and the journey from Coldu Village to Warrior's Paradise is dangerous and long. Even a carriage pulled by horses will probably take 2 to 3 days to get to Warrior's Paradise from Coldu Village. Even more, the merchants have to hire guards if they want to save on travel time. If they traveled through the night, a carriage would probably only need about 24 hours for the journey, but they would need guards to protect them. Without guards, I think a carriage would leave Coldu Village at dawn and spend the night in the Southern Wild. After that, they would travel to Blizzard's Edge and spend the night there. Lastly, they would probably directly travel to Warrior's Paradise. 1 day of journey with guards or 3 days without guards. I guess it depends on the goods if it's worth hiring guards or not. Alex's mind wandered to many places as he slowly succumbed to sleep. This night, Alex slept on the ground while leaning his back on the sled wagon. The night passed without any incidents. Alex woke up when it was still dark, but his inner clock told him that dawn would arrive soon. Alright, let's go. And thus, another exhausting day of travel started for Alex. Alex pulled the sled wagon for over 12 hours. Tens of carriages had already passed him, and Alex had also seen some camps of people traveling without carriages. It's a feast for bandits. By now, Alex could see no more snow or mud. There were even some trees with actual leaves on them. Alex had almost forgotten what they looked like since he had been around nothing but conifers for months. The temperature was still a bit cold, but it wasn't freezing. If Alex had to put a month to the current weather, he would say March. The winter was at its end, but spring wasn't fully there yet. When night arrived, Alex jumped onto his sled wagon and closed his eyes in meditation. Alex didn't want to train right now since he had to be in his peak condition for any eventual attacks. The entire day, Alex had felt uncomfortable, and it had only gotten worse the closer night came. Alex wasn't afraid of the bandits, but he was afraid of having to kill some kids. Alex was in the body of a teenager, but he had actually been a young adult in his past life. Many teenagers thought of themselves as adults, but when they actually reached their 20s, they realized the difference between teenagers and actual adults. There was a certain aura of confidence in adults that was nearly impossible for teenagers to emulate. A slight wind blew through the surroundings, and Alex felt the gentle movement of his hair in the wind. Everything was silent. Hours passed. Alex felt a bit hungry, but he could get through a day without eating. Alex focused on gathering mana in his meditation, and time passed rather quickly for him. It was like he was half asleep and half awake. Suddenly, Alex opened his narrowed eyes. He had heard the sound of movement in the distance. Alex looked over, and he saw a shadow dart behind a tree. The bandits had arrived. Chapter 49. Actions and Intentions. Alex looked towards the area where he had seen the shadow. He had been certain that the shadow had had the shape of a human. I really didn't want to do this, Alex thought with narrowed eyes. Nervousness crept into his heart, as the thought of killing a couple of kids reared its ugly head. Shing! Alex took out his sword and held it beside himself. The light of the moon slightly reflected off the black sword, making it just barely visible in the dark. The forest returned to silence as Alex stood silently on top of the sled wagon, his head turned to the place where the bandits had just been. The wind made Alex's coat wave in a rhythmic fashion, giving him the appearance of a creature ready to strike at any time. Alex's appearance was essentially warning everything and everyone in the surroundings that they shouldn't attack him. Alex knew how effective intimidation could be if someone didn't want to fight. He didn't need to appear aggressive like a bloodthirsty beast. He only had to look like something that wouldn't give up without a fight. He hoped that the bandits would find an easier target. Alex wasn't afraid for his life, but for their lives. For nearly a full minute, only silence reigned in Alex's surroundings. Then 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. After 7 minutes, Alex put his sword away and sat down again to meditate. The bandits were gone. Alex took a deep breath and entered meditation again. However, just 40 minutes after entering meditation, Alex heard several tiny noises. They returned, and there are more of them, Alex thought with narrowed eyes. Alex slowly stood up again and drew his sword. 10 seconds of silence passed again. Go! A loud shout echoed through Alex's small clearing, and Alex narrowed his eyes. Shing! 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 In an instant, over 15 people darted out of the trees as they ran towards Alex's sled wagon. Yet, Alex gritted his teeth as he saw their appearances. The bandits came from all walks of life. Alex could see some teenagers, but he could also see young adults, middle-aged men, and one older man. They were all dirty, and they didn't wear any noteworthy armor. At most, some of them wore vests made of coarse leather and riddled with holes. The others wore raggy and old clothing. However, the worst part was that none of them carried weapons. They all charged out of the trees without weapons, and even more, they didn't even look at Alex. They fully focused on the ice wood on the sled wagon. They never intended to attack or injure Alex, and he knew that. They only wanted the ice wood, and they wouldn't attack or hurt Alex while stealing from Alex's sled wagon. Alex knew why they were doing this. They realized that I'm not comfortable with killing people. So, they came out without any weapons or armor, and without any intention of attacking me. They're banking on the fact that I'm unwilling to kill them. Alex made a split-second decision and jumped towards the closest bandit. Bang! Alex punched the chest of the bandit, throwing him at a tree behind him. Bang! The bandit hit the tree with a loud impact, and the sound of bones being broken reverberated throughout the small clearing. Silence. The bandits stopped moving as they looked at their colleague. Alex looked at the other bandits with narrowed eyes, but his heart shook when he saw their eyes. They weren't shocked, terrified, or angry. No, their gazes were evaluating. It was like they wanted to see what happened to their colleague. The bandit that Alex had punched away coughed and took a deep breath. He was still alive. That was everything the bandits needed, and they immediately continued charging towards the sled wagon. So what if they got injured? The others would share their loot with them, which would make all of this worth it. As long as they didn't die, it would be worth it. The first ones reached the sled wagon and began to tear at the cage holding the ice wood. Alex's nervousness increased as he gritted his teeth even harder. Shing! Ah! A bloody arm flew through the air. Alex had cut off the arm of one of the bandits, who had just clawed on the cage. The other bandits paused for a second to look at what had happened, and then they continued tearing with even more force. CRK! A part of the cage was torn off as the bandits greedily gathered the ice wood. Meanwhile, The bandit with one arm grabbed his arm, put it under his other arm, and also continued clawing at the ice wood with his free hand. Alex's eyes became bloodshot due to the stress and his inner conflict. I can't let them get away with the ice wood. I need that. My goal is to become powerful. I want to reach heights that would have been impossible on Earth. The words of the guard captain shot through Alex's mind. It's your life or theirs. Ching! Silence. The bandits looked over in shock as they paused. A headless body fell to the ground. Alex gripped his sword tightly. It was so easy. My sword went through his body like butter. I just ended a human life. Alex's arm shook as his nervousness and fear turned to rage. These bandits had forced him to take a path of no return, and he hated them for it. He had already killed one, and it didn't feel as bad as he had thought. There was no immediate feeling of regret or terror. No, it only felt like Alex had just lost something. Killing didn't feel that hard right now, and his anger was all the reason Alex needed. Ching! Alex diagonally bisected the torso of another bandit. His sword was so sharp that the torso might as well not have existed. The eyes of the bandits reflected deep fear. They quickly grabbed any ice wood they could carry and ran away. Ching! Alex killed another bandit. Drop the ice wood, and you can remain alive, he said coldly. None of them listened. It was like the ice wood was more important than their lives. Alex gritted his teeth. Ching! Ching! Alex killed 2 bandits before they could even move 2 meters away. These bandits were in the early stages of the soldier realm at most. Some of them even had bodies on the same level as the humans on Earth. Drop it! Alex shouted. Some of the bandits looked back, and when they saw the additional corpses, they dropped the ice wood and continued running. However, the 3 most distant bandits didn't drop the ice wood. They had the best chance of getting away. Bang! The ground below Alex nearly exploded as he charged forward with his full speed. In less than a second, Alex arrived near the first bandit and killed him. Bang! Alex changed his trajectory to charge at the next bandit. They weren't all fleeing in the same direction. Some of the bandits felt a powerful wind pass them as a black shadow darted in and out of their vision. In just 2 seconds, the second bandit died. Then, in another 4 seconds, the last bandit carrying ice wood died. Only the sounds of hurried footsteps could be heard echoing throughout the forest. Alex didn't move as he simply looked at the newest corpse in front of him. The image of a headless body and a solitary head made Alex feel like this thing wasn't a human. It was hard for Alex to accept that the head and the body had been a human once. It was like these 2 things weren't related at all. Alex looked into the terrified eyes of the head. The head had belonged to a teenager. After some seconds, Alex wordlessly bowed down and pushed the body to the side. Alex's hand moved forward, and he took the solitary piece of ice wood from the corpse. Alex looked at the piece of ice wood for a while. Was it worth it to die for 1 piece of ice wood? Alex thought, gazing at the piece of ice wood. Then, Alex's gaze wandered to the head. Was he deserving of death for only stealing a single piece of ice wood? Silence. Alex couldn't find an answer for a long time. Yet, eventually, he received his answer. Crack. Alex destroyed the piece of ice wood in his hand. It's not important what he stole. Actions aren't important. Intentions are. Alex slowly stood up again and walked back to the sled wagon. Alex jumped onto the sled wagon and closed his eyes. The entire time, he ignored the pieces of former humans. It's my life or theirs. Actions aren't important. Intentions are. Alex repeated these phrases several times in his head. I have done what I had to do. And thus, silence returned to the clearing. Alex repeated these phrases in his head throughout the night. Alex was the only living thing, and the area around his sled wagon was surrounded by the corpses of mortal men. There were no weapons. Chapter 50, Reasons. An hour of silence passed. Alex couldn't enter meditation. His body was tense and shaking in anger from time to time. I've done what I needed to do, Alex kept repeating to himself in his mind. He had already gotten used to the smell of blood, but Alex subconsciously breathed through his mouth to avoid smelling it. A painful headache formed over the course of the hour. Alex felt like his stomach was churning. I've done what I needed to do. Alex slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the body pieces surrounding his sled wagon. He had done this a couple of times in the last hour. It was like he was trying to confirm if all of this had really happened. This could have been me, Alex thought as he looked at one of the corpses. However, no matter how often Alex told himself these things, it was like something inside of him wasn't accepting his thoughts. I did the right thing. If I had let them escape, they would have called stronger bandits. However, as Alex had that thought, he realized something. But then, why did I only kill the ones that carried ice wood? Alex's inside shuddered. I let the others escape. Stronger bandits will come either way. But then, why did I kill the others? They were already all retreating. Would some pieces of ice wood ruin my plan? Silence. Alex looked at the pieces of ice wood that some corpses still held in their hands. Alex knew the answer. Without killing at least 1 or 2 of them, the others wouldn't have retreated. Killing no one would have ended in my entire sled wagon being stolen. Silence. Alex looked at the corpses. Except for the first 2, the other deaths were unnecessary. Their deaths don't change the outcome. Silence. I should have killed all of them, Alex thought after a while. If I had killed all of them, these deaths wouldn't have been worthless. I've forgotten the very lesson I have learned in the wilds. Either go all the way or retreat. I tried to have both things. I wanted to keep my belongings and remain safe, but I also didn't want to kill anyone. My indecisiveness has ended up with me getting neither of these two things. I've killed several people and my safety isn't guaranteed. I should have killed all of them. Silence. As Alex arrived at that train of thought, his tense body slowly relaxed. However, his headache worsened. I can't make that mistake again. Silence. Suddenly, Alex's eyes shot open with a cold glint as he heard a very silent sound in the distance. Bang! The sled wagon shook as Alex shot into the distance with all of his speed. Wait, Shing! Two halves of a body fell to the ground. Alex looked at the corpse with narrowed eyes. Black clothing made of leather, daggers, a crossbow, a hood. It's a bandit, but a stronger one. I felt a tinge of resistance from my sword. Alex looked at his surroundings warily, but he didn't hear, see, or feel anyone else. A scout. Alex narrowed his eyes. I can't commit the same mistake. Alex slowly pulled his sword back and hid it and his arm behind his cloak. After that, he silently but swiftly moved along the surroundings of his clearing. Alex had stayed in the wild for a long time, and he had become excellent at moving silently. Alex moved around his clearing in a wide circle, never leaving his sled wagon for too long. He had to keep an eye on it. However, Alex didn't find a second bandit, even after searching for over 5 minutes. Eventually, Alex returned to his sled wagon and sat down again. He hoped that the night would be over soon. The time passed in silence for Alex. The only things keeping Alex company were his thoughts. Meanwhile, at a camp a couple of kilometers away, a middle-aged man with an eye patch was glaring at a young man with unkempt, brown hair. He's most likely dead. So what? The man asked with an uncompromising tone. Ryan is our best scout, the young man shouted as he glared at the man. He went through worse things. I'm certain that he's still alive. Then why hasn't he returned yet? The man with the eye patch asked with a solemn voice. I don't know, the young man shouted. However, I'm sure that he's still alive. That's why we have to check up on him. Don't be stupid, the older man snorted. You've been in my camp long enough. You should know how these things go. If he hasn't returned, he either left our group or he's dead. Bandits don't get captured, and there are no powerful beasts around. Additionally, Ryan had no reason to leave us. He's dead. Get it through your head, the man with the eye patch said with a serious tone. The young man's fist shook violently in rage. Then, we have to take revenge. The man with the eye patch sneered at the young man. Revenge? Are you sure you're a real bandit? Since when do we take revenge? We're hoodlums, the man with the eye patch said with a huff. We're criminals. We're traitors. All of us are only here to earn money for one reason or another. We're not a group of friends. We're not a family. We all have our own families and we all need money. Some of us want it for our starving families and some of us want it for ourselves. The reasons don't matter. We're only here for the money. That's it, the man with the eye patch finished. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. Then let's do it for the money. That guy is carrying over a ton of ice wood. Isn't that worth taking a risk? Have your emotions blinded you to rationality? The man with the eye patch asked with a narrowed eye. The beggars tried to rat him, and he killed nearly half of them. That shows that he's not a stranger to killing humans. Then he killed our best scout, while he only had the job to scout. I know Ryan, and I know that he would have only scouted. He wouldn't have tried anything on his own. He's smarter than that. Yet, Ryan is dead. That means that the perception of our supposed victim is beyond impressive. Additionally, he managed to kill Ryan. Ryan's orders were to retreat at the first sign of danger, and he has plenty of tricks when it comes to running away. Ryan could only have been killed by someone that's far more powerful than him. Such a person can only be in the late soldier stage, or the peak soldier stage. Even if we all attack at once, several of us will still die in the fight. And then what? We will have lost a significant chunk of our most experienced members for some ice wood. It's not worth it, the man with the eye patch finished. However, the young man only grew angrier and more frustrated. Fine, he shouted. Then I'll just do it myself. The man turned around to leave the camp. Pache. However, his feet stopped as a sword came out of his neck. I can't risk you exposing our location, the man with the eye patch said with determination. Shing. The bandit cut the head off and put his sword away. An older person to the man's side only looked at the corpse with eyes filled with pity. Give Martha and Holly 1 gold each, the man said to the older man. The older man nodded. Martha was the wife of Ryan, the dead scout, and Holly was the wife of the dead man on the ground. Give the families of the dead beggars 10 silver each, the man added. The older man nodded again and slowly left the camp. Now, the man with the eye patch was left alone, and he released a deep breath. I can't risk the lives of our comrades, he silently said to himself. If we all die, all our families will starve. We can't take any risks.